Welcome, fellow castigators, to GasMaskGamers. I am here with Jensen and Tommy, and the glorious return of GamerMike.
Yeah,
Why are you
baby.
gay?
I'm back. Dude, these sound bites are awesome.
It is such a very beautiful thing. Alright, so, a flight from Gatwick, England was delayed when it faced a mutiny.
Wow.
Yeah, you heard me right. A mutiny. I'm going to
Playing Mutiny.
Yeah. So Hannah Gaffey, a Cambridge graduate, rallied passengers when she discovered that a man was on the plane because he was being deported.
What?
The involved passengers refused to sit down until the man was removed from the flight. And then, of course, Hannah took to Twitter to boast about the incident. But it turns out the man in question was Lawrence Morgan, a Jamaican guy who was arrested for killing two people in a gang shootout,
Oh my.
along with a litany of other charges.
Okay.
So they were like, "You can't deport him," and they're protecting a criminal.
That is what?
Pretty
And
gay.
of course, it was a ridiculous, 20-year-old college student type.
So wait, he was being deported and they were like, nah.
Yep.
Or
So he was on the plane to be deported back to Jamaica, and they didn't even know didn't even know why he was being deported. They just knew that he was.
they're like, you're not leaving.
And the woman's on Twitter like, "I'm such a good person. I'm so fantastic." And she was literally protecting a murderer. Fantastic.
Where's this?
This was in England.
Okay. Of course it was in England. Man, I just want their entire island to just sink at this point. Just sink into the sea. They don't deserve their land or anything of the sort. They need to go live somewhere else.
Or we could just occupy the land and force them to have our form of government. So
Ah, the conquerors will become the conqueree by America.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a good example of woke. Like people, like one of the big arguments is like people trying to have a gotcha moment by making you define the word woke. Like woke, what does that even mean? What does that mean? And usually it's in the context of pop culture. So it's when your politics take precedence to your story or your characters or whatever. Not necessarily having politics, but just when it takes precedence.
Mm.
And I mean that's exactly what's happening here. Is her politics took precedence to, I don't know, reason, logic, instinct.
Mm. So, the woman, there was a main woman on the plane that like got everyone to stand up, or
Yeah. Her name was Hannah
Okay.
Gaffey from Cambridge University.
and other people stood up. They're just like, yeah,
Yeah,
this
they just
seems
went right
legit.
along with her. Just cheap.
Man, I don't understand. I really just feel like pity for these people, I guess, because they don't really know. I don't think they really know what's going on. They're just in the
No,
dark.
I don't think they really know what's going on. I mean, obviously they didn't, but they're also not stopping to think about it or investigate or anything.
Like lemmings. Just like, go along. Must jump off cliff.
That is.
Everybody's jumping off cliff.
Come on,
I mean, it's kind of
everybody's
their fault,
doing
but
it.
okay, come on. Just jump off.
You know, call me a jerk, but I wouldn't have done it even if I thought they were being deported unfairly. Like,
Yeah.
you want to delay my flight? Sit down.
Sit
I will
down.
do nothing. I would have forced those people into their seats. What do you think you're doing? Do you know how much
Yeah.
I paid for this? Oh man, it's just a lot of silliness. But that's social justice warriors for you. They don't need the detail. They don't want or need the details of anything.
Yeah, I don't know why they're deporting the guy who killed people in England. Like, why aren't they just killing him? What is going on here?
Well,
you're gonna-
Probably some legal issues.
Yeah, it's mainly international law. If they're an illegal citizen, they're not legally there. So even though they commit an illegal act, they're still technically protected by international law and have to be tried in their home country.
What if they accidentally misplaced him in an ocean somewhere?
You're saying he went missing.
Yeah, like he, escaped.
Well, I don't think they
Into-
would be
Well-
sad for a guy who stabbed people. He's probably some degenerate nobody gives a shit about.
Yeah,
I think if he did go missing, that country may not even notice.
that's what I'm saying.
You said Jamaican?
yeah, Jamaican.
Jamaica me crazy, man.
You must be Jamaican because Jamaican
Well, enough of that.
is crazy. You girl, you
So-
must be Jamaican.
I apologize if I say this name wrong. Ilhan Omar, the Democratic representative for Minnesota, has been making some borderline treasonous statements
Ooh, treason.
and getting away with it, which is not fun. She has two little speeches that I recommend you watch in the links below. It'll be in the second and third links.
Ilhan Omar.
She refers to the president of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, as our president.
Excuse me,
Whoa.
what?
And says, quote, "The U.S. government will do what we want, nothing else. They must follow our orders. That is
Whoa.
how we safeguard the interests of Somalia."
Hey, yo.
Somalia.
Somalia.
What up,
Somalia.
man?
Uh-huh. Funny joke.
All right. Out now.
Yeah,
Get the
out now.
fuck out.
At least being fired, shamed, what have you. Ron DeSantis is calling for her to be deported, if you want to take it that far.
Yeah. I mean,
Wait,
I agree with that.
I would, at the very least, investigate first and then fire.
They're calling for, that is just straight up treason.
That is.
Yeah,
Illegal
straight up.
under U.S. law, right? Just straight up illegal. And typically treason is met with, the death penalty.
Yes.
Or,
I love
you know,
that's still a thing.
When's the
Either
last time
death
somebody's
penalty-
been been what is it?
Killed for treason?
Sentenced for treason or whatever you call it.
Let me.
Oh, a long time.
Oh, I don't know.
Am I googling it or no?
Need like a
I can Google
double fact check. I feel like that's one of the laws that we do not enforce at all.
No. I mean, the closest time we would have been able to enforce it was on Snowden, but he ran.
True. Snowden was a legend.
Tell me when one of you goes sailing.
Sailing
I must
away.
sail. I can't drive and read though.
Let's see.
But no, I'm being coy by saying,
So only two
Only-
times.
Yep. One was during 1847, and the other was during the Civil War.
What? It's only been done
Yeah.
twice?
Yeah.
Yes, but a lot of people have been convicted. So we have convicted a ton of people, just only killed 2 people.
Whoa.
The point is, we can.
We could
it's
add to
still a
that.
thing.
Yeah, we can add.
Those are rookie numbers.
Yeah, we can add the kill count.
Technically,
those
at the federal level, they have banned, or they have made the death penalty illegal.
Yeah, but the last treason conviction was in 1949. That's a long time. Too long.
Way too long.
Too long. It's about time we convicted
So-
someone of treason.
So those laws are conflicting then, because you can
What do you mean?
is like the federal government can't put down people,
Well,
but
It's- treason's covered under the Constitution type of thing. So I don't know how that would be done. And you can also just imprison them for life, too. So
Interesting.
Kill him. Cheaper.
I mean, I guess if they're treason, then you don't need to uphold their rights because they're not American citizens anymore, technically speaking.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the other things that happens is their citizenship is revoked.
Yeah. But yeah, the squad is been saying this stuff for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
Ilhan Omar and the other 2. They've been
right.
very, very cozy with the Middle East.
They're not even, smart people either, clearly. I mean, they
No.
had Pride flag and Hamas flag at the same time outside their office. So it's like, these people are legitimately stupid.
I think one of them
Like,
was just a bartender.
I would get
and
rid
then
of them
got elected.
purely on being
Stupidity.
unqualified.
So,
But yeah, you can let someone go because they're not right for the job.
You are incompetent.
Yeah, obviously.
Hey, they got
not
elected.
obviously
Oh.
not looking out for the good of the U.S.
no, they're
means, of
after their
course,
own
they have-
personal gain.
Yeah. So obviously they have no business being where they are. And she in particular has made it clear enough.
Yeah, I mean, she could be booted out more than Joe Biden or any of them, even though Biden's been pretty in bed with China for a while.
Right. It would be easier, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
depends, I guess.
Oh, Jaeden.
Well, you got such good evidence,
Mr.
straight
Jaeden.
from her mouth.
Yeah.
Like,
It will be ignored anyways.
It's not like it's hard to get evidence on these people since they openly say it. I mean, when I talk politics with my coworkers, they all call me crazy and like, "Oh, where are you getting this information?" I'm like, "They're saying this."
What are you listening to Alex Jones, you conspiracy theorist? No, it's on public
I do
television.
occasionally watch Alex Jones, but it's still they're
Yeah.
saying this. It's
It's just blatant. It's not even theory.
yeah.
Yeah, that one's always hard to
make sense.
explain.
Yeah.
So, there was an episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit, which features a white woman who refuses to charge a black teen for raping her because she has white privilege.
Whoa.
She says, "Oh, I
Whoa.
can afford therapy, but he didn't have the same opportunities that I did."
Yeah, he doesn't have the competency as I do as a white person. That's why. It's like it's so. I just
They-
want to strangle.
They even
everyone.
portray the teen as like this tragic figure who was like ignored because of
He raped
rampant
somebody.
racism. He's like, "Oh, I
cares?
felt so invisible because of racism, and I thought no one would notice if I did this."
Uh-huh.
He's taking
So
like
he
no
thought he could get away
responsibility.
with a crime.
Yeah, he thought
So-
he's not even remorseful.
Nice try.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, that's the way that they spin it. Like, really?
Oh, I'm sorry. I grew up in a divorced household living with my mom that was abusive. Therefore, I'm allowed to be abusive. That's the same fucking.
Yeah.
Right.
You have to be responsible for your own actions. Take accountability. Learn from your situation.
Hard.
You can't determine what deck of hand, or if you can't determine what you get in your hand from a deck of cards, but you can determine how you use them. So be smart.
Right.
Genius.
It's just,
So
it's so full of cringe lines. It was unbelievable.
so how did the episode end? That's the real question.
I don't remember. I should remember. I watched Misha Petrov go over it last night, and
I
really
wish
don't
they-
remember.
I hope they both go to jail. I hope she goes to jail.
I'm pretty
being
sure
an
she doesn't press charges in the end.
Absolute detriment to society.
pretty
Does
sure.
does not uphold the law even when it comes to herself. So she cannot be trusted. She's going in the gulag.
What? Hold up.
I understand your logic, but I don't think that would be legal.
Look, if she's not going to protect her own rights and uphold the law in her victim case, then she should be in jail, working on a coal mine somewhere. I don't know.
Technically, nothing says you have to charge someone for a crime they did against you.
She got
Technically.
raped, dude.
Yeah, but you still have to be the one to press charges.
Yeah. Well.
You can't press charges on my behalf because someone assaulted me. Unless, of course, I'm in a coma and then my next of kin would have the right to do that. But that's a very specific scenario.
I think at least she should be classified as legally what's the
Insane?
word? Yeah. Legally insane, put in an asylum or something.
Asylums don't exist anymore, for the most
Well,
part.
we need to bring it back just for her because she's that
Only
she's that
private
crazy.
insane asylums exist. And even then, they're called group homes or something.
Groupie homes.
So you have to pay out of pocket.
Oh my gosh. I'm in a
Yeah,
ship, by the way.
I'm
Yeah,
fishing.
we know. So, yeah.
It's
And I
such
think that black guy needs to be like hung or something by his penis.
You know, it's. Huh?
the ironic punishment division.
Jeez.
Just
I don't think that would support his weight.
what she crime? Well, that's the point. It gets ripped off.
Jeez.
That's
You know,
I mean, it fits the crime, right? Like, am I wrong?
No.
you're not wrong.
What I'm saying.
you don't commit an atrocity because someone else did. You have to
It's not an
uphold the
atrocity.
moral
It's
high ground.
retribution.
think of it from a Christian perspective, right?
Wouldn't that be hilarious too?
Right. No, you think of it from a Christian
You
perspective, right?
psycho.
Righteous justice exists. That is not righteous justice. That is you can't commit a sin to fight sin.
Uh, oh
Righteous
my
justice
gosh.
does exist.
Ah!
Oh,
Why is my audio
well,
like this? Oh, there you go. Listen, man. All right, you're talking about this high, philosophical, like morals and justice and stuff. I'm just saying how it is.
it's most philosophical, fellas.
Moral philosophical.
Hopping into deep morality things, then yes, some things can be considered philosophical about morals, but for the most part, not really.
Listen, man, I would agree with you, but I mean, I think my opinion is more hilarious. So
You know what? I can respect a man
Doesn't
who
have that
says that.
logic.
I agree with you because you're right, but mine's funnier.
exactly.
I respect that one. I do. That.
Yeah, man. You gotta find humor in the world, or else you'll go crazy.
You kill people.
Yeah, you actually go schizo. Yeah, we need to figure out what happened in the end of that episode. I'm like
I'm
what
pretty
was the
sure she
lesson
doesn't
there?
press charges.
So he just gets off free and rapes other people.
Presumably.
Okay.
Although I think in their
The sound
fictional
of it, yeah.
fantasy world, he probably won't rape anyone again.
Well, yeah, but in the universe,
In reality,
Yeah, in
yeah, he would.
reality, yeah. He'll go right back to doing it. But yeah, it's so indicative of the way that these people think. Like, these are the type of women who are like, oh, men are terrible, I never feel safe, and then they keep voting the way that they do. You know, and
yeah.
If you don't feel safe, get a gun.
well,
Unless you're
yeah, but those are the
anywhere
type
else
of
but
women
the
who would
US.
never carry one on principle. Guns are evil, we should ban guns.
All right, then get pepper spray or a taser.
But they
Get
don't want to
something.
hurt their
Yeah,
assailant.
they
That
don't want
would
to hurt their
be
assailant. These are the
immoral.
types of women that you see in videos holding their boyfriend back from defending himself. Remember that one guy who got like stabbed to death because his girlfriend was holding him back, and you can see like
Yeah.
in the video, she's still like trying to be apologetic to the perpetrator.
Flagship.
Insanity.
That's
Insanity.
crazy. I don't understand.
Yeah, flagship.
I don't want to label like all white women, but I feel like that's the majority of the leftist and just self-loathing Westerners.
Taylor Swift fans.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Oh God, we're getting banned.
They're coming after
We've
us. The
attacked-
horde is coming after us.
We've done
women.
it.
White women are gonna
We've
cancel us.
We've attacked the untouchables, the Swifties.
Swifties.
Oh man.
I mean, yeah. Basically, I mean, it's unfortunate. Like, I feel
Yeah.
bad for him, but
Yeah, I think that was the most disappointing thing about seeing clips from the episode was not that it was just, not just that it was written so horribly and painfully, but just that those people actually exist. It wasn't
Yeah.
even just that, oh, this writer's a weirdo. And, it's just singularly weird. It's like, no, a lot of people's just like her.
yeah.
A little bit psychopathic about protecting criminals.
I mean, in my opinion, the reason why we have like the white Western liberal woman today is because we don't have a lot of masculine like leaders and figures and like the mainstream culture and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And the family is basically broken apart, and so the women are left to, be
Be gay,
Like
do
a s-
crime.
yeah, just be astray, be lost in the sauce of life. So, I think men have dropped the ball.
Yeah, and I
They-
think it
they're
has to
responsible.
do with, feminism telling them that they deserve to have a lack of consequences.
Yeah.
And do whatever they want to
There's-
do. And so
There's
they think that
consequences to your actions.
they and everyone else don't deserve consequences. Exclusively the people that they hate.
Only white men deserve what they have coming to them.
Remember, folks, all of your actions have consequences. Do your best to make those consequences positive.
Right.
Yeah.
We're gonna get
Consequences-
chased in a minute here.
Unless you're in space.
Yep. What?
No one can hear you squee.
Exactly.
For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So yes, there are still consequences in space.
No. Space, everything is floating, okay? You
No
don't-
law in space. No laws.
Yeah.
No laws, no gravity.
Gravity
Right.
still exists because without gravity, there's no time.
Oh.
Actually, gravity is just the density
That's
of
theoretical.
surrounding objects pulling theoretical
Yeah.
blah blah blah.
Ooh, bounty time.
Well,
So, yeah.
anyway.
No,
Yeah, I told you we were gonna get chased.
Oh my.
So,
A hunter.
don't click the link below on this one. You can now get something called a real doll, which
Oh, my
is
goodness.
essentially a hyper-realistic sex doll with AI built into its head so that it can talk to you.
Sounds so cursed.
say, how much are they?
They're about $7,000.
For scientific
De-
purposes.
depending
oh my goodness.
on your choices, there are a lot of options. There was like 12 different vagina options. Some of them cost more than
What?
others.
There's vaginal options.
Oh yeah, this thing is highly customizable.
It's deluxe.
And this
Yeah.
one, it even has, it's even got nerves of a kind. So
Ow.
it can
Let me
tell
guess.
where you're touching it.
It was produced in Japan.
No, actually, that is one of the good things about this doll. It is handmade
Really?
in America.
Oh
Hey!
my goodness.
God
American
bless
made.
Anyone want to save me
America.
or no?
Oh, that's so
We're
unfortunate.
constantly fighting for our lives.
This sex
Damn it.
doll is good for the economy.
I don't want to support this
Not
American
that
business.
I endorse the purchase of it. Oh my gosh. But I mean,
$7,000.
obviously, some of these elements are nothing new. We've got AI that people can sex
Yeah.
talk fairly realistically, and we've had hyper realistic sex dolls for a long time. But it's the combination that's terrifying. Like,
Bro.
this thing can do anything a woman can do other than walk and use any of its appendages, really.
Or have like
mean,
sentience.
Yeah, it's like just a few decades
soul.
away from being all the robot horrors you see in movies and stuff. And I mean, that's good in the sense that then you have less real prostitutes. But it's sad in the sense, or it's bad in the sense that
Pet in every other
it's
sense.
going to keep people. Well, yeah, bad in every other sense. But it's going to keep people from pursuing
Well,
actual
yeah.
women.
I mean, with that kind of money, you could treat like several women to, wine and dining type of deal. Like, you telling me with that kind of money, you can't actually just get a woman that's slightly
Plus-
interested in you?
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the
What?
things we talked about
Oh my
last
goodness.
week when we talked about how
I got lit up.
how like the biggest consumers of the porn industry are minors, and
Yep.
how it wasn't really a thing. It wasn't really a big deal before the internet because getting their hands on porn was so difficult that it was literally easier to get an actual woman and
Yeah.
seduce her into it.
Yeah, for
But
7
now
grand.
this is completely different. This is like new variable.
Unexpected.
Woman or internet or no internet. Now you've got this
Now they have competition.
significantly, very expensive at the moment, but significantly easier than seducing a real woman replacement. And you can even talk to it to really delude yourself into a real relationship, which humans are really good at. We're really good at
Yeah.
imprinting sentience on something that isn't sentient. So all you have to do is give it a name or put googly eyes on it, and suddenly there's emotional attachment there. That's just how our brains work and identify things.
Yeah.
And the feminists, the feminists are all for it. You should really look up like a hashtag about this doll on Twitter because it's horrifying. Because all the feminists are going, okay, please mass produce these so that people will leave women alone. Let's get some cheaper options out there. Let's put money into developing this as much as we can.
The reason women have any type of power is because they can seduce men and like have sway with what
because they cuck men.
actions are.
What?
Yeah.
So for 7 grand, y'all, for 7 grand, you could buy like
The price
2
of
or
this-
3 fully kitted out, decent AR-15s. That's
Dang.
with a scope, magazines.
Wait. How many?
2 or 3 AR-15s.
Damn.
Fully decked out.
I mean, you could
And
buy a
fully
small
decked out,
car.
multiple magazines, scopes, decent scopes.
It wouldn't be a bad car.
Like all sorts of other attachments, like a forward hand grip, stuff like that.
So here's the question: can you have sex with the rifle?
With enough lube and enough passion,
No,
yes,
my
anything
God.
is possible.
Okay. No, but the gun
Speak
will
for
bring you
yourself,
great
Tommy.
If it
You-
seats,
you
it
pencil.
yeets.
Joy. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I know I wouldn't fit in
okay.
there.
Well, to all the dudes whose fantasy is banging robots, I'm happy for you, I guess. I don't know.
You should buy guns instead.
You should buy guns.
Yeah, buy
instead.
guns, buy
Yeah.
a car, take a real woman out on a date.
Yeah, you could get it just a car and like attract
No,
women that
you
way.
can't.
You know?
For
Oh,
legal
I thought you were about
reasons,
to buy some worse.
do not stick your dick in a gun.
Yeah, do not make.
If you get an
love to your
elephant gun, I
rifle.
guess you could be interesting.
Well, knowing these fellows, they'll probably barely fit in a 22. So
Yeah.
Oh wow! Yikes!
I call it as I see it.
True.
I mean, fair enough.
So, but yeah, for 7 grand, you can spend that on so much more. That's just better. That isn't going to be a glorified cum sock.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I really want to say the most to derive from this is, whatever your thoughts may be on sex dolls or porn or anything, whether you think it's moral or physically good for you or not, I just want to tell you, if you have any desire for this thing at all, get some help. Get therapy.
And comment below.
There's actually
No, the therapy's gonna make you more gay, dude.
There's actually
Don't do it.
okay. Go to a.
Yeah.
We said this last
to a
week.
priest.
Go to
That's
a
not
private.
true,
Yeah,
Tommy.
we covered this last time.
Go to a private office. Don't go to a real retail chain of therapists. Like,
Micah
Go
was
to
good
a
at that.
Do the
yeah,
work.
to a
go to a
faster,
good
one.
therapist. Find someone you like. It's not gay to go to therapy. Be a man. Take care of yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually.
I
It's
would say
important.
I would say go to a pastor or something, man. I think you need God if you're trying to
I
get a
mean, that's
sex
part
doll.
of it.
So, I mean, that's part of it. But listen, there's actually a movie about this.
I'm getting lit up.
It's
Uh-oh.
starring Ryan Gosling, which
Yeah.
further proves him as the man that any other man can relate to. But he play. It's called Lars and the Real Girl. I saw it a couple months ago. It was pretty weird. But he's this very like quiet, antisocial guy. You know, he's really nice. He goes to church, helps all the little old ladies bring stuff to their cars and kinds of things. And everybody in this little town loves him. But they're like, you know, begging him to be more social and get out there and make friends. And one day he says, "I found a girlfriend," and very awkwardly, and to his family's chagrin, he shows up to dinner with a sex doll. It's a very strange movie.
It's a movie.
But
Interesting.
as it goes on, you sort of you learn more about his mind, and you learn that his mother died in childbirth, and he is terrified of having a woman that can die. So he's perfectly nice to the sex doll, totally celibate and Christianly with it, which I thought was funny. And so he's just terrified of it being like a real person. And so in the end, the dude, you know, he had good people in his life. He had, you know, he had God, which obviously helped him from becoming too degenerate. But in the end, bro needed therapy.
Yeah, just a
You
bit.
know, like he needed like a couple of sessions. He could have worked that out instead of going through this whole facade with his family. That was such a weird thing.
That you're supposed to
Some-
placate the delusions of people so they don't feel bad in the moment.
Sometimes they just need some slight exposure therapy, a little bit of help along the way. Takes some time.
Right.
So at the end of the movie, was he like not with the sex doll or what?
Yeah,
I would
Oh, yeah.
assume so.
he gets over it.
Yeah, he gets over
he an
it.
actual woman?
And he does it of his own volition.
Mm.
Like he kind of realizes what he's doing, and
It's like, yeah, it's a bit weird.
because he like he says that she like died or whatever, and because it's a comedy, they have a funeral for the sex doll and all that. But
She died.
it had a deeper meaning, my friends. Seek therapy.
Yeah.
I mean, it lives in a comedy, so it belongs in a comedy.
Yeah, it does, because it's ridiculous. But the point is, don't let your delusions get so ahead of you that you have this farcical relationship with a sex doll that is torturing your family. Get some help. Use your $7,000 to approach a real woman. For goodness sakes.
$7,000 will pay for quite a bit of therapy too, by the way.
Yeah, that's,
You'd
that's
hire
true.
an
That's true.
entourage.
Even
Could
in
hire a
places
group
where
of
inflation is
dudes.
bad, like California, you'd still get a pretty good deal with that
Doesn't
kind
make
of
any
cash.
sense. But I mean, there's people out there that are paying like a lot of money for OnlyFans and stuff. So
That's true.
And if
Those
you're
people
worried
are
about
pathetic.
And if you're worried about your looks, use that money to learn how to cook and dance. Women will overlook how good you're looking you are if you can cook and dance.
Yeah,
cook and dance.
it's probably mostly in your head
depends.
anyway. As long as you like
We don't mean
eat,
degenerate.
as long as you eat healthy, exercise and like shower often and participate in basic skincare, like that will help you like a million times over.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
basic hygiene is important.
yeah, I stated this in my recent video that Micah made a thumbnail for. Is like, because of social media, women have become so insecure, and they don't
Yeah.
realize that it's like the bare minimum will just set them above so many people.
Yeah.
Because guys
To
To men and women,
guys don't
just
prefer like a million pounds of makeup. It's
Oh dang.
like they prefer it natural. Most do. And there's a graph I saw which I didn't include in the video because I couldn't find it. But it was like the scale of what level of attractiveness men and women are attracted to, and for men was really interesting because the people that like the average man found most attractive were women who were right in the middle of the attractiveness. So it wasn't like they were into ugly people, but they also weren't into like the hyper perfect celebrity look. It was right in the middle.
Yeah.
Men are literally attracted most to the most average women,
That is.
which I think is
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
which
'Cause,
I don't think anyone knows.
Because like with more attractive women, they're normally like have the attention of a lot of men, right? So she has like crazy amount of options. Most likely very unhinged, and incompetent in all things, right? Because they look so good that they get a lot of things handed to them.
Oh
in a
yeah,
lot
the
of
worst thing
ways.
about attractive people is that they know it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, practically speaking, yeah, you're not going to go for that. And then
Yeah.
the ugly people, right? They have really bad habits. Or they don't eat well. They, don't take care of themselves. Don't have hygiene. Um,
Right.
and
And that's what I'm
that is
saying is if
typically
you
what
do
people
that
find
bare
out.
minimum stuff, you can easily
Yeah.
land yourself right in the middle. Like you would have to
Yep.
have horrible birth defects or something to not be
Yeah.
able to get yourself somewhere in the middle. It's
Right.
reasonably achievable for the
Like most
majority of the
people, yeah.
population.
Yeah, and I think women are attracted to men not so much like the looks, but like the actions, like the competency and, I mean, ruggedness, handsomeness or whatever is fine, but I
got
think most
mead.
women are going to just see the actions of men and be attracted to that more than the actual looking of the man.
Yeah, they're definitely much more contextual because if you look at the same graph, women are more attracted to the upper side, like only the most absurdly perfect attractive men. Except
Yeah.
this was done with data based off of only physical attraction.
Right.
Based off of like pictures, not not based off of
Everything
the
else.
women knowing anything about these men. So
Yeah.
if we were to falsely assume that was just like raw data, then no woman would ever get married ever. There would be no children in the world. We would have died out a long time ago. So it's clear that with that statistic, there's something else going on. And it's
Yeah.
obvious that it's because women are just more contextual.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of decently attracted women marry or get with like middle attractive or less attractive men, and normally it's because they're less attractive, they work harder, they do more stuff, so their actions are and they're more competent and stuff like that.
Right.
And so women are more attracted to that. So it's very interesting.
Women are attracted to confidence, so be confident.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, confident and competent. See,
My game crashed.
because if you're just
Yeah.
confident, then it like there's nothing to back it up. Then she's gonna dump you. But
Know what you're talking about. Know what you can. I think my game just crashed. But
yeah,
know what you're talking about. Know what you can do.
No, you guys are gonna make me fight this by myself.
I'm on the
Yeah,
ship.
don't fake competency.
Yeah. Admit when you don't know something.
Become a man worthy of women
Be humble,
first.
but be strong in a leadership position.
You can't know everything. Just find a partner that fills your gaps, right? In skills that you
Ooh,
don't.
that was dirty.
And skills that areas you don't have. Hey, only if you make it dirty.
I was thinking it. I wasn't gonna say it. Gene said it. Oh Lord, I'm down.
I fell on
Oh,
that
this is
sword.
bad. But yeah. So even if you're ugly as a man, you can still, your actions are more, have more weight to them to get a girl. But women, it's more appearance. I'm sorry.
Whose ping is this based on?
It's
horrible.
just true. I mean, you don't have to be apologetic. It's just biological. We're made to be attracted more to people who look like they're not going to die in childbirth, and that means generally healthy and more attractive people.
Right. So
It's
just
not
pursue
sexist,
healthiness.
It's just
Women. It's reality.
just the way we're
I think
wired.
everyone should pursue being healthy and fit and be a good person.
The
Right.
bonus is you can get.
And you shouldn't do it to date. You should do it for yourself first.
Yes.
And if you
The
don't,
most
it's
important part is taking care of yourself. Right.
Like,
There are guys out there that are attracted to the 400, 500, 600-pound women and find all
yeah, don't
attractive.
worry if you
chasers.
spend
Don't
a
do
year
that.
not dating anyone. Just get the gains, and the women will come along eventually.
Or
I
just
think
forget women altogether.
That's gay.
That's gay.
Be gay.
No.
Be gay, do crime.
PK do crime.
I can't find any enemies on this ship.
That's the
Take
Sigma
out your
way.
dagger and look around and see if you can find anyone. They might be stuck in an area like inside of the ship.
Well,
The
anyway.
Sigma way.
Found him.
So,
Yep.
let's talk about one of Elon Musk's experiments. The first Neuralink implant in a human was a success. In other words, he put a chip in someone's brain that
Was it like a Dorito chip?
allows
Or
them
like
No,
to
it's-
control
It's a
kinetic
Neuralink
electronics.
chip. It's called the Neuralink.
So the
So
intention
the
behind-
Neuralink.
Which one of us is?
Well, I did some research on that one today because I was curious.
Fine, go ahead.
Some information about that was that it was tested on monkeys, right? And none of the monkeys supposedly
Monkey.
died from the Neuralink implant. But all of the monkeys were terminally ill already with something else. They were going to die in a couple months no matter what.
Okay.
And then it got approved for human use because they said it's okay because it passed the monkey trial. But all the
So
monkeys died.
Monkey.
Yeah, so
we
long-term
can't-
testing. Is,
Yeah, we can't say anything about whether those monkeys died from the Neuralink or not. And it's actually kind of horrifying how much stuff is on it. What they say it's for is really good. It's for quadriplegics and such. So
The
to bring
disabled.
back autonomy into their lives, so they can type and work and do stuff through the power of thought. What it can be used for outside of that, I don't know, but I don't like where that can go.
Left side.
Exactly. We know that Elon Musk's intentions are pure. I mean, this is one of the few guys who's warning about the capabilities of AI.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, it's good to help the disabled. There's all kinds of possible uses, but the commercial possibilities are terrifying.
Yes.
I mean
So
that
who'd they put the chip in?
It's unnamed person,
yeah,
unnamed volunteer.
it's yeah, no, they were not they
Supposedly
did
they
not
were
release
a
the information.
quadriplegic though, because they're looking for people who fit the quadriplegic, thing to test it out on.
Yeah.
They
Which,
could have had a big sponsor with Pringles. Just saying.
Yeah, we don't know if it worked or how well it worked. So when I say it's a success, I mean that the patient is alive and
yes,
For
unimpaired
now.
by the chip.
it.
It's still
Yeah, they just went through
healthy.
surgery recently, so
Yeah. I'm not sure what the recovery time on that is, but it was last week. So may still be
each one
recovering,
of
I'm not
those.
sure.
Yeah. Let's see. So each one of those of the needles inside of the yeah each one of the electrodes across the actual thing is 1,000. It has 1,024 electrodes distributed across 64 threads, and the tip is sorry, its implant procedure employs custom-made microscopic needles. The tip is only 10 to 12 microns in width, which is only slightly larger than the diameter of a red blood cell. Uh, the
Dude, why'd
size
you have
of
to
this
do them like
allows
that?
it to the size of this allows it to be inserted with minimal damage to your neocortex, where it's inserted at,
Okay.
I believe, the back of the head, right around the brainstem. Um, and the surgery has to be done, so this has to be connected by
I get
use of a robot, because the human hand is just not capable of keeping the threads together because of how thin they are.
Oh my.
Yeah. They built a robot.
Threads. You said the threads?
The threads.
What do you mean by threads? Like sewing threads?
No, threads is like kind of like processing power type of thing is the best way I can
Oh,
describe it.
okay.
I know people that would be able to describe it more that know more than me in the areas such as that, but I am not that person.
Hmm. Yeah, every time I think about like technology, um, like merging technology with humans in a natural way, which is like what we have been doing, but it's been like good for us, but in the end I know it's going to be like super bad for us. It's like my brain just hurts
it
trying
depends
to
on the application.
well yeah, just
It
trying to
does.
deviate or like discern what is what is good progress, what is bad progress, like what technology should be allowed, what not to be allowed. And
Imagine being able
I
to
don't know.
hack
Well,
into someone's
technically,
brain.
all progress is good. The issue is what it's used for, and
Yeah, but
all
it's
things can be
inevitably
used encrypted.
yeah, which
I
is like
mean,
I don't know.
it,
Like some things are inherently bad, like technology wise. I mean, I think so anyway. But
can you give an example of that?
I can't really discern. Like if somebody made a man-made disease for
Oh,
possibly throwing the world into chaos on purpose. that would be inherently a bad technology
That's
that has been
that's not
crafted.
really technology. That's done through the use of technology, right? So the
Yeah, that's like
most
a
likely
tool.
Potato,
yeah,
patata.
they'd get there
I
by
mean, the Neuralink was implanted by a robot.
using a technology that was created to make it easier to take apart diseases, to better identify how to combat them, right? To
Right.
learn more about them.
Mm-hmm.
But then someone else uses it for evil to create a disease.
Yeah, that's what I want to believe. Like the thing about just depends on how you use it, but I don't know. I think some things that we create technology wise is
Well, I
just
mean, it's
evil.
hard not to be scared of this because, whether we have digital currency sometime soon or 100 years from now, it's going to happen. And you combine that with this brain chip, then oh boy, you got Mark of the Beast, baby.
On
Yeah.
on
That's
the
what
other
that
end of
is.
it, it's always somewhat exposed because it has to be charged because it's still
Mm.
using basically lithium ion technology
Mm.
in batteries, which
it's
I
a,
believe
it's
is
a
a good
weak spot,
segue into the next
like the
part.
back of a Centauran's neck.
Yeah. So I do believe this is a good segue into the next part. The bait of Beta Voltaic, Beta Volt, which is a Chinese company which created the Beta Voltaic battery. Or for those of you wondering what that is, it is a nuclear battery.
Yeah,
Now,
I looked at that. I didn't know if that was
Are we
even
gonna
true or not.
dock or die?
I'm docking.
Okay.
I think this ship is like crazy.
What do you mean?
It's like
the Beta Voltaic battery does indeed exist. This technology has existed for quite some time. Uh, It was originally made by the US and the Soviets back in the 50s and 60s, but they used plutonium. Now,
That was
that was an issue because it
that
was
is
large.
technically still in use though, because
It is still in use.
in I don't know if they're still in use, but they were for a long time at least with pacemakers.
Yeah. But that one is, in a way, but yeah. This one uses uh, beta particle or electrons from either carbon 14 or typically nickel 63 is what they've been using, which is sandwiched between two thin crystallographic diamond semiconductor layers. So what that means is it's very thin crystal graphite type conductors, and whenever the nickel 63 decays and throws an electron out, it creates energy, right? Now, nickel 63, once it decays down over its half life, it becomes copper because it loses all of those extra electrons and everything else that makes it what it is. It makes it nickel 63. It becomes copper and is uh, no longer radioactive. Now, the interesting thing about this is it doesn't have a very large range of throwing out radiation. Like it goes in less than a hundredth of a centimeter into tissue. That's how far the radiation travels. It's 5 centimeters completely exposed in the air. It produces very little radiation, and uh, it has a half life of 100.1 years. But in this battery, it's got a life of 50 years. So you get a battery that you don't have to charge for 50 years and produces more power than what your phone does. Produces
uh,
3
so is this
watts.
theoretical or they've actually like made this
Oh,
thing?
they've
They've
made it.
actually built
It
it.
exists. They've already
Hmm.
made it. It's been proven. It exists. They're just trying to figure out how to mass produce it.
Wow.
And I, I've been saying it for years. People who know me and have heard me talk about batteries, I've said for years that lithium ion is at its peak. We need to find something else to keep growing. and it's been done. This is not the way I thought it would go. I didn't expect nuclear-powered batteries in my lifetime,
Dude, that's
but
like fiction right there. I love it.
they have existed for decades at this point.
Right.
So yeah, Beta Voltaic, a Chinese company, made made a nuclear-powered battery,
That
and
was
I
really
think we
unfortunate for
could have.
China, though.
I I actually think we wouldn't have gotten it without China. Uh, my argument for that one is I feel like a lot
They
of
have all
big
enslaved.
well, no, I feel like a big thing is across most capitalist societies is lithium ion has a stranglehold on the market, and because of that, they would keep down and prevent any new growth and any new developments in producing batteries. And because China is communist, or it's the communist country that sells things, it's capitalist communism, if that makes sense. It doesn't work, but it does for them. Because they're always trying to get ahead of the competition and get more market share and everything else to control the world in that way. They do develop some things that challenge capitalist society, challenge the free market that we wouldn't get otherwise.
Yeah, but the only thing holding up China is capitalism, ironically.
Yeah, they actually we wouldn't have done this without China, I believe, or if we did, it'd be another couple decades. But
Right.
because it's out there, because it's already being made, it's going to force innovation and numerous other companies to create their own versions of it that might be better, cheaper, that will be better, be cheaper, and be so much more varied. It'd be like going to the store to buy lithium-ion batteries, but instead they're nuclear powered.
Right.
And this thing is small. It's the size of a quarter, if not smaller, for 50 years of power, which is insane to even think about.
What?
It is absolutely insane, and just think of how
This
much
is
better
not where I'm
phones can
supposed to
be if
be.
you have a battery the size of a nickel, because your battery takes up more than half the space inside your phone. If you free up all that, holy shit, your phone could be so powerful.
Imagine how much more TikTok I can watch.
You could
I'm
do more things
disappointed.
with your phone.
Yep.
I'm
So-
just seeing all the
Yeah.
downsides, TBH.
And you're saying the one the size of a nickel can last 50 years.
Yes. Producing 3 watts of energy.
Think of how long you could keep up your robot wife.
That's what I'm saying, man.
So,
It's like,
what if you made one that's bigger than a nickel? An electric
It
car
can
could
produce.
last decades.
Yep. It
With a
gets
bigger
rid of the
battery.
problem. The other aspect of this too is it's stable. It's extremely stable. Like it's impact resistant. You can, in theory, from what I've heard, you can in theory shoot it and it's not going to blow up on you. That's a problem that lithium ion has. That you get it wet, you get a puncture, it's going to catch fire, it's going to burn, it's going to blow up. Just look at the Samsung phones. You don't have to worry about that with this because you're never going to charge it. 50 years from now, you just get a new phone. Like, everything lasts so much longer. It'd be great for pacemakers. It'd be great for, like Jensen said, electric cars. It would change a lot because you don't.
Oh, computers.
Yeah, yeah. Makes everything that uses electricity and uses batteries so much more efficient, and things last so much longer.
So what's our takeaway, boys? What do we think?
I think we're all doomed.
Yes, I think it's cool.
We're gonna be eating the bugs in a pod
excellent.
somewhere.
What? Where do you get that
Actually,
from
I
batteries?
think that's it's less likely with this product because it's going to be harder for them to have a monopoly on energy.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know, man.
So
We're all
maybe
gonna
good
be
in that respect.
I think it's
We're all gonna be in
fantastic
VR.
if Jaden's right.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need VR if we've got brain chips.
That's what I'm saying.
Built
We're gonna that is literal augmented reality right there. That's
Yeah,
that's virtual reality.
but that takes two technologies that are trying to be used for good to be combined and then abused by someone else. Will it be abused? Yeah, it's a matter of time. We don't know when. I don't know when, but it will happen. Someone will eventually abuse these technologies.
All right, acceleration is boys. Let's go. Let's do this.
But it is our job as smart individuals to keep things in check and to make decisions on our own and make sure people make educated choices.
Heck, stupid crab. Yeah, but you don't really have control over lots of this stuff.
Yeah,
I control
mean,
whether I get it or not.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, that's more than enough control, right? I don't control what people do, but I can control whether I do it or not.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. You
So,
can only control what you can. Don't really fret too much about things out of your control.
I
Just
mean,
affect your
I think the battery's
local area, but
pretty great, unless it allows them to speed run the commercialism of brain chips.
I mean, not really, because you have to downsize this battery so much more to fit in, and the commercialization of brain chips is already going to be here whether we want it or not. It just matters whether
Well, yeah, of
it's
course it's
lithium
gonna
ion.
happen, but like the delay is important because
I think the brain chips will be ready.
I do believe in the end of the world. I believe that we're just gonna get like a lot of small wins until we lose. And
Well,
so the delays are important because it's a matter of whether that's going to happen in our lifetime or our children or our grandchildren. Because that's what's going to happen is we're going to get nice small victories. You know, we could get, you know, Trump in office and then Vivek after him and get a nice little delay of pain, but that's only a short respite. Is things like that. So it's like, yeah, of course, this stuff is going to
and then
be our
Skynet takes over.
downfall inevitably, but
I
how
mean,
soon?
For this chip to pass, it has to pass so much safety, and
Yeah, well,
human
that's what
testing
I
takes
thought.
decades.
That's what I thought, but we all remember what happened during the pandemic.
Yeah, but the pandemic's an exception to the rule, not the rule.
It's a pretty
This
big
does.
exception.
It was. I mean, think about what they were saying the pandemic was. That's why it is the exception to the rule, not the rule.
I think they do it
Um,
anyway.
It was a lie, though.
I
I
don't
mean,
think they'll rush it because this is much more powerful. It's not a temporary control thing. This is a more long-term control thing. If they decide to abuse it that way,
they're also stupid.
then yep,
And
yeah,
the government's under the thumb of people like BlackRock, and we've got a whole like Senate and Congress full of people who have stock in these big countries. So it's like a pandemic is a good excuse to like get past the FDA and stuff like that, but they've got that little. Who keeps pissing off this French guy? Stop it! I'm tired of fighting him. They've already got a taste of that power, and I think they would absolutely abuse it again, pandemic or no. Although there probably will be one.
yeah. I mean,
So I wouldn't
we
be
talked about
surprised
that
if they
last week.
find a way to like speed run.
I I don't think they will, just because they
Brain chip.
really dislike Musk.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
That's true, but it's
Musk
only a
is too
matter.
cautious. Musk's not going to
It's a
rush
matter
this.
of time before Apple's got their own version.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think the brain chip thing, no matter what, somebody's going to seize control of it, and it's going to sway public opinion even more than we have now. And that is terrifying, because we have super hive mind mentality.
That
in
goes
swaying
on
public.
both sides.
And once they start to make it difficult to live without it, like
Yeah.
how they make it like almost impossible to live without a smartphone, you know, that's when we're close to the end of things.
Yeah, so it's
That's going to take decades. That's not going to happen in our lifetime.
I don't know, man.
How soon are you
Technology's
planning to
progressing
die?
pretty fast.
He's gonna get through like 3 or 4 decades, and he's like, I'm done.
All right, that's it.
That's it.
Dies. It's croaks. Dude, technology's what? It's been what, 70 years since like electrical anything has been a thing.
Dude,
What?
we've had
What?
we have had movies.
Hold up.
Whoa, wait. Elaborate, Micah.
Hold
Please.
up.
Like computer, like not computers, but I want to say this, like somewhat complex electrical devices, I guess. Maybe
Just give me an example of a device.
I mean,
Give me. Yeah.
Like-
What's
Yeah,
complex?
your smartphone is a computer, Micah.
like radio, maybe something like
Do you know how
low,
long radio's been around?
Radio's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
like 100 years or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, just about.
More, yeah.
Just
A
about.
little more than
We've had
100.
You're
radio
saying,
for a
so you're
long time.
saying that? Well, I'm just saying, like it's exponential.
But no, you're right. I mean, we've had movies for barely 100 years, just barely.
Right. Exponential growth.
And
on
now we've got
technology.
4K.
more
I
than 100
mean,
now.
Yeah,
Think of
radio
how
was
long
120
ago-
years ago. 121. 122 years ago. No, it's 2024. So
yeah,
123 years
exactly.
ago.
The point still stands. And I mean, think of how long ago, just how shortly ago, AI was still terribly rudimentary.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But
So
we're talking about something
That's what-
directly being installed into a person. And
that's like 2
People
generations.
Yeah, the
120.
pharmaceutical companies are going to be all over that.
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
gonna get it with your vaccine.
They'll start small
year.
with like, oh, it's got all your medical information, like the Australians are doing.
Yep.
well, if we're going just based off installation stuff, there's countries out there that allow you to install your cards and all sorts of other stuff into a chip on the back of your hand already in Europe. And that's been around for about a decade.
Exactly.
Right.
They'll find a nice way of sliding it in and making it something that sounds nice and getting public opinion behind it. Everyone will want one. There will be social pressure.
Yeah.
I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here. I'm not saying that I think that this could happen really fast. I'm just saying that it's always a possibility, and I'm not going to put it past them.
Tommy's saying it's not gonna be within our lifetime, bro. Like it's been what, 2 lifetimes since electronics or whatever, like radio, right?
Yeah.
3 would be more.
All right, so it's 3 generations, and now we're at supercomputing, AI, global network,
Processing, yeah.
freaking space
Technology
station.
doubles like what, every 2 years, or I believe it's shrunk down to every 6 months. But that's directly correlated to the amount of pens on a processing unit, which is directly connected to power.
Yeah, they're gonna have like quantum computing soon. You got these small
We
little
have quantum
batteries.
computers.
Quantum computers.
We've had quantum computers for a while.
Okay, well, yeah, point
Do,
stands.
do you know what quantum? Do you know what quantum is? What a quantum computer means?
Tommy's
I
arguing
think
Or
it's
against
what
like
himself.
quanta is?
instead of it being binary, it's like it's got like a bajillion things between the binaries, and it picks out
No,
the correct one in that blah blah blah. Small, right?
quanta just means the study of stuff submicroscopic, right?
Right. Small
Subatomic, right?
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what quantum computing is. I knew that I misspoke. I knew that it was out, but it's not like I don't think it's prevalent, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. There's quite a few of them.
I don't know that
Really?
it's like super accessible though. Is that what you mean? Like it's not like we
Yeah.
got them in our pocket or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I know
Well,
that
yeah.
the military and crap have it.
NASA has them. Like quite a few governments have them. Science institutions have them. Like they are becoming more and more prevalent, but it's still taking about the same amount of time for quantum computers to grow as the original computing did, like binary. So it's following about the same speed. So with a chip that is designed to be, especially going into the medical field, I give it 15, 20 years before it's released to the public. Then it's going to spend another 15, 20 years, right? Or even 30 years, because this is probably going to be patented and protected, and they're going to patent all sorts of variations of this to protect it and prevent competition. Then it's going to be super expensive to obtain and to get, to recover or recoup R&D costs. And that's already 40, 50 years at that point before other companies start to come out with the other variations. That's why a lot of medicine is already super expensive. And because he's going into the medical field with this, it's just probably
They
going to
inflate
follow
the
the
cost of
exact same
medicine.
path.
Okay, I want to say one thing. A lot of our topics today have all been very related in a Michael Crichton book I just read called The Terminal Man. It deals with small batteries, putting micro technology in people's brains and mind controlling people.
And raping.
Not raping, but murder, yes.
Okay.
I honestly, it is it was a thoroughly researched book. The research you put into this is incredibly thorough. I think you guys should read that book, because I think you'd find it quite fascinating, because it has a few of these topics intertwined.
Mhm.
And this was written in 76 too, so also shows how long we've had this technology.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Some things are just inevitable. Well, we
And-
have Tommy.
Oh, also monkeys and putting technology in monkey brains. It has
Well,
all
that's
of our
a-
topics so far into one in this book. Highly recommend it. Really like that book.
Well, we have Tommy's predictions, and we can hold him to it. We can hold him to all those numbers. if we can remember, somebody write it down.
Yep, 50 years from now.
GasMaskGamers, episode 33.
Yep.
Make sure we remember that when the time comes.
Oh, we'll forget.
No, I'll
So,
remember.
speaking of how much they hate... oh, wait, no. That's not the next thing. Tommy messed me up with his batteries. That was much later. Nobody will be able to find the link to the batteries, but that's all right. A UK
Okay, just
officer,
take the time.
a police officer, got on a woman because she was outside playing the piano and singing hymns and other such gospel music. Apparently, this is someone. This person does this every Sunday. Just plays music outside the church performance. Performs it.
Wait,
People
so the
like
cop got on her, like,
And so the
tackled her?
no. She went up and she was like, "You can't do this. You can't."
You can't be musical in this town. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's beating her.
No. Wow, I missed my place. Where was I? Anyway, no, just saying you can't do that here. You can't do that in public. And she's like, "What are you talking about? I have the right to do this." And she does. It's
I have
that
freedom
sort of
of
thing.
speech.
That
Oh
sort of
wait.
well, yeah, now freedom of speech is not protected in England, but what she was doing specifically is
She has a
is
license?
protected.
Hey, you have a license, ma'am, for that piano.
I can't remember
Oi, mate.
what section of the law is.
Hey, you got a license for that doggy?
But the
You're
woman's
not
just
license for it, you need-
having fun lording over her, and is
Power
just,
trip.
just being really immature. And oh my goodness, he's an alligator. And wow, that threw me off. I thought it had glitched out for a second. It had spawned one on the ship. Anyway, so she's getting in her face and being terrible. And she even sticks her tongue out at the camera at one point. Like just being super immature. And yeah, it turns out that this woman was a volunteer officer, which they have in an attempt to accelerate justice by having average people on the force, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
They think they'll be less partial. But it turns out this woman was a barista from Bulgaria. Her name is Maya Hadzip. Bloody hell. Maya Hadziphetkova.
Hey, yo, what
She
did
was
you
a
say?
barista in Bulgaria who came here and became a police officer so that she could have some marginal level of power over other people in her pathetic life. And I mean, that's what you get, having someone from a different country and a different culture. Is she's gonna go around being
Harassing people.
being mean to the English and trying to enforce petty non-existent laws.
I just like. Does she have like an argument on why she's trying to arrest her, or stop her from playing the piano? Like, what is going
No,
on?
she didn't really have any logic, just you can't do that sort of thing.
It's illegal.
It's illegal.
Play your piano.
Yeah, it's funny.
Illegal to play on the piano.
That's the second week in a row we've talked about a pianist in England getting harassed by a foreigner.
Pianist.
Pianist.
A pianist.
No, that's how it's pronounced. Don't come at me, bro.
Hey, yo. Doing what in public?
Being a pianist in public.
That's just called a dick where we live.
Speaking of foreigners, 5 Ukrainian officials were arrested for theft of 40 million in war funds. It was meant for 100,000 mortar shells, but these officials thought that the money looked better in their bank accounts.
Yes, as one does.
And that's only 40 million that we know about. And that's just classic, We told, I don't want to be the guy to always say I told you so. But
Told
I
you so.
said, Ukrainians are Nazis. Before all this war business, everybody
They're
agreed that they
corrupt.
were the worst country in Europe who treat their people horribly and don't care about anyone else. And as soon as we give them ridiculous amounts of money in war aid, they misuse it. Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't see that one
Most of
coming.
what
Didn't see it coming
most
at
of
all.
most of what we send them is physical items that, I mean, they could sell again, but oh. The thing is, we did the same thing during World War One and World War Two. We sold to both sides. Technically, there are American companies selling to Russia too for the Russia-Ukraine as well. But it is much cheaper to send this stuff over and see them use it and test it than it is for us to go over there, put boots on the ground, and see how well it works. It's given us very important data.
Mm-hmm. So was that chart that
I
you
think it's worth
shared in
it.
the group chat, Tommy? Was that accurate? Have we sent
As
that much
of
money to Ukraine?
Yep, as of this, well, that's not just money, that's supplies as well. That's sorry.
Like
So
assets?
yes,
So is that
that
like
yeah,
the amount
that
of
chart is
money's
accurate
worth of
as
stuff
of
we've given?
December 13th, I believe, of last year. So of 2023, so it's about a month old. But that shows where most of our funds are going out of the $75 billion we've sent to them so far. Yet again, that chart
Gosh.
does not the chart does not take into account depreciation. None of what we sent them is actually worth that anymore. It's been sitting in storage for decades, costing taxpayers more money than what it's worth. So that is the non-depreciated value. That's the original value when it was originally made to be sent over there, or when it was originally made, just adjusted for inflation. So it's $75 billion now. All of that equipment would have cost 30, $40 billion back in the 70s when it was made, right?
Mm-hmm. Huh.
But nowadays, it's worth about 20 to $30 billion is what we're really sending over because of the depreciated value. Assets lose their value over time.
So
It's just
we
the way
can
accounting works.
give that to any of our allies or
Our allies have access to that
Israel?
stuff too. They buy it from us. Israel has that stuff
But
as well. They
we've
also buy it
given
from
it
us.
to Ukraine. We've just given it to them.
Oh no 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 no
No?
no 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 no! This is based off. This is being used the same way the Lend-Lease Act works. They have to pay this back with interest. This is a loan.
Okay, so you think Ukraine is going to pay this back?
Whether they pay it back or not isn't the question. It's the fact that they will have
What if
to.
Russia wins the war and then Ukraine no longer exists? Then what?
Then we don't get anything, which incentivizes
I
us
don't think
to
we're gonna
want
get
them to
anything
win.
either way.
So it's a sunk cost fallacy of gayness.
Well, we get data. We get very important data. We see what Russia's capable of. We see what our
Give an
equipment is
F about
capable of
data.
doing.
Russia is
Oh
cheeks,
no, but the
booty
data.
cheeks.
But we found that out because of this data. Before
Man,
that,
I
we
knew
thought
it
they were
since
a
I was a
near
little
peer
baby.
threat.
I knew Russia was booty cheeks. I always talking
It's
about
Yeah.
true. He
communism's
came out
bad and
of
all
his
that
mom's
stuff, and I was
vagina
like, yeah, that's
saying
about
that.
right.
Uh-huh.
Russia is
We didn't know
booty.
how powerful their stuff was. Now we know they were a massive paper tiger. We've also learned that from China, learned that about China as well,
China.
right?
Oh yeah, China's
So
screwed.
before that, Russia and China were considered near peer threats to the United States. That they could, in theory, be a threat to us in a 1v1. Nowadays, we could kick them upside the head and not have to worry because we know just how inept they are.
We do get
China,
most
if
of our
they want,
manufacturing from China, though. So I don't know how that's gonna play out in
we
reality.
get most of our manufacturing from China. China also gets, so we get a good chunk of manufacturing from China, but the amount of stuff. So we get about, I believe, 40 to 50% of our stuff from China, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can always, like, it would hurt if we lost that. We can recover from that. We can recoup that.
Right.
We make up a super majority of China's economy. They go to war with us. We stop buying their stuff. It hurts us, but it hurts them more. It would cripple them because you need money to run a country. Well, like the Chinese yen is directly connected to the American dollar. That's why stuff is so much cheaper. A US dollar, it will always be about 3 Chinese yen, right? Because the Chinese yen is backed by the US dollar. It's a floating currency.
Like it's like actually backed, like what's it
Yeah.
called?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's their version of the gold standard. Instead of using gold to back their currency, they use the US dollar.
So like legally, that's what they've done. They backed it to the dollar.
Yeah, yeah,
Or is
because
that
it
just
makes
like culturally or
no legally.
backed?
Like as a government, their currency is directly tied to the US dollar.
Interesting. So
So-
if we print infinite money,
No,
then we can hurt China.
And ourselves.
that would
Not
cripple
worth
both
it.
countries.
Not
Yeah, but
worth
we
it.
get we get immediate benefit,
No, we don't.
and then just downside afterwards. But
Oh God,
China,
do not
China
put
is.
money.
I think we would do better just to nuke them.
I mean, yeah.
Nukes are not the answer.
I mean, I agree with
It's
Jaden.
the
Honestly,
fun
that's a
answer.
reasonable. Yeah, it's very reasonable.
Okay,
Very
MacArthur.
rational.
There's a reason MacArthur was relieved of duty.
He just wanted to have fun. He was a fun guy. Fun-loving
Ah,
guy.
Micah,
Fun
you
dude.
hurt me.
Is he the guy who was fighting the Russians and 1v1 Vladimir Putin on a bear in the Wild West?
The fuck?
What?
Just making up stuff.
Jeez.
Yes, that is definitely.
You know who MacArthur is,
General
right?
MacArthur's
Yeah,
reputation.
The president, right? Maybe.
Jeez.
Oh dear God Almighty! All right, MacArthur was a U.S. general. I know he was a general during World War II. He was the general during the Pacific Campaign. He was a bloody idiot with a really good PR team. He's the reason we lost the Philippines. He fled to Australia. Very egotistical idiot. I'll probably get a lot of flack for that as well, but I don't care. It's the truth. He was an idiot.
Yeah.
And then during the Korean War, his method to end the Korean War was to nuke them all to hell. And for obvious reasons, that does not work. You cannot just nuke the opposition because eventually everyone dies.
Oh my gosh. That is hilarious.
You do not commit genocide to win a war.
Would be fun though.
I mean, it's indiscriminate, so would it be genocide?
Yes,
Genocide
it's
is-
still genocide.
Yeah.
Genocide.
It
I mean,
would-
genocide, right? Genocide's a specific. You have to. Isn't it like a specific group of people?
Group of people,
Isn't a country a
ethnicity, race, or
specific group
belief.
of people?
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
Dang it, Micah, get on the cannon.
Fall into that.
that's true. Yeah, I guess that would count then.
Yeah, it would still be a genocide. Remember, folks, genocide is never okay.
But it is fun.
But what if I don't like one of the Middle Eastern countries and
We
I
want
get
to
rid
take
of
No.
and revenge.
Sure.
Let's do it.
No, Patrick, you can't genocide just because you don't like a country.
Okay.
Oh, genocide is not okay.
No, you can't nuke China either.
Oh man.
I think, Micah, you really should come with us to the gun show so Tommy can educate you on the way.
On war.
Yes,
On
come to the
something.
gun show. I
I will
can
now
educate
regale
you.
you with the history of
While
war.
we're at the gun show, you'll learn stuff.
Yes,
Dude, it will be a fun day. You should
yes.
come on.
I potentially will. I
Oh my
can go.
gosh.
I can go.
So
During,
indecisive. You're so
It's the best
indecisive.
he can do.
Why?
I don't know my schedule, man. My schedule. It's all over the place.
You don't know what
Yeah.
you're doing Saturday?
No.
So,
Very
yeah.
spontaneous family. I mean, probably. I will
I
most
can't even
likely
remember what we
show
were
up to your
talking
house.
about originally.
Something about China,
Some about
Dania.
China? Were we?
I think.
No, we were talking about
Oh.
Ukraine. That was it.
Ukraine, that's what it was. Yeah, no. Depreciation. Yeah. It's basic accounting that they just refuse to accept because it makes it look better. So, yeah, I enjoy getting the data from this because we get to see a lot of information from
Who do you
this.
think will win, Tommy?
Who do I think will win?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well,
Nobody.
correct.
At this rate, I'm assuming it's going to be Ukraine just because of how inept Russia is. Like, they're still using Napoleonic warfare tactics with modern equipment, right? And by the way, the Napoleonic warfare tactics, the stand in a firing line and human wave tactics, were outdated by that point. They were outdated well before that, but yeah, human wave is never the way to go. And Russia did that during World War One. They did it during World War Two. They lost 80% of all men born between 1916 and 1918 died during World War Two.
God dang.
Yeah, which is why we have a higher population than Russia, as like America does. For those of you that don't know, America is the third most populated country in the world at 330 million. Right behind China, which is right behind India. India did surpass China recently.
Wow,
They
really?
have a couple. Yeah, they got a couple million more people.
Wow.
So India is the most populated country in the world now.
Finally, India's got something to brag about.
Neither of
I
which
don't
can
know if
actually
it's a good
support
thing.
that population number. But
Yeah.
Tommy, do you want to get a bigger ship?
I don't know
This is
that a
taking a long time.
high population.
well, I
is
had
a
to
good thing.
jump off to repair the ship, so I wasn't doing any damage.
Yeah, it'd be quicker if we could get it in the butt, but he keeps turning.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I don't have a lot of armor, so I have to go in circles.
That's what
around
she
him.
said.
But yeah, I think Ukraine can actually win this war at this point. It's
You're
just
gonna
a
take over
matter.
Russia?
No, they're just going to take back what they lost.
Yeah,
Is
no,
that
they're
really
not
a
going to
win?
take over Russia. That would be ridiculous.
Is that really a win if you
I'm
just
sure that's what Nikki Haley wants.
Yeah.
Is a war with Russia.
Yeah.
mutually agree to stop fighting?
Yeah,
Let's have a
Vietnam
war.
counts it as a win when we decided to leave,
I don't know, bro.
despite the fact that we agreed to stop fighting.
I think winners
won
take
it.
all.
Well, that's the case in absolute war, which we haven't had since World War II.
But we gave their land. We gave Germany's land back, though.
Decades later, after we controlled it,
Why'd we let that go? What's wrong with us?
because our goal wasn't to control it, it was to rehabilitate them, unlike the Soviets.
How do we do both?
No, I don't want to be in Europe, because then we have to
Sure.
deal with the European bullcrap.
It's an outpost. We already do.
We'd have
just
to
don't have
deal
any
with it
land there.
more.
So
I don't
We'll
want to
take
deal with Europe.
we'll take over Europe, bro. Come on.
No,
Where's your?
I doubt that would be possible.
God bless
We could.
America.
Yeah,
The
where's
U.S.
your
could, but I don't want
what's it
to.
called? The
Patriotism?
no,
Manifest destiny?
you just keep taking over countries. Empire? No.
Imperialism.
Yeah. Where's your
We already-
imperialism,
Are you
man?
are you an imperialist, Micah? I'm asking
Technically,
seriously.
America is an empire. We have America Samoa and Guam and Puerto Rico. We have territories, which
Look,
makes
all
us
I'm
an empire.
saying is if we are going to be an empire, right? Then we have the right to take other people's countries if we get involved.
I think if
I'd rather not.
countries want help, then
We get to take over their country.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'd really
Well,
rather
I think
not
it
do
depends
that.
on the country. Like
Fair.
if we have like
Because that's how.
if we're fighting like if we're fighting like a full-on war and we've got to like ally up with like England because they're fighting multiple countries,
We take
that
over
doesn't
England.
mean we should take them over because they are fighting multiple countries. Understandable situation. But
That's how you
when
get
we're like
insurgencies, man.
when we're like struggling in like the Middle East in this endless war in the Middle East,
I'm
and
switching
then
sides.
we win all this land just for them to lose it immediately, that's ridiculous. Like we need to
Oh,
either
that was.
protect the investment or not. Which means that under that circumstance, yeah, it would be logical to just claim it. Just say, all right, you obviously can't handle yourself.
Exactly.
I'd rather just stay out of the Middle East, but we're going to get drugged back in because
I mean,
Yemen
yeah,
and the Houthis.
I agree, but we're never
And
leaving at this point.
with the Houthis make sense because they're interrupting international trade, and when you interrupt international trade, that increases prices everywhere that we will feel. And there's no way around it. International trade needs to be protected, which makes us the ones protecting it. Because
All right. And wouldn't it have been better if we had a home territory near where the Middle East is?
All right, here we go.
Afghanistan.
we technically do. We have bases over there. We have numerous bases.
But we don't have the claim to the land, man. We gave it up, brother. We're like,
We
oh,
don't
we
need
can
to.
establish. You can establish a government there. They're fine.
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Their own governance will be enough.
Let's go.
Wrong.
Don't know why I'm stuck as a gator.
You're not a gator on my screen.
I am on mine.
I think my foreign policy is very, very efficient and simple. Okay.
Oh shit. Oh shoot. I'm about to die. That was close.
Just
I can't see what I'm seeing.
Micah, heal me. Or okay,
I'm
Jaden's
doing it.
healing me.
I got it.
dude, where are you guys?
We're fighting
Were you
flagship.
not on my ship?
Nope.
No.
Oh, I thought you were.
I've just been
So-
being an NPC for 30 minutes.
Yeah. No. Getting data about our enemies and direct threats to our freedom is very important. But I'd rather send stuff over to gather that information than put boots on the ground.
How about when Ukraine wins the war, then we take over Ukraine?
No, because yet again, you get into an insurgency and you can't beat an insurgency.
Yeah, but insurgencies are fun, dude. You play it all the time.
They are commies.
That's true. They are commies. They're commies and Nazis.
They know
at the
they
same
can't
time.
beat us. We'll just make a deal. We'll say, or else
All right.
Well,
We'll just deport all of them and take their
Or-
land.
get nuked.
How am I
Where
knocked
would
out
we
again?
deport
What
them?
the heck?
We nuke them. Wait, no. We deport them, then nuke. Then we use the land.
No.
Of course, you nuke.
Or okay,
That-
Tom, got me.
That soil is like very good, so probably not nuke, but
This lag
Yeah.
is literally killing me.
it would be kind of
Um,
funny. We were like, screw everyone. Okay, no one's getting any more bread. We are nuking this soil.
The Midwest is much larger. We have more fertile land than than most countries are large. Like, we have more fertile land in the Midwest than the size of Ukraine. So we don't have to
then
worry
we'll
about
screw
that.
everyone else but ourselves. I think that's a win-win.
Oh,
We nuke.
conquest is
We
not the answer.
All right, how about this? We deport everyone out of Ukraine, then nuke it, and then we will have no problems. Russia
Was
can't
that
have
supposed to be the better deal?
Why?
it. Russia can't have it anymore. Ukraine doesn't have to worry about fighting a
son of
war.
gun.
He disengaged you, Tommy. Just heal us.
I'm trying to make sure he doesn't attack me because he's high enough level he can attack me. But yeah, no. I mean, the Houthis are a problem. Ukraine is doing really good. Are we getting attacked?
I think so. I'll lead him away from you. Remind me, bro.
No, I'm talking about our ship. Our
So
ship's about to
valiant.
get attacked.
Dude, bro.
Damn it.
I don't think so.
He's somehow killing me, and he's not even near me. I'm just gonna stay away for a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
My issue is I'm stuck as a gator, so I can't really gauge distances.
You're not a gator
Oh
on my
my
screen.
God.
What? He just one-shot at me from behind, and I was
I
healed.
don't know how you're a gator.
I'm stuck as a gator on my screen, which is an issue.
This is not fair.
It's
Not fair.
strange.
But yeah. Speaking of England, England is getting cucked yet again.
In every conceivable way.
It's great. We're gonna ban machetes, because that's the problem, not the infinite
Yep.
migrants.
Uh,
They already
all
tried to ban
bladed
kitchen
weapons
knives.
are being banned in Ukraine, or attempted to. Swords, knives, axes, because they have such a bad stabbing issue,
Yeah,
stabbing crime rate over there.
since guns
But
are
they've
hunting
decided-
right now.
They've decided to
mean-
just ban them.
You mean Britain?
Yeah, the UK.
I thought you said
You know-
Ukraine.
He
I was
did
like,
say-
Yeah,
Ukraine.
you said Ukraine.
I said UK.
No, you said Ukraine.
Why am I
Said
missing
Ukraine.
every time?
actually,
Get
you're
the
gay.
instant replay on that. No,
Rewind that.
No, yeah, they tried this a few months ago, so it'll be interesting to see if it ever works.
Oh no.
It's
Oh,
it's
crap.
hilarious that the more
Jaden,
they
lead 'em away.
ban
Go ahead, heal
bladed
Tommy.
weapons,
I'm
the
working
more
on it.
stabbings they have.
Mhm.
It's like, maybe the weapons aren't the problem. I don't know. Just a thought.
Just a thought.
Crazy, right?
You're back, Tommy.
Stupid
Yep.
skeleton! No! He's gonna kill me! There we go. He didn't even touch me. I just fell over. Bruh.
I'm still stuck as a gator.
I'm just like, would you rather everyone have a knife, or only the criminals who are willing to, do illegal things have a knife? Like, oh, you're telling me criminals don't obey the law? What?
Never have, never will.
That is
people
insane,
people
bro.
always find a way to kill each other. They will always kill each other no matter what you do, what you ban. Which is why it's better to have guns, because if everyone's got a gun, then
Yeah, mutual. It's mutual
nobody
ground, baby.
then you pretty much defeat gun crime because nobody wants to shoot out.
Right. It's a deterrent. It's also an equalizer for women.
Right.
Quickly repair the ship. We are on fire.
Not
That
again.
is
We
the
have
best.
ships to our side that are
The
ready
best
to shoot.
tool for empowering women is a weapon.
It's true.
Not representation, not this feminist gay stuff. It's a weapon.
Yeah,
It's
if
the
they want
most
equality,
empowerment.
get a gun.
Exactly.
Do it, ladies.
The gun, the great equalizer.
Exactly.
God made man, Samuel Colt made them equal.
Yeah. Amen.
So, let's see what's next. You guys remember the Navy veteran Michael Cassidy dismantled the Baphomet statue in the Iowa Capitol?
Yes, good man.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, now he is being charged with a hate crime. Because that is unfortunately a thing in this country now.
What?
Well, is it a hate
And-
crime if he's following his religious beliefs, you know?
Technically, yes, but
Well, that's a whole can of worms, considering the contradictory nature
Okay.
of
Why don't you stop
religion.
moving?
Wait.
oh god, go.
Oh, I'm going. I'm out of here.
They're
I'm out
definitely.
of here. Oh no.
Oh gosh.
I mean, you're already performing a crime. Like, does it really matter if it's a hate crime? Like,
Well, he hasn't been sentenced yet, but
yeah,
I
like
think
I
he
hated
could
him real
be-
bad
he
when I
could
stabbed
be
him.
fined up to like $1,000 or something. I don't think it's
Kill that sloop.
very
Alright.
serious, but still incredibly lame.
So he's actually gonna get like prosecuted for that, bruh. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell, my?
That's
insane.
right. And it's kind of I'm going to start making moral arguments here. This is dangerous territory. But because I do believe in freedom of religion and all that. But
But
the
what
thing
classifies
is,
as religion?
these are classic Satanists. Because their like leader or whatever was like hail Satan and all that. So these are the types where it's not like Satan's just like a figurehead. This is where like they actually believe in Satan and God and all that. So these people are literally going around and encouraging you to be terrible to other people and to commit crimes and live for yourself,
The most
essentially.
vain, immoral
And
person ever.
it's like, man, on one hand you got freedom of religion, but like at what point is that like too dangerous for your society for you to allow it? Like, I know that's like a really dangerous can of worms because so many people love to misconstrue like the Bible and stuff as encouragingly violent and things like that. But at the same time, when you've got Satanists being like, kill people, and you've got Islam like, death to America. It's like,
Right.
should that
Well-
really be okay? Does that have any
So-
business being in our capital in the first place?
Yeah.
Or in
Well, I
Iowa's
think
capital?
the freedom of religion thing, it's kind of like the freedom of speech or the right to preservation or property rights or something like that. As soon as your rights supersede that and infringe on other people's rights, then I think it should be, revoked or stifled or, whatever it tends to be. So if your religion is, go out there and kill every other religious person that's not your religion, right? I would say that's not a protected religion because it's defeating the point of
Right.
freedom of
It's
religion.
weird because, like, at one point, like, on one side, I don't want the government to be enforcing any particular moral ideology. But at the same time, when you've got, the Muslim religion of, being inherently treasonous to whatever country you're in,
Yeah,
that's pretty questionable.
right.
How could that be good for the country at all?
It's
Like, that's never going to be an upstanding citizen.
no.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Satanism is not. Even if it okay, so I don't personally I don't think it's religion,
I
but
know how the
even
founding
if it was
fathers
a
would feel
religion,
about it,
it
but-
it's actively against every other religion, in a sense that
Well, it is a religion, and that
That's
was
fine.
that's what I was trying to say. It isn't like the atheists who use
Oh, I'm stuck.
Satan
No.
as a symbol. It's
They're-
literally the people who believe he exists and they worship him. So it does.
Right. So evil
No!
people.
So it is an organized
What's
religion.
that?
It counts,
Damn lag.
unfortunately.
Yep. Hey, I have a religion.
But it's kind of interesting to think of how how this would have gone down back when America was created.
I'm no longer stuck as a gator. I can see my character model
Because,
again.
founding fathers didn't have to worry about other religions that much.
I mean, all these
Christianity
religions
was still,
existed.
yeah, they all existed, but there was no prominency in anything but Christianity in America, because that was what was prominent in England.
Yes, but their form of Christianity is quite different from what we know.
No, I disagree.
I do, because just look at how many wars were started based off of what type of Christian you were. So that's why they fled, and it was mainly due to not the Catholics but the Protestants, because at that time, England was mainly Protestant. So because of that, if you want the right type of Protestant, you would get killed, you would get punished, you would get executed.
Yeah,
That's why they fled.
Yeah, but that's not Christianity. That's just using Christianity to do something evil. That's not.
And
That's
that's
not
the
true. That
Christianity
doesn't
they were
even-
familiar with. Most of the founding fathers didn't believe in miracles to begin with, anyways, and would actually cut them out of their Bibles. I mean, Thomas Jefferson was notorious for that, and he's the one that wrote that stuff. So I would say that their Christianity, their form of Christianity, is quite different from what we had.
But I mean, what does that even matter? I mean, that still begs the question. Like, how would they
Dang it.
react to the prominency of Islam or Satanism in this country? I mean, they may have had qualms about certain parts of Christianity, but even then, you've still got the same God, the same moral principles.
Well, I mean, it's directly opposed to the Christian faith, Islam and Satanism.
And I'm not saying that we should do something just because the founding fathers had so and so opinion.
Oh, I can do that.
I'm
I
just
didn't know I
saying
could do that.
it's like our vision of freedom of religion was entirely different. Whatever they
Well,
thought of Christianity or not.
I think the intention behind it was you can practice your your culture within reason and your tradition and your religion, right? The definition today is very, very broad, just like every other definition is becoming. It's very, very broad, right? So by their definition, or by today's definition, right, I think it's not the definition that they were using back in the day when they
I need
first
to
founded
kill
this
that
country.
EITC
Like
Marauder
at
on
all.
our left. We're coming up on.
But as long as your religion is not infringing on other people's rights or directly against the interest of America, right, the states and the federal government, as long as they're upholding the
I don't
Constitution,
see anything there.
then I think
Really far away. I didn't
I
realize
think
it
it's
was.
fine. But every other form is not fine. But also, you shouldn't be. I don't think you should be hosting any. Either you don't host any religious things in a government building or state funded thing or federal thing, or you promote what the original Constitution was referring to when they're referring to God.
Well,
which is the
exactly.
Christian
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Like, I agree with your principle, but you could be.
I need to kill EITC ships.
You
and
can misconstrue
Kingfisher
any,
ships.
anyone in power, any president or whatever could misconstrue just about any religion as being contradictory to the values of the Constitution or America. I mean, you're
you
saying
believe
go
in
back
the-
to their
Or left.
original view of God, but here even
Right.
Tommy's trying to argue that Christianity was
There's
a
a
different
kingfisher
religion
here.
to them. I mean,
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about someone
Let me
who
kill
thinks that with evil intent is going to do.
Right.
There we go.
So I'm saying that, like, yeah, sure, Islam is terrible for the country, but can we really do anything about that without having the gun pointed right back around at us?
Well, no, I think the actions of the individual will have to come to fruition for you to actually do
Guess we're
something
doing
about
this.
it. Unless you're like inciting violence or, directly doing something with your words. You have to perform an action and then you can be put in prison or deported or whatever. But there can
You
be
have-
inclinations of that through the religion that they are upholding, I guess. Does that make sense?
I mean,
I
there's still
think the game
people
just
who
crashed.
get arrested for inciting things. So,
Mhm.
are you sure there has to be an action?
Well, I said that too. Inciting.
Calling for the incitation of violence is still a crime. I mean,
Yeah.
that's violating. I mean, freedom of speech only goes
So you're
far.
saying we should arrest all the Muslim preachers?
Yeah,
if they're inciting for people to
right.
kill people, then yeah.
Yes.
But not all Muslims believe that, and that varies so much based off of belief. I mean, so
So I would just enforce laws equally.
Well, they all
Like-
believe it, but there's the side that acts on that and the side that doesn't.
Yeah, but they can
Yeah.
get away with it because they're minorities, and we have to protect all of the people except white Christians. So
if you commit a crime, you commit a crime. It's just that simple.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
Because I'm saying
yes, it
they
is.
have, and they're not facing anything for it.
Yep.
What
So it's
crime have they
obviously not
committed?
that simple at all.
What crime have they committed? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm on somebody's ship, but no one's here.
Where were we?
I did not bring you over for some reason. Just
Anyway,
Okay.
Iowa is very silly and cucked. So, speaking of how much people hate Elon Musk, hold on, let me get the picture back. My game had crashed.
Yeah, I think we need to
Um,
stop boarding ships for now. It's
Yeah, it
yeah,
seems
Yeah.
to happen every time we try to board something.
except for me.
Anyway, so they had a deal. So Tesla had a deal with Delaware, and this is a pretty common business deal to sort of incentivize business and to boost the economy. So Tesla became a $6 billion company, which was super impressive. Not 6 billion, sorry, 60 billion, right? So they had a deal with Delaware where they would get a pay package if Tesla reached 600 billion, which
Mhm.
very few companies in the history of the world have done. That would be an incredible feat. So it's a pretty reasonable deal. The package was like for like around 50 50 billion. So just a drop in the bucket compared to what Tesla has done for the U.S. and the communities of Delaware. Right. So that was the deal they made, and now that they've reached this 600 billion mark, uh, Judge Kathleen McCormick has now nulled the pay deal between Tesla and Delaware.
Ooh.
Now, a lot of people were guessing as to why this was, because there were some shareholders saying, like, oh, the pay's too much, even though it was actually a reasonable package and pretty small compared to a lot of the deals that Delaware has done. But McCormick
Wait,
says that
tell
the
me, what ship are you on?
It's
directors,
Galactic Cobra. Don't know how,
McCormick
don't know
says
why, but I
that
am.
the
I'm on yours still.
director of directors of
Wait, that's my
Tesla
ship.
have been swept up by
How am I
the
on your ship?
rhetoric of the often controversial Elon Musk. So she basically said, no, you don't get anything, and I don't want you to do business here because I don't like you.
I don't like you very much.
Interesting.
You contradict my politics. And this is obviously a horrible precedent to set. I mean, my gosh. We won't. So the U.S. will not be closing its. Will not uphold its deal if we don't like your politics.
Nice.
I don't think that
What a
if
way
they
to
sign a
control.
contract, I don't think they can do that.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, but so far there has been no pushback.
Mm-hmm.
She straight up nullified it.
Interesting.
Unless it was deemed illegal somehow, there's no way they could have done that. Not to say it's not possible, but
It's a lot
They're
of
above the
like
law.
she has this what do they call it? Like 200-page ruling or something like that. And it's a lot of oh, Elon Musk is so rich, he doesn't need this. Oh, he's not a great person and such and such. And so it's just a really lot of nonsense wrapped up in legal words that sound nice, but really there's no fault to be found with Tesla as a company. And Delaware should absolutely follow through with their deal. I mean, how dare they strengthen the economy of Delaware? Those jerks.
You jerks.
I mean, what? I mean, really? And so that's why we were seeing Elon tweet really vague things like no one should ever do business with Delaware, period.
I
Well, that
mean,
explains
that's
it.
fair.
And Tommy was getting up in arms about it. It was funny because he's like, that's not even remotely true, because they are known for
Delaware is
these
quite good for
big
for
deals.
starting businesses.
Oh,
Yeah,
apparently not for
like I
Elon
said,
Musk.
this was a relatively small deal compared to things they've done in the past. So you can
Yeah.
usually get a pretty good price tag from Delaware, usually. But they
It
just
explains a
had
lot
to
now,
screw him
but
over,
it's
which is just nuts.
I'll be right back.
which he can take to court for breach of contract, and that goes to federal court.
I mean, I think he should. I think it's crazy. I mean, I know she's the judge and all, but man, terrible decision making.
Interesting. Quite interesting.
But I mean, hey, with a nice little lawsuit, he may come out on top with more than 50 billion. That'd be nice.
Quite a bit more.
Could just be a very slow win situation.
Yeah.
I would hope. Because, I mean, whether you like Elon or not, what an affront to capitalism. I mean, I'm not even a fan of electric cars or Teslas or anything. But still.
Business is business.
But still, business is business, you know?
And that it is.
When capitalism's good, the economy's good, and we have a good time. When Elon's making good deals, things are better for us peasants buying groceries. So, you just gotta root for it, no matter which way.
No matter
Who
what.
hit the Corsair?
I'm still trying to figure out how we're somehow sailing each other's ships.
No clue. But I'm about to dock at Padre del Fuego.
I'm gonna dock real soon.
Hey, wait, slow down. I need one skeleton ship. Just this one little guy.
That would
Oh!
have been nice to know, like 2 seconds ago.
It was ample time to slow down.
No, because I was at ramming speed. I can't slow down at ramming speed.
You just had to press the ram button.
I did.
Man.
Yeah. What other kind of events do we have going on?
I was trying to wait until Micah came back.
Oh, where'd he go?
He went to the bathroom.
He's probably there to kiss his daddy goodbye.
You didn't hear his tiny voice saying he had to pee.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well,
So, yeah.
so, is anyone drinking right now?
Yes.
Nope.
Got some mead.
I'm surprised you're not drinking right now, Tommy.
I have work tomorrow. I don't normally drink on work nights.
So, what kind of gamer
I'll
are you? No,
occasionally
I'm just
do
kidding.
it for a stream. I'll do it for stream occasionally. But yeah, I keep it to weekends.
Yeah. I typically on the weekends though I've been drinking. I got some Whistle Pig, which is a high-end whiskey.
You know what? I'm gonna pee too.
Okay. That's nice.
Yep. Yeah, Whistle Pig's good. Got some tasters as well. One was Bird Dog Blackberry, which was quite good. And then the other one was this like mango flavored thing. So that so the bird dog was 45% uh, at 45%, and then the other one was at 49 and a half. It was like 90 proof, something like that. 99 proof, something like that. And then uh, the whistle pig is at 50%. If anyone has any other recommendations for good boozes, I'm always ears. To the viewers, please comment down below. And while you're down there, might as well like and sub as well.
All right, I'm
I
back.
may have broken your ship quite a bit.
You son of a...
return.
I didn't sink it though.
As long as it's not sank.
It's hurt pretty bad though. Its health is about halfway. But I'm about to dock anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Alright.
I can help out. Make sure it doesn't get destroyed.
That will be greatly appreciated.
So we've got a ground report. We got an eyewitness account of today's pro-Palestine protest in Washington, D.C. Tell us how that went, Tommy.
I was on my way to work. I slug up, and right around 14th and B Street, 14th and Bravo, which is just south of the Holocaust Museum, right past the Department of Agriculture. There were
Brilliant
about
position.
30 some odd people lined up across 14th Street, blocking it, protesting our involvement in Palestine, saying to free Palestine, free Hamas, and calling Hamas freedom fighters, the whole shebang.
Of course.
Caused me to be about an hour late to work because I had to hop out and walk the mile and a half there, which a mile and a half in the city takes
Not
forever. But all the protesters I saw were middle-aged white women. Not a single one of them was Middle Eastern.
Of course.
Not a single one of them was in Middle Eastern garb.
Of course. That is classic. And that was this morning, you say?
Yep, this morning right around 8:10.
Man, I can't believe they had the gall to be right by the Holocaust Museum. That's wrong on so many levels.
Yep.
I love that these are the same type of white women who are just constantly boasting that moral high ground. And calling people Nazis. Like, man, what projection that was, huh?
Yep.
Dude, that kid's been peeing for ages.
I think he probably drank all his mead, and that's why.
Yeah, he's finished off his mead that I gifted him.
Oh
Wait,
my
really?
gosh.
Wait, seriously?
Finished off?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay. I didn't know
You
you were
sounded
guessing.
serious like you knew.
No, this is the first time
Gosh.
I've talked to him in a while. He hasn't been talking to me, and I don't know why.
That would be an amazing
I
amount
could-
of drinking. That would just be
Yes.
not healthy at all.
Um,
Nothing like Power World and a bottle of mead.
I'm having horrible luck with poker right now.
Gosh, you know what? I'm gonna move on to the next subject. I
you're
thought he
black.
was gonna be quick.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. Look at that. Perfect timing.
Jeez.
I'm a
Micah.
minority. I have the authority. Huh?
All right. So James O'Keefe goes undercover as a
Hey.
gay man to go on a date with another
Oh.
gay man, and the guy just must not have known who James O'Keefe was because he was just wearing a pair of glasses as a disguise,
How does he not know?
which I thought
Who's
was
this guy?
pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious.
Dude, he's
Uh,
like
Jesus.
Superman.
Yeah, I know. There were so many memes about it. The memes are great. But anyway, he went on a date with the White House cybersecurity analyst Charlie Krager. Now,
Bro,
there's a
is every
lot.
White House employee gay? Is that
Well,
like a
they
trend
gotta
now?
fill those quotas. It makes sense. They got DEI in there.
I'm not gonna say anything. All right, continue.
Anyway, I suggest you watch the video in the link below. There's lots of little revelations, but I'm just going to go over the important stuff. So Krager
Okay.
says that the party basically recognizes that Biden is, quote, slowing down. He's dementia-ridden, not doing great. And they're pretty worried about it, but they feel obligated to nominate him for a second term because that's pretty much always done.
Oh my gosh.
He also says that their DEI is suffering because Kamala cannot keep her black staff. They quit on her. They keep quitting on her en masse. So she's just so terrible to work with
Well, that's
that
'cause she's
the
retarded.
staff keeps leaving in droves.
Particularly black people cannot stand Kamala Harris.
Yeah, imagine that. The turnover rate for the vice president.
The black vice president.
Yeah, it's nuts, but kind of funny. He also
That is
admits that
great.
she's like not popular, but
Oh, no,
they
yeah.
they refuse to remove her from the ticket because they're afraid that if they axed her, it would send the wrong message to African American voters, which I think is hilarious because
Isn't she technically not black?
they're just victims of their own ideology. Like, they have put themselves in this position to have to hold on to these two incompetent idiots. There ain't nothing they can do about it. They just got to keep smiling, acting like they're great, even though they know they're not.
Oh my gosh.
Like, they've absolutely earned this, absolutely deserved. So funny. He also said that despite the rumors, Michelle Obama is not planning to run. Apparently,
Oh, I thought he's gonna.
a member
I
of
thought
the
you were
White
gonna say is
House,
not a man.
a member of the White House staff, asked her if she would run, and she basically said, "No, I saw all the shit they put my husband through, and I'm not doing it."
Dang. I thought, yeah.
So there you go, everybody. You can calm down. Michelle Obama's not the Antichrist.
I was just wondering if she was a man or not. I didn't really care if she was running.
They aren't really replacing Joe Biden with her. That dream is over, as much as they would like to.
Well, that's just one source, though.
That's true. That's true.
Just one guy. He might not be in on all the details.
Yeah, I mean, I admit there's a few things this guy doesn't know, but I mean, he's a White
The secret
House
plan.
staffer. He must have at least some picture of the truth, and I just think it's hilarious because we're all talking about all these dirty deals and all this conniving, but the reality is that they're just very stupid people who know their candidates suck, but they have forced themselves to be stuck in their ways and are now suffering, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, I kind of really hate the like. Well, they're their top priority is like what is it? Like not diversity, but like oh, what's it called? Like the hierarchy of ethnicities and religions and stuff. I forget what that is, but
Huh?
what you know,
Oh,
Oh.
like the black woman, right, is in one area of power or should be. And then if you have like a black cripple woman, right, she's got to be above it. So there's like a hierarchy of
Of
victimhood
like
or something.
victim points.
Yeah, there's like a term for it, but that's sort of like top priority.
To just get
Like
like the
the
most diverse person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they can't think of anything else but representation, diversity, you know, and like the very bottom of the list is merit. So like, can you actually do your job? Can you function in normal society? That is on the very bottom of their priority list. It's just insane to me. I just don't understand how we've gotten so
It's not logical at all.
like rich and have gotten so little problems that that's our priority.
Yeah, we're just
I don't know about
eating
little
ourselves.
problems, Micah.
Like the first world has the littlest amount of problems.
It's just stupid people focusing on stupid stuff. We have a lot of problems.
Well, I'm saying for most of it, like even the poorest Americans, right? They're still going to have more um, physical wealth and the infrastructure to take care of them for the bare minimum than middle class in second or third world like type of thing going on.
all right. Do you know what first, second, and third world means? Like where that
Mm,
definition came from, what those terms mean?
not in a specific sense. In generally though.
All right. So first and third world can mean two things, but first, second, and third means one specific definition. First world was NATO and the NATO allied nations, right? The second world was, communist countries. Soviet Union, China, Cuba, those are second world countries. Third world were non-allied countries, countries that didn't ally themselves with either the American side, the capitalist side, or the communist side. They just continued to do their own thing. In recent times, though, first versus third world can also mean development and the development of scale index, right? So in that scale, there is no second world. It's only the first or your third. That's it.
Well, that's odd. Why is there no second?
Because
Second
it's a
world.
translation from, well, the Cold War when first, second, and third world country terms started coming about. They dropped the second world term and just started using third world. And that's it.
That's
And
language for you, I guess.
yeah, it
Convoluted.
shifted over
Yeah.
time.
So,
yeah,
what I'm talking about is, I guess, development, like the
yeah.
newer-ish
First world
classification.
versus third world countries, yes.
Okay. It just, yeah, it doesn't make any sense not having a second world. But anyway, so yeah. I think comparatively to the rest of the world, America has little to no problems whatsoever when it comes to physical needs, right? Mentally, we're screwed. Spiritually, we are completely screwed. But physically, we are doing just fine. And it has developed this horrible cancer of just
We got
mentally
nothing better
retarded
to
people.
do but eat ourselves.
Right.
If there are no problems, people will create them.
Oh my gosh, it's
That's
so
what they always do.
annoying.
I know.
It's like, can we just have merits back, please?
All this makes the Nikki Haley psyop really make sense. because
Yeah.
they know that their candidates are useless. So they'll do everything they can to just make it difficult for Trump instead.
Bro, Nikki is literally playing the race card. It's insane.
I know. She spent her whole career trying to be as white as possible. Changing her name.
She's like, I'm actually very
or
Indian.
using only part of her name and trying to sound and look as white as possible. And now she's like,
Soon as she
oh,
runs.
I was racist against.
I was.
Which
I was called
which
bad
was
names.
then proved incorrect.
I was called bad names in school.
She was like,
All
I
the bad
couldn't
names.
go in the beauty pageant because I was brown, which someone found out was like actually incorrect. Like, tracked down the beauty pageant and all that, and even tracked down a picture of her at the time, and she still looked pretty white. And also,
You're telling me politicians
actually,
lie?
she was ugly. That
She's
was
like
the
extra
problem.
lying though.
I hate to be that guy, but she was not good looking. I'm sorry. Like, I saw the picture. That walked into the beauty pageant. I wouldn't be like, you're horribly ugly, but I'd be like, you don't belong here.
You're not winning.
Yeah, you're not.
Mid-year.
You're not getting in the top 10, honey.
I still think child beauty pageants are crap. Should not be allowed. It's just lodged in pedophilia.
Oh,
Yeah,
I agree 100%.
I would outlaw those. That's also a good way to.
I mean,
breed
that was actually her in her
narcissism
late
at a young
teens,
age.
but I mean, I
How old was
agree
she?
with your. This was her in her late teens,
Eh.
but I agree with your comment nonetheless.
What's your opinion on child actors then? If beauty
I don't like
pageants-
child actors.
Oh yeah, I have such mixed emotions about the whole thing. Cause
I think they're necessary for certain stories, but I feel like there should be more
the system,
protection.
yeah, they just need better protection, really, because the problem is like one of two things. Like, first of all, they can get because there's such a power, an industry with such powerful connections, they can actually get exemptions for child labor laws. So they can actually abuse the hell out of kids, and they do it all the time. Especially with
Insane.
television, which, has such rigorous and terrible schedules. And then secondly, there's not enough regulation of the agencies that take care of the kids. Because what a studio will do is they will hire an agency, and you will have a professional guardian of the child. Because, I mean, if the parents have got work, then they're not going to be the ones on set. Some parents do that, but most are taken care of by some agency. And they're just like any other nanny service. The competency widely varies.
Right.
And then, of course, you've also just and you've got someone as the nanny who works in the industry and is more desensitized than they should be. Because like when you're on a Hollywood set, you're like, there's this old adage of when you're on set, you're never more than 5 feet away from cocaine.
Mhm.
Of course, that's not literal, but that paints the picture of how bad it is.
Right. All forms of debauchery.
That's why
and vice.
every single child actor has got like a drug addiction. And you've got these guardians who don't do anything to try and shield them from that at all. And you've got these
manipulation.
and you've got these agencies that have absolutely just they don't have specific laws for these agencies of how they should operate, what kinds of standards they have. Like, they're just not regulated at all. They are independent businesses. And that's kind of messed up, because if they're just left to their own devices, they really gonna do anything other than prey on children? Like really?
Right.
And you've also got crazy parents who are just there to exploit the children and all that, and will let anything happen to them at all.
Yeah.
There's just an absolute multitude of problems, and
So-
all it comes down to is like yeah, there are stories that have to involve a child, but if you can't find a way to keep the kids safe, then just don't tell that story. It's not like you absolutely have to.
Mhm.
And so you've
Right.
also got the problem of, greedy or narcissistic directors and producers and studio executives and what have you who keep pushing these projects that just completely unnecessarily include a child.
Children.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of facets. There's also the way that the mainstream media always treats child actors, which is always absurdly predatory even to this day.
Mhm.
But nobody's guiding them. No one's saying stay off social media, don't talk to strangers, don't trust anyone. They're just like, oh, it's Hollywood. You'll make lots of money and you'll be famous, and now you'll have a hard time making friends, and your childhood is ruined. Congratulations.
Well, and also I was thinking, can children actually fully comprehend, right? Because they don't have a fully developed like rational will to agree or consent or whatever you want to say to broadcasting their image or face or all that stuff to, I don't know, thousands, millions of people. Like, how does that even work?
No, you're right.
feel
It's
like
not,
that's-
it's not ethical in that
If you've gone
sense at
through the
all.
prefrontal cortex stuff, ours isn't fully developed either yet. Ours won't be for another couple of years.
Well, yeah, I think the age of everything should be 25 in my opinion, because that's when your brain fully develops. But legally speaking, it's still like
18.
right now. Yeah, it's like 18 or 16.
It's
depending.
formulated in 18. 18 is when you're a legal adult.
Depending on the state or
No,
country.
at the
Yeah,
federal
no,
level,
it is dependent on the state.
Yeah,
We still have states where it's 21.
we have states'
or
rights.
which part?
I think it's like 3 or something. It's only 2 or 3. But anyway,
What
keep going.
like
states say
It doesn't matter. What the state says is an adult is irrelevant. What does science say an adult is? You're talking about prefrontal cortex.
at the prefrontal cortex level, it is 18. No, not 18. It's 25 on average. Again, this is an average. It varies based off of gender. It varies greatly based off of gender. And yeah, so women's prefrontal cortex is developed several years earlier than men's do, because they start puberty earlier, so their body develops faster.
We're gonna be in some risky waters here. We're gonna be
That
debating
what? Yeah,
Well,
the
we
development
don't have to
stage
get into
based-
women.
that. We don't
Women
have to get
develop
into
early.
We don't have to get into women about it.
No, I mean, I think it should be consistent between the two sexes because you treat every individual in our laws anyway, right?
So
the
at
same.
18, your prefrontal cortex is developed enough to understand risk and reward and all of that information. Right? You're able to make those intelligent, educated
Enough.
decisions. It's formulated enough. The other aspect of that is also that at 21, not 21. I'm jumped. At 20, at blah, 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 if I can speak, at 18, the development that's forming isn't so much, stuff you'll experience, like you'll be able to tell that you're smart or anything like that. It's your brain is still growing, it's still making some pathways and such to be more efficient, not that it's becoming smarter. Um, so you're still able to make informed decisions at 18. You're technically able to make informed decisions earlier than that, and just not as well. Your brain's still developing some of those aspects. So smoking and alcohol limits that growth, limits those connections for me, which is why they put it at 21. Now, that was just an arbitrary choice at that period of time, saying, 21-year-olds are more mature. They're not really that much more mature than people who are 25, or so then who are 18, sorry. At 25, the formation's just done. Alcohol and drugs and smoking will still damage it and destroy those pathways, but you're not destroying them and preventing the growth of new ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which affects a lot.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, and probably Tommy's opinion, it would be 25 because you're fully developed and you can make all of the decisions.
Well,
I like 18.
Like I said,
I'm okay with 18.
I have
Okay, buddy.
mixed opinions on your question. No, I don't think children can consent to a decision that big. But at the same time, what are we going to do? Never have children in movies and TV?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like,
how are
you
we going to
can't-
do a book-accurate Harry Potter miniseries? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like on principle, I don't think it should be allowed. Like just on social media and stuff, I don't think kids should be.
Well, yeah, I definitely don't think kids should be on social media. That I
could
think
be on it or
should-
broadcast.
That I think should be in writing.
I don't think children should
And
be broadcasting
enforced.
themselves on the internet either.
No, social media should have an age limit. Absolutely. That I can agree on.
Technically, it does. When you download the apps, they have an age limit.
Well, it depends on which one. The
Well,
age
it's like
limits
13
vary.
up, right?
But they lie. Like you should have to do
Yeah.
you should have to put your ID in there or something.
I think it should be
That's
the
Nikki
legal
Haley
age.
You should have to be able to prove it somehow.
Yeah, I don't know if you could actually implement it, but I'm just talking about like theoreticals on what I'd like to see happen. I don't know if you could
Right.
actually
Unless,
do that.
I think at that point it should fall on parents, parenting their kids instead
Well,
of
yeah.
trying to regulate it.
I mean, yeah,
Well-
but you've seen how that's turned out, so.
They're just too jaded. Most parents these days don't understand social media, and the ones that do are now too used to it. Like nobody seems to care at all. Like, I mean, like we make fun of iPad kids, but the harsh reality is like every kid's an iPad kid now, almost all of them.
I mean, that's why we have the stream set up the way we do.
Like trying to get parents not to ruin their kids is just impossible. I mean, like even good Christian parents, I can name very, very few that I know that have anything serious against that type of stuff. Everybody and their dog is using YouTube Kids, which is so dangerous and stupid.
YouTube Kids regulations are absolutely horrible.
They're useless, utterly useless.
Yeah.
And these are the same people who would be like, well, social media at 13 wouldn't be that bad. Like even some of the smartest, like best
That is the
Christians
worst.
I know, because they just either don't know or they're just so used to it they don't care.
Bro, 13 and up for social media is the worst time to
Yeah,
go on
literally
there.
the worst time.
That is in your lifespan. That is the peak time where you're influenced the most in like literally everything. Oh my gosh. I just want to strangle these people.
It's literally how
wanna
we've gotten
make 'em-
where we are. And I don't think that's going to change. I think it should be regulated. Usually I'm not for, government sticking their fingers in all kinds of little things, but gosh, we got to do something about that or we're going to collapse.
I do not trust the government to regulate anything. Never have, never will.
Well, then just ban all social
Well,
media.
I'm not an
Then we don't have
anarchist,
to worry
Tommy.
about it.
Well, I understand that
You have to
regulations
regulate
need
something.
to exist, but I'm not going to let. I don't want them to regulate into our personal lives.
Oh, it should not exist.
Social media is public.
It's true.
So is the internet.
You don't need social
you
media to be
can't-
on the internet.
Look, I think
You can't ban
anything-
forums.
anything that is enforced in a public park should be enforced on the internet.
Nope.
Unless it's a private, server or whatever you want to call it, right? If it's a public platform, then it should be treated as a public space for people.
Yeah. And
All right,
I
that's
feel like-
logical.
there's
So-
better ways to go about it
I can
than
accept that.
regulation. Or regulating everything. I mean, part of the reason why.
Well, we're trying to get parents to
doesn't-
listen, but they don't watch this podcast, unfortunately.
They don't hear us.
Well, we've also marketed this podcast to people our age and younger, based off of the setup
See, so now
alone.
the next generation
So-
will have a chance. Maybe.
We're
They
not
can
going
still
to.
listen. They don't have
He's
to
putting it
watch
out
what we're
on-
doing.
yeah, he's
I
putting
actually
it out on
haven't
podcast
been doing
platforms.
anything for like the past 20 minutes, but standing next to Micah.
But yeah, no, I don't like regulating into people's lives. I don't like that. The less the government interacts with me in my personal life, the better. It is the parents' job
Tommy,
to take care of their kids.
If
what
it
if I
keeps-
make a bomb in my private home?
but
Then
but
you
So
make a
be-
Tommy,
bomb in your private home.
but Tommy, it's all porn. And you know this. Have you ever been on TikTok and Instagram? It's all porn, and children should stay away from porn, no matter what the
And
parents think.
then you can sue the company for child pornography that they have to then remove and spend a ton of money, and like there's other ways around it, right? Than just regulations.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
I don't know, man.
And then we have to accept that.
The
Like,
bans work. The bans worked in other states.
True.
social media bans or porn bans? 'Cause
Porn
those are
bans. We
different.
don't have any social media bans. No, they're really not
They-
that different. It's the same principle.
No.
No, it absolutely is the same principle. Because now, you still got dark web, but very few kids can find access to it. So in the states where you have to prove you're an adult to watch porn, the child audience is just, absolutely plummeted. It works.
See, I'm okay with having to prove you're an adult if you want to do stuff like that, right? That makes sense. But I'm not, like, that's just censorship. It's a fancy word for censorship. And censorship is saying a man can't eat a steak because a baby might choke on it. Like, that's the stupidest argument.
I'm not asking for them to ban social media.
I mean,
I'm saying there should be an age limit, an enforced age limit. They should have to prove.
No,
Just like
I don't
porn,
like-
because it is porn.
I don't like having the government enforce things because they abuse it. They take it to the next level. They will. They've done it before. They'll do it again.
But they,
And
that's such an anarchist way of thinking. They've got to enforce something. I mean, I understand your sentiments. I like I said, I don't like the government's greasy fingers and everything. I don't want to give them more power if I can help it. But this is something that works and something that needs to be done to save the next generation. So it's worth it. And you've got to enforce something.
don't have to. I mean, you can just.
All right,
Push
fine.
for
Be an
educated
anarchist.
folks.
Don't enforce anything.
I didn't say you
Sure.
don't enforce anything. I'm just saying
that's
you
your
don't
logic.
enforce this.
That's your logic.
You have to be very, very, very careful with what power you give the government, and this is a power I'm not okay giving the government.
Why not?
Slippery slope argument. Yet again,
Everything.
you say, hey, you can.
everything could be argued
Wait,
as a slippery
I
slope.
thought slippery slope was a fallacy. Am I wrong about that?
Well, yes, because
No,
everything could be argued
no.
as a slippery slope.
I mean, you can see
Having
it right now
police
in
could be
England,
argued
though.
as a
But
slippery slope, and we've got to have
No.
that.
It can be a.
how about
It can
if
be
you
a
say,
fallacy or
hey, we
something
need,
like that.
yeah, you say, hey, we need you to regulate age limits. At what point do they start regulating yet again what information's on there? And instead of saying, hey, we need to have an age limit, say, hey, we need to hold these companies accountable for the pornography that's appearing on here and punish them, which is illegal to have on their websites on those things to begin with. You
But
cannot
the companies
have
keep getting
revealing
away
or
with it.
suggestive photos.
I mean, Pornhub has admitted that they know that their audience is
Yeah,
mostly children. They've
I'm
admitted
okay with
how much like illegal stuff
yeah,
gets on there, and many people have tried to prosecute them, but it never works.
I'm okay with
But the
regulating
bans
the
do,
porn sites because that is
but the
exactly what they're there for. But social media is not.
yes, it's what it's always used as, always.
Not
I
always.
mean, yeah, yeah.
I
Haven't you
mean,
been on
it's
Instagram, Reddit, Twitter? It's
so
always the boosted content is the
so
naughty stuff,
yeah.
always.
I mean, yeah, that is true. But I don't think it's like
It's almost impossible to beat the algorithm because that's what they deliberately push.
I don't think it's inherently what it is though. It's not like a porn site. It's like a place where
Yeah,
people interact, and people being people are very sexual.
yeah.
Well, intention and causation are different.
Right.
I don't care what they say they are. It's what they are. I mean, Instagram is just a stepping stone for OnlyFans. It's just a way to advertise OnlyFans. And
And
Yeah.
that shouldn't be allowed.
unless you're going to exclusively interact, no, no, actually, that's incorrect too
Yeah, this is why
because
Elon banned accounts that are there exclusively to promote another platform like that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and that's okay to do.
Yeah,
Like that's up
I agree.
to the companies to do. They are free to do what they please in
But
that regard.
I still think like public public platforms or social media, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
they should be kind of treated as a public park.
Yeah,
So if you
Yeah,
have like
I see
indecent
what you mean.
exposure in a public park, and if it's like an adult only park, then I guess you know pornography can be allowed, and that's fine.
mhm.
But if it's for everyone or 13 and up, which is still underage
Yeah,
children, then they should regulate it as a public area.
exactly. And I'm okay
Right.
with that.
Okay,
You
well,
treat it as a public beach.
yeah.
But
I, yeah.
putting age limits and saying the government needs to regulate that is not something I
but
like.
that is public regulation. What are you talking about?
Well, saying
I was
hey,
agreeing with Micah. What?
I'm saying hey, make it so that way people can go on here is a different thing than saying hey, you're too young to be here. In my opinion,
I don't know. I don't
because
know what Jaden's arguing, so I can't really.
I'm saying that
I
social.
think I
I
think
came
Micah
in
and I
mid
are on the same
conversation.
page here.
I think so.
But the park's
Jaden,
got nudity in it, guys.
what
It
you?
always does.
And
All of
then
them.
well, well, then the
All the
problem is
time.
and the problem
what
is
does
the
the park
people.
say it is? Is the park say it's open to underage children?
Yes.
Well, then they should
Then
either make it a mature rated park or take out the nudity.
And
exactly.
I
who's gonna
agree.
Because
make them do that?
The government.
There we
yeah, well,
go.
instead of saying, "Hey, let's make the government regulate it to where kids can't be on social media until they reach a certain age," which is what you were originally saying. Like,
That's what I'm still advocating for.
I don't agree with that one. With saying the government has to put an age limit on
Well,
that
yeah,
on all social media.
if we're talking practically, I would agree with Tommy to not give that much power, but then again, they do actually enforce that in reality a lot of the time. So it's like kind of I don't know. I mean, I think it would be better if we had a culture that would keep children off of social media, but that's not happening. So do we get the government to basically enforce cultural norms which is kind of what the government does. They enforce cultural norms so we don't rip each other apart and be psychopaths. So I don't know. It's
I
kind
mean,
of
treat it like a public, like Micah said, treat it like a public park,
yeah.
public decency.
Well, they're indecent in the park.
It's,
They are very
That's what I'm
indecent.
then they
saying.
get
They're
punished.
indecent in the park. It's an
They're not
adult park,
enforcing.
and it's full of kids. They know it's full of kids, and
Yeah.
they're not doing anything about it. The companies refuse to answer to anybody, so the government's got to do something about it.
Well, we don't have a law doing that yet. We
Well,
need to put that through as a law.
it's time.
And that's
It's
a
time
much.
we get it. You gotta go to DC, boys.
Speaking of government overreach, Congress
Oh my
has a new
God.
bill for us. Bill 3589, better known as the Preventing Private Paramilitary Activity Act of 2024. The bill bans the creation or involvement of private militias. This does not include
What?
state militia or historical reenactment. That's basically what it is, but I'm going to read it out for you because it is on the website, which is nice. Let's see. It shall be unlawful to knowingly, in a circumstance described in subsection B, while acting as part of or on behalf of a private paramilitary organization and armed with a firearm, explosive or incendiary device, or other dangerous weapon. To 1, publicly patrol, drill, or engage in techniques capable of causing bodily injury or death. 2, interfere with or attempt to interfere with or interrupt government operations or a government proceeding. Number 3, interfere with or intimidate another person in that person's exercise of any right under the Constitution of the United States, not including militias, apparently. 4, assume the functions of a law enforcement officer, peace officer, or public official, whether or not acting under color of law, and thereby assert authority or purport to assert authority over another person without the consent of that person. Or 5, trained to engage in any activities regarding 1 through 4.
Wait. Who's trying to put this law through?
Congress.
What the
It's
hell?
funny that they
Federally?
cite the Constitution because, of course, this would infringe on the Constitution.
Dude, it
Really
says
funny
it right
stuff.
on the Second Amendment. Like
Well,
the
people like to
militia.
argue. Yeah, people like to argue that the Second Amendment is for the National Guard, and that's the militia.
Brother,
So unlawful
the hell?
circumstances would be 1, travel across a state line or national border, or the use of the channels, facilities, or instrumentalities of interstate or foreign commerce. Number 2, involves a firearm, explosive, or incendiary device or dangerous weapon that has traveled in interstate or foreign commerce. 3, involves the use of ammunition or a large capacity ammunition feeding device that has traveled in interstate or foreign commerce. What they mean by that is 10 rounds or more. 4, obstructs. Yeah, they have descriptions of definitions at the top of the document, and it's 10 rounds or more, which is funny. 4, obstructs, delays, or affects interstate or foreign commerce. Or 5, occurs wholly within any Commonwealth territory or possession of the United States. Exceptions. Subsection A shall not apply to 1, the armed forces of the United States, the National Guard, the Naval Militia, any regularly organized state militia, or any
Exceptions.
unorganized or reserve militia called into service by a state or the United States. 2, a group of individuals who associate as a military organization solely for purposes of historical reenactment or study or parade in public as part of a bona fide veterans organization with no intent to engage in the activities prohibited by subsection A. 3, students in an educational institution authorized by federal government, blah, blah, blah. for members of an organization that is authorized under federal law to provide parallel blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's penalties and all that.
I thought wasn't the Congress like a majority Republican or something?
Well, it depends. Are we talking about the House or
The House
the
is.
Senate?
House.
Oh yes, penalties.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, never mind. We won't go over penalties. Blah blah blah.
It's like it in the Second Amendment. It's basically saying the individual has the right to keep and bear arms to self-preservation and to be a militia.
Right. They wouldn't write this
Well-
unless the government didn't want to kill you. They very dearly want to kill you.
It's literally acknowledging the fact that every individual citizen has the right and obligation, as you know, a citizen that wants to see his community protected and everything, to be a militia member. I just don't understand these people. What is going on here? What is happening?
They want to kill you. And they don't want you to fight back in an organized fashion.
Well, this is what the Constitution has been warning us about, lads.
Well, hey, so in other words, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to, form your private militia,
Yeah.
make sure you're in historical gear and just say, hey, it's just for reenactment.
Yeah, we're gonna
Just for-
reenact a
just for
Civil War.
reenactment, bro. Don't worry about it.
We're gonna reenact a Civil War. It'd be great.
Just reenactment.
Yeah.
No problems.
I love your big again.
Don't worry, bro. So yeah, that's fun. Not much to say about that other than we're definitely going to be the first people in a long time to be killed for treason.
You guys might. I'm too stubborn to die.
That's how that works.
Yep.
It's your stubbornness that. All right.
But yeah, go out there and train, get fit, learn how to shoot, form a community.
But not a private militia. We are not legally encouraging such a thing. Although it would be funny and interesting and good for your health. But we do not condone it. or
Legally,
encourage
you
it.
can form a militia as of right now still.
That's
under federal law.
true. That's true. We could say, hey, this was recorded February 1st. No problems here. It was February 1st.
When it becomes
Was it still
illegal,
legal?
what you do is up to you. Well, I do not judge. But remember, my advice is not legal advice, for I am not a
Yeah,
lawyer.
no. So this next thing, Tommy knows more about this than I do, but I will just give you the rundown. So Angelo and Andrew Hatzigelis were arrested after a raid of their apartment in Astoria, Queens, where homemade explosives and 3D printed guns were found. They also had a hit list, which was not anyone in particular, but it included cops, judges, politicians, celebrities, and, quote, banker scum. The Astoria brothers have been indicted on 130 charges.
Yep.
Because they had quite the hole, which Tommy could tell us about.
Yes. So
Quite the
they
stock.
supposedly had an arsenal of weapons, which was eight 3D printed guns. Oh no, it was 8 improvised explosive devices, 6 of which were functional, 10 3D printed firearms, 3 things of body armor, and 600 rounds of ammo, which sounds like a lot, but is not a lot of ammo.
No, not
Uh,
really.
and supposedly had an AK-47 sniper rifle, which for all you gun guys out there knows does not exist. The AK-47 is technically an assault rifle. In the battle sense of the word, it does not mean what anti-gunners mean, but in the battle sense, it is a assault rifle, and which literally just means it shoots a mid-sized rifle caliber round. It doesn't mean anything special. What I'm assuming they mean by an AK-47 assault rifle is something akin to the SVD or something AK-47 like. It's an AK framed rifle shooting a full-sized rifle round. But that's what they had. They are not releasing why they were investigating in the first place. That has not been released, and they have actually refused to release that information. And by they, I mean the Attorney General. So we do not know why they investigated and raided the house yet. I hope that information is dropped soon.
Yeah, pretty suspicious. I mean, it might be innocent. You know, maybe they had so or so tip. But so far, it's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. It is
Because
quite
usually
weird.
we would know that.
Yes, that's normally dropped quite soon. Yeah, we don't know why they did what they did, why they were raided. I mean, one of them had a misdemeanor charge from 1997, and that's the only criminal history they had. So it makes it even more weird. And for all of those of you wondering, yes, a misdemeanor charge from 1997 does not prevent you from buying a firearm. So he legally owned those firearms. And you're legally allowed to 3D print and own your firearms under federal law. It gets weird by state and locality, so do follow your local laws in that regard. Or just don't tell anyone. I'm not a lawyer.
It was just it was mostly the explosives that were the problem.
Yep.
And the, intent.
Yeah. Don't leave a list.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone what you have.
Don't write a manifesto. Choose a better location than your apartment.
In New York City that you share with your mother.
Yeah, get a friggin' like group together of level-headed guys, not just you and your brother.
Yep. Find people you can trust.
Not that I'm condoning that you have a hit list of people, but I am condoning having an arsenal. Because
remember,
that's
arsenal means you
fun.
can supply an army or a group of people. 600 rounds cannot supply a group of people. That's just an exciting little range day. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else was there? Yeah, realistically, we don't know much about the situation. We know what they had. Supposedly, from some other sources that I found, authenticity and reliability questionable, but some other sources online, they probably built the IEDs based off of the Anarchist Cookbook, which isn't the most accurate book out there. But hey, resources are resources, and explosives are explosives.
It appeared
They
to
can
have
all
worked, I would say.
Well, they say it was functional. We don't know what that means. Like, functional is such a broad term, especially when it comes to explosives. So a 10-pound IED could have the explosive charge or explosive output of a hand grenade if it's made horribly wrong. Or it's akin to a 10-pound IED. Like, that's not something we really know. Either way, making your own explosives is illegal under U.S. law and regulated by the ATF.
Yeah, don't do that. Get a
And
permit.
that does include fireworks as well, and you can get a permit through the ATF. It's called for personal use. That is a federal explosives permit. For a company, you can get a license called the Federal Explosives License, and legally make, own, buy, and sell explosives with the license. With the permit, you can make, own, and buy your own explosives, up to and including C4.
So yeah, there you go, kids. Have fun building an arsenal, but do it legally. That way you get to keep it.
Yep, do it legally or just don't tell anyone. Keep your mouth shut. Yet again, I'm not a lawyer.
Don't build it up in the middle of Queens, for Pete's sake. I mean, really?
Store your explosives wisely.
Don't be a smart guy. Be a smart guy. So, an Australian couple was nearly arrested for carrying Australian flags on Australia Day. So Australia Day was January 26th, and an older, very patriotic couple were out and about on that glorious Australia Day. And so they were out on the streets, enjoying themselves, doing some shopping, this and that. And there was a Free Palestine protest going on nearby. A whole friggin' schmeggle load of people. And a police officer came up to them and said, "You're under arrest." FBI, open up! No, not that. Just, you're under arrest. Or I bet it sounded really funny. It was more like, "You're under arrest," or something, you know. And
Real quick, I head out.
basically, he said, you can't wave your Australian
Hey, Justin.
flags on Australia Day
Good night, all.
because you're going to
brother.
offend the.
Good night. Don't be gay like Micah.
Why are you gay?
Good
So,
night, all.
Good night. So you couldn't fly the Australian flag because you might offend people.
Yeah, you might offend the Palestine people, and we wanted to protect those minorities. So he said, "I'll let you go. I won't take you down to the station. If you take off your Australia hats, you put the flags in your pack, and you take the back streets around the protest and go home."
In Australia?
In Australia.
In Australia.
Oh my gosh. Can we nuke Australia?
I love your solution to everything.
I think that would be a beneficial service for everyone involved.
No.
Just end it, dude. Just end it. What do you stand for?
Dude,
Your police are telling you not to wave your flag.
Australia has gotten so ridiculously commie. It is ridiculous.
But it's not even patriotic communism. Like, communism back in the day, they were like super proud of their country. Like, our country could do no wrong. We're the best. No one else can compare. But this is like self-loathing communism. It's so sad.
Dude, I know. That's what America's going towards. Slowly
Oh my
but surely.
gosh.
And where England is going.
Well, England's already there.
Yeah,
England.
more or less. They're like just on the verge.
Not as bad as Australia, but
Yeah, not as bad as Australia.
I'd say England's worse than Australia
No.
in a lot of ways.
No, because Australia has a lot of this. Like England's been infected with the ideology, and they're getting overrun with immigrants. But Australia's like been enforcing all kinds of crazy stuff,
yeah,
and
like super
just
authoritarian.
really failing justice in general.
Yeah.
I'd probably still rather be in Australia. It's It's more beautiful than England. Sorry, England. England is beautiful, but it's
And
it's
there's less
No, you
chance to
ain't.
get stabbed, I
it's
guess.
it's dreary compared to Australia, which I
England,
don't
you
know.
suck.
They both suck, honestly. But
You
we suck too,
suck.
so all's fair. But yeah, at least in our country, you're not getting policed for waving the American flag on Independence Day. My gosh.
What the hell?
I don't think England has an Independence Day.
Yeah. Well, I think
They probably have something similar.
I mean, their closest equivalent would be like
Probably some like royalty day
the
or
Queen's
something.
birthday or like a coronation day or that kind of
Or the
thing.
Queen be dead.
But yeah, the Queen's dead, so I'm not sure where they're going with that now.
Well, I think
Um,
maybe it would be the king's birthday then.
I guess so.
Maybe.
But I know that the Queen always did like a big birthday thing when, she had
But
a televised speech and everyone was always, hanging the Union Jack in their house and stuff.
I just
But
don't
I don't
like-
know. That's just stuff I know from watching Doctor Who. I don't really know.
My analysis is Doctor Who told me
It's
so.
all I know about British culture is television.
I mean, you should depict some of it at least, some of the British culture, but not anymore.
All right, fellas. I'm going to bed. I have work tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Right.
Have
All
fun,
right.
you rascal.
Don't be an Australian.
Me in Australia, never.
You do wear the Aussie hat.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I could see him being Australian. I could see it. He just needs a big old hat.
He does have
Big
that.
ol'
Well,
Aussie
he
hat.
has a leather one, which is a little weird, but still,
Yeah.
it counts. I think it counts.
Could be Australian. Right.
Dude, I'm fighting stumps. They are wrecking me. Stupid stumps.
Stumps.
Corrupt
I was on
stump.
a mission. I was on a mission fighting like 5 skeletons, and I died like a lot, and so I just gave up.
Fair
So
enough.
I've just been AFK.
I have to do a skeleton mission after I kill these friggin' stumps.
Dang.
I
So
understand, bro. I understand.
did y'all talk about the military militia thing anymore, or is it just cut and dry? I mean, that's just kind of
Yeah, that's kind of it. They just want to take it away from us. It's that's pretty much all there was that document. I haven't heard anyone speak about it or what their excuse for it is or anything like that.
so. It's just a proposition by somebody. It's not like
Well, it's a
You
it's a
know.
proposition by various elected officials. So
yeah.
it's a possibility, which is what makes it scary. Because it's not just a
I'm
bill made
just-
by anyone, which you can do.
I'm just like flabbergasted that the officials that represent people in this country don't know what the Constitution like stands for at all, or maybe they do know and they don't.
Well,
care.
they do know they don't want it. Like I said, they
Yeah.
quoted the Constitution in this document. Like they know
Right.
what it says,
They're
and
just against.
they think
America.
that they will sound right if they cite it, and it will
Like, yeah, this is.
It's not
this is
as
accurate.
clever as usual, because the clever thing would be to hide this in another legislation, which is what they usually do.
Yeah.
But this is literally like the whole legislation. Wow,
Those
you
are
showed up just
stumps.
as soon as I have to leave. Good
Some
job.
weird stumps.
Yeah. It's crazy. I just, man, It'd make things even harder for us, because like I was talking about how, I was afraid that one day, if things got radical enough, we could be labeled as
Freaking
as
enemies of the state.
yeah, as
terrorists.
enemies of the state. But it's like,
I mean, they label Catholic priests terrorists, so.
but now that they're like, they want to ban militias, if that was to happen, they could make up all kinds of stuff. They could say, oh, you're organized and you have weapons, so it counts. No matter what you called yourself or what you actually did.
Yeah.
Right? Because with the legality, they could make an argument.
Well, I mean, and like what
It's
happened
just
in
enough wiggle
Texas, like literally the federal government was like, we don't allow you to put up the border or put up a wall. We're going to tear it down. And then I think it was the Supreme Court was like, yeah, they have the authority to do that. And Texas was like, no, we're going to put it back up.
Dude, I love that. They were
And then-
literally just like, no.
Yeah, and then like
do
half
it
of the
anyway.
states in the country were like, yeah, I agree with Texas. And then the feds were like, oh, okay, you could do that. That's fine. Everything's fine. So I really I don't think it'll happen because we still have a lot of state power, local power.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it could happen, but I think, yeah, a lot of states would be like, nah.
Right. They're like, no, I'm not. I mean, they're literally illegitimate. They're not upholding the Constitution anymore. It's illegitimate government at that point.
Right.
So
Which
it's
is
not recognized.
why they want it. Because they don't want anyone to fight back.
A lot of people are fed up with the federal government anyway, so.
Because it was like that one video, I can't remember which politician the guy was asking, but he was like, this is a serious question, but when do we get to use the guns? Like, compared to what the founding fathers fought against, we're like a million times too far.
Yeah.
So when is too far too far? When are we gonna wuss out like England and just let it happen? Because so far we are. If we didn't have state power, that's pretty much what would have happened. So it's like, all right, when's it too
Yeah.
much?
I think part of the states would concede or like segments of it, but not everyone. I feel like, I wouldn't say there'd be like a civil war, but it'd be like, you are illegitimate now. I'm not taking any orders from you. You are not a higher authority.
Yeah, I
type of
mean,
thing.
I think that they would avoid civil war at all costs, but there will be a hell of a lot of problems.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, literally half the U.S. backed Texas.
Yeah.
Mostly the more dangerous, like, southern states. So the, I mean, the federal government just doesn't have a chance. Like, if they're smart, they'll just back off
Yeah.
and say,
It
like,
is
all right, Texas, you do that.
Yeah, but it is crazy though. Like, why in the world does the federal government care if Texas has a border wall to stop illegal immigration? It is illegal. I don't understand. That's just showing your hand that you want this to happen. You want illegal immigration to continue. Like,
Right.
Unabated. You're actively tearing down wall. Just
You
they're
can't
just
protect
against
yourself, which is
America.
your legal right.
so weird.
Can't do it.
How is it even possible? And then the Supreme Court's like, yeah, they got the right to do that. Totally. Like what?
Yeah, and if
What?
that's how the Supreme Court thinks, then, I mean, are they going to be the ones to agree with this anti-militia nonsense?
Yeah, it just makes you wonder. I mean, I know there's a token minority on there, so it's like, I don't know, kind of crazy.
Oh my
Me
gosh, I
too.
got to sail all the way back to that island. Oh my gosh. Kill 4 scorpions and then sail all the way back to an island you can't fast travel to. Brilliant.
Exactly.
I like this game, but sometimes I hate it.
It's just, I do really hate that we have a diversity hire on the Supreme Court now. It's just so sad.
Yeah. And I hate that all the people are wussy.
Yeah.
I mean, just 10 years ago, I mean, we were still on the path to wussiness, but a lot more people would have been upset about militia problems. No, I don't want his mail!
Ain't no way that's even. I don't think it'll pass, and I think if it does pass, then I don't think it's.
That's when
I
you
don't think-
use the militia.
That's when yes.
That's when you're
I don't
asking
think-
for it.
There's just so many.
Like, oh,
There's
really?
just so many blocks to that not happening, and even if it does, it still won't happen because they couldn't enforce it. It's just,
Exactly. Like, it would.
it's just insane.
Like, that's what I'm saying about, like, half the U.S. Backing Texas. It would just be insane to try and enforce it.
But that's what they do. They're like snakes. They'll do something like outrageous. They'll propose something crazy, and then they'll reel it back. Be like, oh no, we didn't mean like private militias. We meant like, terrorism stuff. And then their definition of terrorism is just like the most generic thing that's not even terrorism at all.
Right.
Like they'll reel it back. It's just so conniving. I hate it.
Yeah. I mean, that might be the plan with this one.
Yeah. That's how you get ground.
Yeah. Although I have to say the timing sure doesn't feel like an accident.
Oh yeah.
With an
it's
election
definitely-
and the border stuff and the whole disease X.
Yeah.
It's like,
Definitely.
it's all
timing.
coming together, all lining up at the same time. Don't really like that.
Not suspicious at all.
Really,
Yeah,
I
we
have to go
cannot-
back to Padre del Fuego. I was just there.
Do not concede
like a
ground, no
pinball.
matter how small you think it is.
Right, exactly.
It will only get worse.
Can't take the small liberties
Not with.
unless it's keeping children away from social media. I'm
Take
gonna die
away
on this
all-
hill.
Take it all away. I don't think you disagree with us. I just think you
No, I think we
rightly
all
have an
agree
issue.
on the moral point of it.
Yeah. I think that the equal enforcement of laws that are on the books is what you're having a problem with. Because right now, the social media platforms are open to underage children and are treated as a public park, but in the same breath are hosting degeneracy, porn, debauchery, all that stuff. So
Right.
the government needs to label it a mature site or, tell the social media to get rid of all sexual content. But,
Yeah.
it is a little bit subjective, like sexual content. I mean, there's blatant stuff and then there's like gray area stuff. So I understand like, filtering that out, but they're not really doing much of anything.
Right. And that's my problem.
and
I mean,
And then they curate who is on their social media platform if they don't like their political beliefs
Yeah.
and religious beliefs and stuff like that. So
Right.
it's not even a public platform, really. It's just.
Which is why it should
But-
be an adult platform.
gosh.
If it's going to be curated, then
Yeah. Oh shoot.
because I mean there doesn't there doesn't necessarily have to be these big grand standing social media laws. But like there just there has to be some sort of rules for how a social media company can operate, just like any other business. Like I feel like that's like a reasonable angle.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know, my point is that they know they're preying on children. They admit they're preying on children. The algorithms is, you know, especially in Instagram and TikTok, are made to prey on insecurities, and they have a list of insecurity keywords. And
Yeah.
I just don't think you should be allowed to do that. And I think that's where we were kind of arguing semantics, because I think we all agree there's a problem. And, you know, you're saying that, you know, the government input should be one thing. I'm saying the government input should be another thing. And Tommy wants government input but also doesn't. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like yeah, it's arguing semantics. I mean, I'm willing to make certain compromises as long as something is done about it. Because like I said, they certain areas of the government have tried to put pressure on social media. But, you know, it's all owned by BlackRock. Everybody's owned by BlackRock. They've all got stock. And that was the wall they were hitting with the porn problem. And so a state by state age system was what worked, because getting some kind of congressional law was, you know, was just never going to happen, and it didn't work. So that's why I picked why I was coming from my particular point of government regulation. I'm you know, willing to see other options, but just I was just saying that, you know, slapping the wrist of the companies was not really doing the trick.
No. Yeah.
So it doesn't
I
have to
agree
be a
with you.
huge thing. It just has to be more than what they're.
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, I see both sides. I don't agree. I think that you should be able to be anonymous and access the internet, right? But when it comes to specific things, I think there's a curation that needs to be done, whether it's law enforcement or private businesses, or if it's in a public, you know, place, especially when kids are involved. So I think maybe there's like 3 different categories. There's like, well, from what we're arguing, there's like porn sites. Then there's public platforms, which I treat as a park, which is curated by laws, like what you can do in public type of laws that are enforced by police, right? and then you have private, I guess, sites like communicating sites, right, where you're communicating between people. And that's a mixture of curation by government, and then a curation by the owner of the site, or delegated to other people, right? And so, as long as you're not doing anything illegal that you can do in your private home or business or whatever, right? Then you're fine. The government shouldn't get involved, whatever. But it should be it should be rated mature or whatever, have like ID credentials or blah blah blah. If it's going to host like crazy stuff, just like the porn type of thing. But if it's not hosting that, then you don't need like ID requirements.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to public platforms like social media and stuff like that, it should be, the people that host the social media should not be curating things unless it is illegal in public, illegal in the public sense, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
kind
I
of
think,
rambling, but
I think the labels are part of the problem, because I think a lot of people still are under the impression that social media is private, but there's nothing private about it. Even if you're not interacting with stuff and you're just absorbing content,
Mm-hmm.
It still isn't. You've still got, even
Yeah,
if they can't see the content on your profile, it's still a public profile.
Yeah, when they want to have the benefits from being a public platform, they will claim it's a public platform. You can do whatever you want, and then they will claim it is a private business that can curate content or push content forward that shouldn't be pushed, or taking people off that they don't like personally, but they have not done nothing wrong.
Exactly, and if they're gonna have curated content, then it should have a rating.
Yes, I think that they should be responsible for it if they're curating it.
And if they allow certain content, then it should have a rating.
Yeah. So they should be more basically accountable for it. But they don't need to be accountable if it's a public hosted area. But I think that's really what's going on. They're not really clearly defining what category of site they are. And they're basically being the best of both worlds while ignoring all the negative aspects or accountability with all three of them as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need a ID to be in a public park. I think you can be anonymous in a public park, but if you're in a private,
I have a mixed feeling about it, because, I believe that you should be able to be on the internet privately and anonymously. I believe that. But the truth is different, because there's always someone who has your data, whether that's a service provider or what, and the government gets the data from them every time.
Yeah.
So any kind of anonymity is just an illusion.
Anonymity.
So in practice, yeah, I would like it. I would think so. I mean, when they were talking about, I remember I was very against it when during Obama's second term, when he was trying to push all sorts of government regulations for the internet that thankfully didn't work out. But they've now worked around that, and they've got all our data anyway.
Right.
So it's
Um.
there's just no way to preserve it anymore. And so
Well, I think.
I don't I like I just can't
Well, okay. So
like it can't be
one
a
part,
factor.
one part of your, I guess, explanation, I do have a problem with because that's conceding the point because it's already like gone, I guess, or like you're quitting because the battle's been lost or something like that. But I think you should always fight, even if it's a losing battle or even if you lost, you should still fight for basic rights. And, I think part of that is being anonymous, especially to the government in a lot of
Well,
forms.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not sure how to fix that.
Well, I don't think you can still be anonymous today, but it's by volume. So they might have your data, but they don't know exactly. You're basically kind of mixed in with everybody else, and because they have so much data on everyone, they can't pinpoint normally exact people. So it's like anonymous by volume type of thing.
Well, I mean, it takes some digging, but it's like it's possible because your service provider has all
Well,
of
yeah,
the
there's
websites
evidence.
visited and all of the related IP addresses. So all they have to do is somehow prove that that IP address is attached to something that you personally own.
Yeah. Well,
So they
IP,
do have specifics.
but yeah, IP addresses is not actual like specific locations. It's like general locations. So like your server ping and stuff like that.
Well, your service
Um,
provider knows where you live.
well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, yeah, everyone leaves behind a trace, but I think you're anonymous enough. Like, you're not gonna be truly anonymous. Like, even in
Well,
like, no matter what you do.
anonymous
But
to you're never going to be anonymous to the government, but you can be anonymous to other people.
yeah. I mean, you can. Well, if you try hard, you can. But normal person, no.
Yeah, the
Uh,
average person is not Snowden
no,
or
definitely
anywhere
not.
close.
But yeah, I'm not. Yeah, internet is kind of crazy because it's like you're trying to uphold all these different rights and the anonymity of people because you know the power of the government, and other people will abuse specifics to hurt people because like China's a good example of that. If you're like on all their social media and everything, it's all connected and everyone knows who everyone is. So if you say anything, the government can, you know, send you off somewhere if they don't like what you said, type of thing. So,
Right.
um, yeah, that's bad. And that's just blatant. So no one's anonymous in China unless you really try. But here it's a lot easier because
When
the
you're in the
government doesn't
tunnels.
have control over all the internet in totality.
Yeah, we've got so many different tiers to our government. Like, it's just impossible to organize anything significant.
Yeah.
Like, they're just really a group of a group of very stupid people who cannot organize or agree for anything. So little bad things will happen, little good things will happen, but nothing greatly good or greatly bad can occur.
Yeah, I think I think that's by design, which is good.
We're just in a very annoying state of neutrality, but in the grand scheme of humanity, it's kind of the best you can do.
Right. Just maintain to not be volatile one way or another, and you will survive. Basically.
That being said,
Um.
there's got to
Yeah.
be some way to break this social media nonsense. It doesn't necessarily have to be ID as proof of age. That was just an example of something that has worked for other states.
Yeah.
I could see that being bad if you were like on a Chinese platform or something. I don't want them to have my ID. But
Yeah. I think that's
but that's like
that-
easy for me to say because I'm not on those platforms anymore.
right.
I have culled it.
I think that's what Tommy was getting at, because you don't want to be easily identifiable in public parks per se, or like social anywhere where I don't know, it's hard to pinpoint, but I know what Tommy was saying.
Well, there's
Basically,
got to be a
it's,
way.
It's bad. Bad to be
And
identifiable
he was
easily.
saying that, yeah, there's got to be a way, but I don't want it, whatever it is. So, but there's got to be a reasonable way. I think there should be, because it just, we gotta. I'm all for encouraging parents to raise their children right, but like I said, like they're just not doing it because we're in this terrible transition where the people who are parents right now do not know the power of it at all.
Yeah. It's just a
And
cultural thing, I guess. I don't know. Or negligence, maybe.
well, they just never find out. They're writing, they're still texting people and writing silly little paragraphs on Facebook. They're not in the meat of it. Right? And the people who are in the meat of it are either libtard parents or childless, angry 30-somethings.
Yeah.
Right? So the people who are our age and are like, this is horrible, I don't want it in my life anymore, so I'll just reject it, is so very, very few. So we're at this turning point where it's kind of make or break. Because the generation that's going to be parents next are going to be jaded about it, because that's our generation, which has no stigma against social media at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it like, to me, I mean, it's kind of dramatic, but it's like, to me, it kind of seems like, okay, if we don't, the encouraging parents to parent their kids is sort of like blown us by. Right?
Yeah.
We tried, we failed, we're now past that opportunity. And so to me, it's like the next generation is going to create the worst, most ultimate iPad kids alive, and it will end civilization.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're like. I
Or
just
we
don't
can
know.
turn it around by saying, well, you can't have it.
I just don't know how they're gonna be developed. Like, how are they gonna develop into an adult? Like, what's that gonna look like?
Exactly. It's a country of children.
Like,
Will be useless.
but do you think that they will have kids of their own then? Like, do you think they'll
Yeah,
be competent enough to have a kid and have it be alive, like, long enough? You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, they're still, they're not gonna stop having sex or anything.
Well, yeah, that's one thing, but like, there's a lot more to it as well. No?
And there's still like parental instincts. Like people are
Mm.
made to want to have children, and if you don't, there's kind of something wrong with you. Like you're traumatized with something, obviously.
I mean, I think they'll probably get like what's it called? Like not breed it out, but what's it called when you
I know what you mean. I mean, there's a
like
slight hope of that.
like they don't procreate and they get out of the gene pool type of thing. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, there's a word for it.
Natural selection, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, kind of natural selection. I mean, there's a little hope of that. Because the feminists and homos are not really breeding children.
Yeah. But they are grooming them, so.
But yeah, there's still the grooming. There's still the problem of the majority of kids in the United States going to public school. Like, even though homeschooling has had a big rise, the majority are still going to public school. And now that we've gotten past the pandemic, that number is rising a bit.
Yeah, but they all got stunted, so.
So it's kind of like
Oh.
it's like between social media and public school, they've still got a hold on kids, whether they're personally breeding or not.
Yeah. Like the whole of the culture,
Right.
you know. Hmm.
So I
I don't
mean, there's definitely there's got to be a way to get at least some significant amount of kids off of these
Yeah.
platforms that I hate calling social media, because that's not even what it is. It's just fancy advertising platform. It's all
Yeah.
advertisement is what it is.
I think if you're gonna do any kind of,
It's nothing like being social in real life.
if you're gonna enforce or make any type of laws, I would just make social media or whatever kind of platform that we're talking about be clearly defined. Like clearly defined areas, like I said before, those 3 areas.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, you can enforce each individual category, and you won't have a problem, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, possibly might be the ticket. I would hope so. And
That.
then of course the thing would absolutely be educational reform,
Oh yeah. We need to
which will never happen because
change
the
the.
people in charge of education are absolute nutty.
Yeah, I think was it the teachers union is like super high up in the donations for
Mm-hmm.
campaigns of Democrats
Mm-hmm.
or some crap like that.
Yep. Absolutely.
It's like insane amount.
And
So.
and the people who work there absolutely hardcore drink the Kool-Aid. Because,
Yeah.
like I told you, I have an aunt who works for Department of Education, and She basically thinks that parents should have very few rights. Like it's insane. This is a this is a very like kind, like approachable Christian woman.
Yeah. Parents should have no rights, though. No, definitely
But
not.
she's
No
like
parental
hardcore
rights.
drinking that Kool-Aid.
What the hell, boy? That doesn't make any sense.
Nope. Don't make a bit of sense.
Oh my gosh, dude. Like, I, well, in my opinion, from what I've gathered from the Christian faith, it's all about the nuclear, the the proper nuclear family being the concrete basis, both physically, mentally, symbolically, spiritually, kind of the anchor point, kind of the pillar that holds up um everything else. So
Right.
that's like
Absolutely.
the common denominator
And
of Christianity.
right, and the people who work in education are so fed up with bowing to parents that they'll just completely ignore all of those values, whether they hold them or not.
It's so weird. That doesn't like what the hell, boy?
I know.
Oh my gosh. I just I don't understand. Like what?
Yeah.
Because the public school is supposed to be a supplementary thing for your kid, right? So they're supposed to
Right,
teach some
originally.
things. Right, yeah, originally. It's like supplementary, and then your parents are supposed to actually, you know, raise them, teach them valuable wisdom.
Right, that's why public
Um,
school is all useless facts. It doesn't actually teach you about how to function in the world because your parents are supposed to do that.
yeah, ingrained morality, you know, right and wrong, stuff like that. Um, that was the original
Oh my gosh, I've got a
thing
full house. Sorry.
for teachers, or for schools. I mean, besides the whole hive mind brainwashing into factory
Right.
drones, but that's kind of like
And so many people
what
don't get
people
that,
think.
and they just send their kids to school, they ignore them, and then it's like, yeah, of course the kids are gonna fall for the trap of college. They don't know anything else.
Yeah, and the parents expect the schools to enshrine all of these other things, which is just crazy to me.
Schools are all too happy to comply.
Eh, But I I think it's maybe the teachers have become so deluded because they've been given free reign over the kids. So they think that they should be they should have more control over the kids than the actual parents. But that's just insane.
Right.
I mean, I guess it makes sense, but
It's absolutely
not.
ridiculous. I mean, the unfortunate thing about public school is they do spend more times with the teachers than with the parent. So
Yeah.
there is sort of an unfortunate logic to it. But it's
Right.
not the way it should be.
No, that is like
A child
most
should not
perverse.
be locked in a concrete prison for 8 to 10 hours every day. It's insane. It's not good for development at all.
No. No, it's not. Um Oh.
I got sent to jail for cheating.
What? That's the thing.
Apparently that's a thing. I have not been caught up to this point. Wow. Brutal. Hate realism. I like to cheat. Oh. Oh no, it didn't start me over. It's a different game. Anyway, yeah. I know it's
My
gonna be
brain is
tough, but I
fucking
I
broken.
definitely want to find someone who will homeschool. And none of that, like, not like the crazy homeschooling where you try to have like the smartest kid in the universe and they've got like a crazy amount of subjects. And
Mm-hmm.
the woman is just absolutely tortured and gets gray hair because that's what she does all day. But like
Yeah. Just,
the type where where the education is supplementary to something, like the kids are working and doing stuff and you know, farming or whatever.
yeah. Have recreational, productive things and interweave STEM type of what's it called? Not literature, but arithmetic? No, that's not it at all. Like books featuring STEM stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the reason homeschool kids are generally smarter is because is the ones that have generally less schooling because they're the ones that get breaks.
How ironic.
And that's when you're sorry, I got distracted by blackjack. It needs to be shoot, I timed out. Okay, I won anyway.
What?
Who cares? Anyway, that's the if you have it's good to have frequent breaks because when you're doing nothing is I'm forgetting the words now. See, because I didn't
Your
learn
like
anything in
brain makes
school.
connections and
Yeah,
the
it's when everything
neurons.
connects up and um and so it's not just that they you know, they learn something practical, but it's a break from being contextual.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like my mom went crazy because she was hearing about just the amount of stuff that the smart kids were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But we were like, we didn't start out with the right way of learning, so we were not the smart kids. And so she would try and do that by assigning as many subjects as possible.
So counterproductive.
Yeah, pretty counterproductive. I remember I would count them every year because they would get gradually more and more ridiculous as she became more concerned about our intelligence. And there was one year where she literally had 17 different subjects.
Oh
17
my
was the
gosh.
most she ever gave us. And like how are you supposed to complete like one lesson from each thing every day? Like how is it
What
supposed
the
to be
heck?
physically possible?
So wait, you're supposed to complete 17 different subjects
Yeah. And you know, we would
every day.
either fail to make it or barely make it. Each time, and you know, we would spend like absolute hours. I see her do it with Joash. Is
Bruh.
she will have like several months where she just ignores him because she's just tired out and she's not teaching him at all, and he's just doing whatever. And then when she does schools him, she's going super hard at it, basically dawn to dusk. Like I'll be upstairs like at midnight, like putting something in the dishwasher, and they'll still be at it. And
Have
it's
you
like,
told her that that's not how you learn properly?
well,
See, the shoe's on the other foot now.
She went to college for education, and even though she did
Let me
not
teach you
earn
a thing or
her,
two.
even though she did not earn her degree, she still thinks that means that she knows more than me about it. So she does not listen,
Bruh.
unfortunately. And it's like, okay, but you wouldn't get tired out if you were doing this with some
Moderation.
with some level of moderation, where you just, you hit a point where you just say, okay, we're done for the day. And,
Yeah.
because, like, there are, like, two things I've learned from the experience is, well, first of all, like, my brain shuts off at 5 p.m. It could be terrible. It could be kind of a detriment, actually, to work.
It just clocks out.
But
It's just
it
like,
pretty
all right,
much clocks out.
my day's
fine.
done.
I think that's pretty normal. Everyone gets that level of fatigue. And the second thing is I just don't remember anything.
Yeah.
Like, we did all these crazy maths, even though none of us planned to go in college. None of us, like, had any interest in engineering or science or any of the type of areas where you need crazy math. And we did all these crazy maths, all these different levels of algebra and all of these different levels
Oh my gosh.
of trigonometry.
And
And we were about to get to calculus 1 when she pretty much gave up on it, because we hadn't done very well on whatever the previous one was, and we were all thanking God for that, because none of us needed calculus.
Now, have you retained any of that?
No, that's what I'm getting at. I have not retained any of that at all.
You don't have like any instinct about it, like you look at numbers and you can't. There's nothing there.
No, I'm not good with math.
See, I have like reflexive. I don't think it's memory, but like, I know. I know, but I don't know until I know. That makes sense. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. I don't.
No, you don't. Like, I won't know a thing until I'm doing the thing, and then I will recall that I know that information, and then I'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, like, I could not tell you at all, like, certain things that I do know, but then, if I get to doing it, then I will either recall that information and do it, or I will be like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do this.
I'll get that with things that I was good at.
Yeah.
Like, I was good at geography. Got absolute perfect grades in geography. But if you were like, name all the countries in Africa, I couldn't do it. But at the same time, like, I've had people point on the map and be like, what's that? Like, oh, it's Laos.
Yeah.
In the back of my head, I'm going, wait, what?
Yeah, you're like, what?
Wait a second.
How do I know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like in the recesses of your brain. It's like a reflexive thing. It's not a conscious thing.
So I
I
mean,
don't know. It's
yeah,
weird.
like I'm still grateful for homeschooling because I still regard myself as generally more like capable than the average person, but I definitely would
That's
have
too much.
changed things about my experience because I don't really remember anything useful.
Yeah.
And trying to pile on this stuff did not really make me better.
Right. I mean, I just don't know why. Like, why don't we focus more on other things besides the general uh besides the core things that you need to know, like how to read, math, history, and some science, right? You got those four, not like super advanced, but the basics. And if you want to, you can learn more. And then the rest of the time, just try to get your kid interested in different stuff, whether that be like sports or, um, trades of any kind. Like just making them more competent in being an adult when they actually become one, like financial stuff. Um, how to fix your car, stuff like that. But kids these days, dude, they don't have any competency in anything. And all the information that was drilled into their brains, they don't even need because they can use their phone, and they don't remember it anyway. So it doesn't matter how much
Right.
time you spend doing
Like
that.
each generation is significantly less literate than the last. And it's like, okay, then
Yeah.
why do we need all these math levels? Clearly that's not the priority. Like what? Who cares if they can use an iPad? They can't freaking read.
Yeah, but there's so many language things too, and still people can't read.
Oh my gosh,
It's like,
language should be elective. Like don't get me wrong, I think that, you know, in this great wide world you probably should learn a second language, but if you are not if you're not great at your own language, then you really you really need
you
like a sense of priority.
need to focus in, hone in on something.
Lock it in. 'Cause yeah, it's just stupid.
Yeah, it's just a complete waste of time. I think just kids need to
'Cause
be
yeah.
taught more competency in like actual life than stupid like higher
Right.
advanced whatever. If you're going into a career that needs that, then yes, do it. We have like the most incompetent generations now. They can't do the most basic things, and we're focused on advanced trigonometry over here. Like, what is going on?
Right.
Oh, it's so confusing.
And it is, well, I think part of the problem is focused on like too much on, oh, the child might be interested in this or that, and they need to have like proper opportunity. So just because little
Mm-hmm.
Timmy might be interested in rocket science later, that means everybody has to suffer doing algebra. And
Yeah.
I think that's silly because I think that should be elective, like an elective course based off of either
Mm-hmm.
how well a child is doing in an area or um, or what their interests are. Because I mean, I know children, they change what they want to be like a million times over, but there's still like a range of things that they will always be interested in. You know,
Yeah.
like I had tears when I was a kid. Like it was like, oh, I wanted to be a puppeteer, and then I wanted to be an actor, and then I wanted to be a writer, and this and that. But it's
Mhm.
all in the same area. It's all in the same range.
Right.
You know, there were indications. There were things that I was good at. Like the thing I excelled most in was English. So that was a pretty good indication that not only did I have these passions, but I would be good in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And I therefore had
Yeah.
no business doing trigonometry, which
No.
I was not testing well in. So it's like, what's even the point?
No. That that is unfortunate.
Like, as long as I can add and subtract and divide and count money, who cares what the hell else there is? Because I was just never going to be a scientist or something, or a financier or whatever. And I think furthermore, if someone has the motivation to do that, like they really want to be that, then it doesn't matter. Because it's like when you're an adult who has the basics, then you have the ability to become whatever. Like, that's the biggest thing when learning anything. When learning a language or going to college is just having proper motivation for the thing. Because you can endure a lot if you've got proper motivation. So, say you've got a 15-year-old that who knows basic math, not testing well on anything complicated. So, you take him off it so that he can, live his life and maybe remember something from his education.
Do something else.
But then, they get to 21, and he decides he wants to be a rocket scientist, and that's like his whole passion because he's always loved space. Well, either he's wrong, and that's his responsibility as an adult, or if he really does have proper motivation, he can go to college and he can figure that out. Because something interesting about college is every college has a required 2 semesters. So about a required year of college that has required courses. And it's just a what's the word I'm looking for? It's essentially just a revisit of high school. Like, almost exactly. So if you're going into college and you're going to have to redo that stuff anyway, if you're going to have to prove that you know this basic stuff, why do you have to waste time doing it in school? Learn it
You could
once.
do it twice.
Learn it once. If that's the area you're going in and the thing you're studying, learn it once. Nobody,
that's crazy.
like the whole class of diversified people should not suffer just because maybe you'll be interested in this particular thing when you're older. Especially when college is already going to make you do it. Like what a stupid and pointless exercise in meaninglessness that you're not even going to remember.
You don't even need to be,
when you could be learning how to be a
competent at your
human
job
being.
anymore, as long as you're a minority. So, I mean,
yeah, but the
realistically
minorities
speaking.
are flunking out of school, so it's not
true.
it's not a good combination.
That is kind of, dang. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, kind of school system kind of needs to be nuked.
No, I agree. It's just they got the nation of workers that they wanted, and now they have a nation of people who are not thinkers and who are not happy with where they are in life. And if they're a bad student, then if they're a bad to mediocre student, then they don't remember anything, and the whole experience was useless. Not only did they suffer in the dull concrete building with people they hate for 8 to 10 hours, but they also didn't get anything out of it. Or at best, if you were a good student, then you're like Tommy, and you have all this useful knowledge rattling around in your head, but no meaningful application or wisdom to back it up.
Yeah.
So you're not rounded. You're just one piece of the puzzle. I mean, Tommy is thankfully significantly more rounded than your average public school student, but
Yeah,
you
he's
get
an
what I
outlier.
mean.
Definitely an outlier to
Yeah, no, he's
a lot of things.
subnormal. It was not really a good example.
Yeah.
Because
But yeah.
most kids are not like him. Most kids, like I said, he's best case scenario. Most kids are going to be in the average area where they just get nothing. They forget about it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, right. And a lot of this century or this era that we live in, it's not at all about retaining information. It's having the tools to problem solve and wisdom, I guess, to apply information, and then as you go along you can grab information very easily. So yeah.
Right. And
So you yeah.
with the internet, the whole exercise is
It's not.
it is like even more pointless because they've got all the information.
Yeah.
What motivation
Like-
do they have to pay attention?
Right. Yeah, they have like if they can get away with it, they will just Google the answers in a lot of school tests and all that crap.
Right.
I
I mean, it's
it's
just so
kinda
silly.
pointless.
You memorize all these pointless facts. You prove you memorized them at the end of the week, and then you just forget all of it, and it's over. And
Or you just Google the
because
answers.
you're on to the next set of facts. You
The
hang out
facts,
on the
people.
weekend, and you forget it because you're on to the next set of facts. It's just stupid. Because I only
Right.
remember the things that I was good at. And even then, it's like you said, it's I don't know it until I'm reminded.
Right.
Like it was like I was good at history, but like I have to remember a particular name or event for it to jog.
Yeah, you can't just be like, oh yeah, it's back in 1750, this thing happened. Gotta be something to ignite that
Right.
memory, so to speak.
And I've noticed as an adult, like learning is so much easier. Like I applied recently to be a tour guide for an estate, and I was going to check it out because it was free on Sundays in January, and I wanted to be knowledgeable, so
So wait,
I spent like the whole weekend just memorizing stuff.
so you were you're trying to be a tour guide, so you went on a tour?
That's right.
Ah,
Well,
so you're like,
I wanted to find someone to impress, basically.
oh, okay. I
So
thought you
I
were like gonna stare him down and be like, "Yeah, man, I'm coming for your job." Steal it.
Well, actually, I got really lucky. I got toured by the boss.
Oh,
I recognized her from the YouTube videos. It was kind of like
awesome.
meeting a celebrity. I was like, oh,
I saw you in those videos.
that was
Oh my
crazy.
gosh.
But yeah, I
Fun.
spent the weekend just learning all I could about the person who owned the estate. And when I got there, I was surprised that I remembered it all because I had sufficient breaks. I had, even though I have a bunch of I had a bunch of work to do. I had taken it in little pieces
Mm-hmm.
here and there. And so we were waiting for the tour to start. I was with Jensen and Tommy, and and we couldn't go in the house yet because you have to have a tour to go in the house. So we were walking around the grounds and in the studio that had a bunch of paintings and stuff. And so I was just sort of trying to jog my memory and regale to Tommy everything that I knew.
You're trying to do an Uno reverse card on Tommy?
Yeah, I pretty much got Tommy with his own medicine.
You're like, you see here.
Pretty much just talked the whole time. And then
Back in the day.
we got into the tour, and the tour was a lot like it wasn't very deep dive, like the information was a lot simpler than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
And it was pretty much everything that I already said. And about halfway through I leaned over to Tommy and I'm like, I'm sorry for spoiling all this.
I'm sorry.
I ruined the experience.
You ruined it.
I mean, it was a free tour. He can't be that upset, but
You got a personal tour, private one.
yeah, I don't know. It kind of felt like, man, like imagine how much more of like a Renaissance man I'd be if
Yeah,
my
focused all of
parents knew
your
what I knew about learning.
yeah.
And
You
that
focused all of your attention
Yeah.
on specifics that
I was
Insane.
able to.
be like Super Saiyan medieval man. Yeah. I mean, wait. What was I thinking? Oh yeah. Yeah. When you're people in general are going to learn better if they are actively engaged and want to learn that thing. Um, a lot of schooling and especially public school, but just not arithmetic, but I forget that word, but all the books that people force you to learn. It's most of it is like forced type of thing, right? And so that environment, you're not going to have the motivation or the attention to it because you're being forced to do it rather than you actually engaging with that because you want to, type of thing.
Right. It's
Now,
just lecture after dry lecture,
yeah,
just over and over again.
right.
And that's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
I think
Like you should have the basic things that they should know, and then everything else should be tailored to the child's proclivities.
yeah, I think some things do need to be kind of forced, like really fundamental core stuff. But that's only a foundation so that they can have the tools to get where they want to be. But yeah, everything else elective. But when they're small, it's harder to do. So I think
Yeah.
it is a
I
little bit
mean,
more
you
gray
do
area, but
basic until they're teenagers, and then it's
yeah,
elective, basically.
just give them other stuff to do besides school as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be good to like free up their time so that they have a little time to work. Because, a lot of teenagers do. And you either take just a summer job or you have to somehow suffer through crazy amounts of school, and then
This is lame.
and then you've got to
Mm.
suffer through how many hours of work. I don't think that really works.
No. I think a work scenario is going to teach you a lot more than schooling in a lot of regards.
Right, a lot more practical stuff anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you interact with people as well. So that's pretty important too. Learning how to interact with people, and you can't beat them up or yell at them because you're an employee or whatever. You just kind of have to suck it up.
Right.
Some discipline in you.
Nobody's got quests. Wow.
Quiz.
No quests for old men. Well, I definitely have more to say on that topic, but I won't. I will.
And I think in some regards we're going around in circles, but it does need to be stated.
I will
It needs to
spare
be
the
changed.
audience.
Something needs to happen.
Something. I mean, yeah. You just gotta.
Some more homeschooling in the proper way.
Yeah, people will always be too. Like, I will continue to encourage parents to step up, but people are just going to continue to be lazy about raising their children's for the rest of time. So I think some sort of school reform is actually what's needed. And
Yeah, see, that's indicative of the social media thing. You
What-
want more of a top-down
right,
to change the culture.
exactly, because I mean, I'm not big on overreach, but
Yeah,
like,
I mean, the government's already super overreaching, so really they would be pulling their hands back in the public schools regard.
yeah. I mean, that is kind of what I'm asking for, because
Because the federal government came in and was like, okay, we're going to establish a federal school system.
what I want is less school, and for the amount of school that there is to be more customizable.
Yeah.
Like, it shouldn't be just a thing you send your kids off to have or whatever. It should operate like a business where they should have to abide by the needs of the customer rather than being taxpayer funded and doing whatever the hell they want to do as a result.
Yeah, they're less accountable to the local areas. I mean, that's what I advocate
Right.
for it's called voucher system, where there's money tied to the individual kid, and then you can select which school the kid goes to, and that's what the school gets money wise. The kid's voucher, like whichever one you choose. So if you have a bad school and the parent decides not to take their kid to there, then you get less funding as a school. That'd be short-term solution.
So would that be like
Do you not get?
Would
Do you
that-
not get what that is?
would that be based off of like the kid's class? Like how much is the kid worth exactly?
Well, I think it depends, like the age and the state and stuff. But basically, you have a certain amount of money that either the state or the federal government is willing to spend on, I don't know, a population of kids, right? And so instead of giving all that funding to schools, they tie it to the individual kid, and then the parent can select which school they go to, right? And so when they go to that school, then the government will pay that particular school. But I don't know how you would calculate per se, but I mean, there's definitely a way. That's how they get funding. That's how schools get funding. They calculate the amount of kids and blah blah blah.
Yeah, that'd be
So-
tough to do, but I think that makes sense. I think the idea is just that the school should have no guarantees. They should be worried about whether they can stay
About
open
kids
or not,
leaving.
and whether they're catering to the kids' needs or not, and whether they're catering to the parents' desires or not.
Yeah, because it basically makes competition between the schools instead of just being stagnant. And it gives the choice to the parents, more choice to the parents for where their kids want to go. But yeah, I mean that it would solve things in the short term at least.
Yeah.
For some reason, people don't want to do that. I don't understand why. Doesn't make
Yeah,
any
because
sense.
I think the big thing is that they don't have to think about it. The government decides everything for them, and
Yeah.
they're just willing. But I think forcing them to make a decision would,
Can get them involved.
yeah, it would do a lot. Because if people think something matters, then they'll get involved. Like, it's sort of the thing with the rise of homeschool. Like none of the parents, none of these lazy parents knew that there was something going wrong until it was pointed out to them. But kudos to them, because they actually then went and did something about it and did get involved and did make a decision, and are finally having opinions about the school system.
Yeah, need that catalyst.
It's not so much of a catalyst that the school system is suffering all that much. So it needs just a little more. Like, we're in a good direction with our great increase in homeschoolers, but We need a little bit
Mhm.
more, because there's just going to be those people who will always have generation after generation where they just send off the kids and don't think about it. Wash their hands.
Yeah.
Go to work. Live every day the same.
Yeah, I think forcing the parents to make a choice about where their kid goes to school would definitely get them, out of that uh kind of not monotony, but like uh, uh I don't know, just like not thinking about it, just doing the same thing everybody else is doing, because that's just how it is, type of thing. They're not really actively thinking
Mm-hmm.
that, oh, I can just change. I can just, if I don't like what the school's doing, I can just get my kid and put him in a different school that I like, different public school in the area.
Right. They're just doing what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I think that would definitely
Yeah.
help out.
Although it definitely needs to be supplemented by something, because there would be the temptation just to pick the closest thing, or whichever school comes to your street with a bus, and then things would go exactly the way they are now, regardless, which would be a pretty disappointing result. So
Yeah.
you would also have to have, like, it would definitely have to go arm in arm with high school being elective. Like, you actually have to choose what subjects your child is going to do this year.
Yeah.
Actually
Just
assess what they're interested in.
Very hands-on.
Oh, it makes me hungry just to think about it.
Hungry for knowledge.
But I'm definitely going to have a bit of...
You can have a slave army.
Bit of a...
Child slave army.
A bit of land
Like-
for my kids to work on so that they don't grow up to be wussies. I mean, they don't have to be really hard. It doesn't have to be these huge responsibilities. It doesn't have to be something like stressful, but just so that they're good. They got a good work ethic. They're good at doing stuff with their hands, and they're not wussy about being outside and doing stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily looking for free labor. I just want them to be capable. If you send them off to the concrete box, you're not going to get that.
I mean,
They're
it's not
just
really
going to-
fee. They're just paying their weight.
No, it's true. It's
Mutual.
fair arrangement.
Yeah. You take care of them, and then when you're old and you're in diapers, then they take care of you.
Yep, that's how it should work. But definitely gonna be hard to find them the right mother with all these feminists about.
Oh yeah.
Because feminism has been
You should
such an incredibly powerful thing that even the most, like, traddest girls I know are still feminists to some degree.
Yeah. It's pretty.
Like, there's
Pretty
this one
poisonous.
chick, like, I've never been interested in her or anything, but it's just an example. we're like super eye. We see like super eye to eye on like politics and gender politics and stuff. Like she's the one that I can trust to like get revved up about Trump, which I think is funny.
Mm-hmm.
And fun to stoke in certain groups where I know it's not going to have a good outcome. I'm a good friend. But even she is like terrified of giving birth because of all this stigma in social media that goes on about
Like
how
terrified of
horrible it is.
at the pain or like the everything else.
Yeah, the pain, the possibility of complications, the kind of unsanitary nature of the procedure.
Oh, well, I mean,
Because that's all anyone talks about these days is a complication. But like most healthy women who have taken good care of themselves can have like 20 kids and
yeah,
still be healthy and normal.
yeah. The medical establishment that we have now, or whatever you call it, you're gonna be just fine in like 99% of scenarios.
Yeah, I hate that. When they're talking about like motherhood and abortion and stuff, they always bring up complications and defects and stuff, but that is such like it's so minute, it's not even worth arguing about.
Yeah, it's just.
Like
I
you're gonna
mean,
be fine.
yeah. I mean, I understand. Like, I mean, I couldn't really actually understand, but I can sympathize. I guess that's the right word.
Yeah.
With being scared of pushing a baby out of yourself. It's kind of intimidating, but
Yeah, I sympathize,
Then
but at the same time, like fair is fair. Like I've accepted that it is my purpose in life to suffer and work for the rest of my life. Like that's my purpose as a man, as much as that sucks. So they should be able to just accept motherhood.
except that they have to push out a child.
Right. Because that's their job. And I mean, I'm not super rigorous about gender roles. I would prefer a woman who's not working at all and raising the kids and that type of thing. But I also understand that's, due to your situation, that may not always be possible. But at the same time, each gender has our strengths and weaknesses, and we're meant to suffer being a cog in the corporate machine or work in the land, and they're supposed to handle children, and that's good because they're more empathetic than we are. We're terrible at that stuff. Terrible. Not that the father isn't important, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like coming to terms with certain. It's not really unfortunate. It's just like it's kind of just like taking on more burdens and responsibility as a man. You kind of have to just acknowledge it. I guess come to terms with it, or maybe just accept it, or whatever. And I mean, you will find the most contentment and joy and fulfillment in your life in fulfilling your roles and accepting more and more responsibility for things. So
right,
it's going to be temporary anguish, temporary sadness, whatever. But long term, that's where you're going to find all of the good things.
Yeah.
So
And I mean, that's
you
where
can just
social
have to acknowledge
media
that.
plays a bad part because it's got those insecurity algorithms. So men are taught, oh, get in touch with your feminist side and don't be too hard on yourself. And
Live a little.
yeah.
Don't accept responsibility for anything. It's the white man's fault.
And then, you know, for women, it's just, oh man, wouldn't being a mother be such a burden on your social life? Wouldn't it be just so terrible? Even though that's like your greatest possible legacy. And the most fulfilling thing that you could be doing.
The most fulfilling thing you can be doing as a woman is, being a slave to a corporate machine.
Yeah, exactly. We've got it reversed where they're like, ah, men are just useless, so they should stay home and clean because they're not good for anything. And women are most fulfilled being a girl boss as a cog in the corporate machine. That's what's best.
That doesn't make any sense. Yes, women need to become men, and men need to become women. I like it, Picasso. Just subversion. They're subverting. Evil. Evil. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. But anyway, the end of that story was that yes, the woman in question did get those insecurities from social media, from all the videos about painful birthing. But something people don't know is that you actually forget exactly what the pain feels like. It's a weird phenomenon in women. That's how some can have like a gazillion kids, because you literally forget what it felt like.
Did you say phenomenon?
Phenomenon. Sorry if I fudged that up.
I thought that was a pun. That's great.
That would be pretty good.
Phenomenon.
I wish I had just owned that. Phenomenon. Oh gosh, I can't even say it now.
That's crazy. So they block out the pain, bro? Is this like PTSD? Military PTSD? Or not PTSD, but like... you know what I'm saying? Like traumatic.
They do. Rihanna has told me about this. Apparently you forget, and they're just wired to do that, so they could just do it again.
What? That's kind of scary.
I think it's crazy, isn't it?
So they forget their entire labor, or just the pain of the labor?
Oh, just the pain, really.
Is it just exaggerated? Or is that like actually true? That's insane.
That's apparently true. I can't remember how it works. But it's sort of like the opposite of euphoria. Like, you can't remember what euphoria feels like. You just know that you like it. Like an orgasm. Nobody knows what an orgasm feels like. Like, you can remember how it physically felt on some part of your body, but you don't know how it feels in your head, and all that types of stuff. You can't imagine it. You can't recreate it, even when you've done it before. So it's kind of like that.
Oh, wait. Oh, I mean, that kind of makes sense, because if you would think about it, then it would be happening. But since, wait, yeah, no, that makes sense. Because if you thought about the excruciating amount of pain that you were in your brain, then you would be having that excruciating pain in your brain right now because you were thinking about it. Maybe, or maybe not. Oh, that's kind of weird. You make my brain break.
Yeah, you kind of just, I don't know.
If you think
It's just
about,
kind of how the body is.
but if you think about the pain in your brain, then you would be having that pain though, maybe,
Cause
right?
like I've passed a kidney stone, and I can't really remember exactly what that felt like. I just know how horrible it was. Like I can remember, like how it felt in my muscles, like how sore everything was, and like how just about everything was like spasming.
Yeah.
Like my abdomen was doing like microspasms. Like I can remember that. But as far as like the exact feeling of it
The
passing
pain.
through the ureter, I don't really. I just know I don't want to do it again. And so that it's that kind of thing where it's like I don't remember exactly what it was. So if there was a good outcome, you could be convinced to do it again.
Hmm.
So like women could, remember enough to be like, okay, birth is horrible and painful. But
But I'm gonna do it again
I can't
because it wasn't that bad.
imagine or describe how it was. A doctor could probably explain that much better. But
Well, do
yeah,
you
no.
think it's because if you thought about that pain that was in your brain, then you would actually be experiencing that pain? You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you think about like, okay, you got punched in the stomach, right? You felt that pain in your brain.
All right.
Can you, okay, so can you imagine that pain of being punched in the stomach like right now?
I can remember being punched in the stomach. I don't remember what that feels like.
Okay.
It did
So
happen
now,
recently, though. I will say that.
okay, well, I mean, that just shows that you're a man. You take a punch to the stomach.
Yeah. Well,
Um, but so like a migraine, right? Can you think about how painful a migraine was?
I can imagine certain sensations about it.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I can't really think of how painful a migraine was. So I don't know.
Hmm.
Now I'm
Well,
like thinking about pain and memory and like, man.
I think if humans remembered pain super accurately, then nobody would ever keep fighting. Humans are
Maybe.
kind of bad with consequence in general.
Yeah,
Like
that's true.
to ignore it. I think we were born with the mental capacity to ignore consequence.
Yeah. I watched I think a little while ago I watched a Vsauce video on pain. It was very interesting,
Mm.
but I can't remember specifics. But it was like the concept of pain and like how it's a warning signal, but you can just like ignore it, or not ignore it, but like not mind that it's happening, especially if you're like doing something because it's
Mm-hmm.
still painful, but you know that it's for a good end, or you know, um, not unexpected that it happened. So you're not really like a baby crying in pain, all emotional and stuff. You're just like you're just disappointed or something like that. You know what I mean? You have a different reaction to pain as you get older.
Right.
If you're a functioning adult, that is. Some people hate pain and really hate when it happens, and some people just don't mind it. They're just like, yep, that's painful. All right, well, still got to do the thing.
I've got a pretty good threshold.
Yeah.
The women at the ER didn't believe that I was actively passing a kidney stone because I wasn't writhing around and moaning. And then they did a scan and it was like, oh, you are
Like,
not a liar.
Ah, that does look
And I
like
was
it
like-
hurts a lot.
And I was confounded. I was like, I told you it hurt a lot. And they're like, that's not quite enough. And I'm like, what? You want me to put on a show?
You want me to sing and dance for you?
Swear.
That is hilarious.
It's terrible.
Yeah, like you didn't mind the pain. You knew it was there, but you weren't letting it control you.
No. It was just
So,
impossible to sleep and eat and drink, and
yeah.
I needed to
Basically.
be hydrated through IV kind of badly.
It's immobilization, you know.
But as far as taking the pain itself, I mean, I was
Right.
doing rather well. Not gritting my teeth or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Need more of that. More of that old school grit.
Suck it up.
Grin and bear it. Yeah. I'm this baby mode.
That was my
I
dad.
stubbed my toe.
My dad would say,
What?
"Stop being a Nancy."
Hupping and Nancy.
I was very offended at the time, but appreciative now.
The heck is a Nancy?
Oh, it's old slang.
It's like sissy boy.
It just means wimp or sissy or that type of thing.
Somebody named Nancy's very offended.
Yeah. Sorry to all the
like,
Nancys
hey.
out there.
That's like the Karen. It's like, sucks to be that person.
Although he did take it a little too far in one respect, because he was always on about my hands, because he said that I had soft lady
He's dumb.
hands.
Dude, I have
And
very
I-
soft hands as well.
And yeah, I tried really, because he would just get on me so much about it. Like, I tried really hard, and I could never get calluses for anything. Like,
Or you
I would-
rubbing sandpaper on your hands or something.
like, no, I would just like work without gloves type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just for absolutely nothing. Because, of course, I did, stuff like lawn jobs as a kid. I did a lot of that. And
Yeah.
I would do all of it without gloves. And I would just cut and bruise. And now that I'm an adult, I know that I just have really soft skin. I was just born with that. Really soft,
Yeah.
pale skin. And that was not my fault at all. I recognize
have,
and appreciate what he was trying to do, but
Yeah.
he it was a bit far to like
Catch off there,
make
boy.
me insecure about it. Like, come on, man.
I think it's indicative of like working, like a working man's got, calloused,
Right.
worn hands and stuff. But sometimes it's just like inherent characteristics and you can't really do anything about it, like what you're doing
Right.
or what you are. But so I mean yeah, that is kind of fun. Work those hands, boy. Get them nice and rough.
I tried, man. I tried. I tried
Beat 'em
so
up.
hard.
Yeah, I have
And they do scar pretty badly. I got scars on my hands.
dang. I have not small hands, but like skinny hands, and they're like
Mm.
not soft, but like I don't know. Yeah, they don't really callus that much either. But they're like old person hands, but they're not old person hands too. So they're kind of wrinkly. But it's kind of weird. Like old man hands kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I use my hands all the time working on everything. But a lot of times I use gloves to protect my hands because they're skinnier and they're more prone to freaking, uh, more injury, I guess, because there's not much meat there. It's just tendon and bone. So, I use gloves a lot, but it's kind of not really indicative of you working hard, but in general, I guess it is. But I don't really form calluses or anything either.
Yeah.
But I like gloves. Gloves are nice.
They are nice. Wish I'd used them sooner.
Yeah. You need your hands, man. You
Yeah,
need
you
like
need those.
nerves and stuff
They're
in
nice
those
to have.
suckers.
It was this
Kinda
year
useful.
that I discovered I had big hands. I didn't know that.
How did you discover you had big hands?
Yeah. I don't perceive myself as having big hands because I have small wrists. And so I was like, they can't be that big if I got small wrists. And like my older brother has like big sausage fingers.
Mm-hmm.
And I also had this youth pastor who always made me like self-conscious about my hands because he had these really spindly fingers and they were kind of scary. But I can't remember what it was. It was like a pair of gloves didn't fit quite right or something. And I was complaining about it. And Rihanna was like, oh no, we have big hands as a family. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Because women think about these things, she had all kinds of evidence
What? She had like
that we have like big hands.
She had evidence that your family lineage have big hands. How does that?
Yes.
Okay, that's
It's weird,
definitely a woman thing.
right? Yeah. Just was never really concerned with the size of my hands.
So, do you have the same size hands as Jensen? Or how does that even? Did you like compare it with somebody, or were you just?
I have compared my hands to Chelsea. I don't even remember.
Like, is there like a proportion measurement you could do?
I don't know.
You're like, is your hand the size of your head long ways?
Sounds like the start of a joke. If the palm
But
of your hand is bigger than your face, you're retarded.
you're, you're retarded and you should die. But yeah, they do that. Like you like compare one part of your body to another, and it's like proportional or something like that. But I forget the actual
Hmm.
stuff, the details of that.
I would Google average male hand size, but I do not have anything to measure my hand with at the moment.
I want to look this up.
Although if you could figure out
There's a chart.
the length of my phone, then I could compare that or something nearby.
Mhm.
I have an Xbox controller here.
The average length of an adult male's hand is 7.6 inches, measured from the tip of the longest finger to the crease under the palm.
7 inches. I'm not impressed.
7.6.
Yeah, gee, I don't know. I have no frame of reference at all.
My hand is 7. Wait, it says finger to the crease under the palm. So
Which crease?
maybe like 7 inches? I don't know.
Which finger?
Crease under the palm. The middle.
Oh.
Or I
right,
guess
that
the
makes sense.
longest. The tip of the longest finger.
Yeah, that's the middle.
So yeah, mine's like 7.
I have no
maybe
clue.
maybe 7 and point 2, perhaps. So, I'm below average. A little bit.
Which crease
Not
in your
too
hand?
much.
I have so many creases.
It's under the palm, so I guess once your wrist starts.
Oh, that crease.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I can't eyeball it. I feel like a fool
mean-
sitting here staring at my hand.
I mean, I feel like you guys have bigger heads too, so it's kind of just makes sense.
Dude, Jetson has a huge head.
Yeah.
I have
I
never
thought my head was small,
purchased
but
a
I don't
hat,
know.
so I don't know. My head is smaller than Jensen's. His hats do not. His like tailor-made hats do not fit on me.
I'm
Not
gonna
by
do
a
average male head size.
huge margin, but it's definitely smaller. Definitely small enough that his hats look stupid on me.
That's unfortunate.
So I don't know.
Can't wear his hats. Well, I guess you could put some little stuffing in there to actually stick it on your head.
I don't need to wear Jensen's hats.
Yeah, that's true. It's 20. The average male head size is 22.5 inches in circumference.
All right, this is killing me. I'm gonna get a measuring tape.
I'm gonna measure my head. Wait, does this tape measure go all the way around?
Hold on, I'm gonna go get one.
Okay. What is it? There we go.
All right, I've returned.
Hey. My head is 23 inches. It's a little bit above average.
Huh. So what's the average for the hand length again?
7.6.
Seven and a half.
Dude, you're right at average.
Interesting.
That's crazy.
Maybe Rihanna's
Unless
just
you measured wrong.
self-conscious about her hands. Okay, I'm doing my head now. This is hard to do around my headset.
Maybe your family just has really small wrists. Maybe
Maybe.
that's it.
What's the average wrist size?
Hold on, I'm on it. I need to know. We need to go further. More research.
All right, my head's 21.
21? What? No way. You're measuring that wrong. Ain't no way.
What do you mean? Is that small or big? I
My,
don't know.
bro, my head is 23 inches
What?
in circumference, right?
Your head has got to be smaller than mine. Hold on. Where are you supposed to
I
measure?
think above the ear,
Above
like
the ear?
at the widest point. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I didn't do it low enough. Hold on. I gotta take my headset off. All right, it's 23.
23, dude.
I thought my head was bigger than yours.
Ain't no way, bruh. No way. Maybe it's just the hair.
Because you look hilarious in Jensen's hat.
Hold on. I don't want to stand. So, you and me had the same size head,
Apparently so.
theoretically.
Theoretically, probably.
I don't think that's true. I don't think it's true.
I cannot believe what you are saying right now.
I literally cannot. Where's the measuring tape? Need to remeasure this. Hold on. My head could be 22. Could be. Kind of hard to.
You don't know?
It's hard to do. I'm using a cable and then I'm measuring the cable. I don't have a soft measuring tape on me.
Oh. Yeah, I have a clothes measuring tape that I was using.
Yeah. I don't know where mine is.
You're
You can use like
approximating.
a string to wrap around and then you just measure that. But
Did you figure out what the average wrist size is?
oh yeah, it's according to the U.S. anthropometric data taken from Marine Corps personnel, the average male wrist size is 6.85 inches.
From the Marine Corps, that doesn't sound like it's going to be accurate. 6.5 inches?
Yeah,
Sounds like guys with big wrists.
that
Honestly.
does sound pretty big. What?
6 inches sounds big.
So average man wrist size. The average man wrist size is 7. Almost every man's wrist size falls in range of 6.5 to 8. What?
Mine is just a little less than 6.5.
Dang. Bro, your wrists are small.
Yeah. Told you.
Let me measure my wrists. Can. I wear the bow.
How's that going for you, buddy?
Kind of difficult.
It's a convoluted way of measuring something.
Do you do it on the bone? You like wrap around the bone? Wrist bone?
Yeah. Yeah, it was about right there. On those two.
2 meaty bits right there.
Yeah, the two jutting ends.
My wrists are 7 inches.
Average again.
Wait, what'd you say yours was?
Just a little below 6.5.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
I told you.
Bro, your wrists are freaking what the heck?
And it's improportionate too,
Odd.
because my arms aren't small.
What the heck? Bro, your hands are gonna like snap off one day. You need more anchorage on that sucker.
I know. Maybe I could do something to beef them up. Maybe there's like a wrist workout routine where I can get like
Yeah.
meaty wrists.
You can flex them. Like, look, babe, look at my meaty wrists. Aren't they odd? Yeah, we gotta do some more in-depth measurements of our head, our cranium, at some point, because I think you definitely have a bigger head. But we also need to figure out Jensen's head size.
Yeah. Well, he's probably got it memorized at this point.
Yeah.
He's
You
bought
can wake him
enough
up right
hats
now
to
and be
know.
like,
"What's
"Wake
your head
up!"
size? What is it?"
whisper it in his ear. Side bread. Be awesome.
Well, you're gonna have to remind me because I'm gonna forget that because it's unimportant. It's terribly unimportant. Did you know we're not even done with topics yet? We're like
It's very important.
we just got way off track. Just
there's more topics. That's crazy.
no, I'm serious. We'll just go through them quickly because they're all dumb anyway. So there's an RAF technician, so the Royal Air Force. His
Yeah.
name is Jaeden Micah.
Mhm.
He groped his comrade.
Hey yo.
Was pretty pretty gay. Pretty gay.
Like his dude comrade or his...
Dude comrade.
Oh. Like...
Grope the dude's nuts.
What?
Yeah, he groped him. And so here's Mackenzie's explanation. He claims that he has something called sexsomnia. He said that he was...
What does that mean?
He said that he was doing a sexual act in his sleep, and he didn't know what he was doing.
What?
Pretty hilarious claim. But here's the craziest part. He was cleared of all charges.
Really?
He took that to the Royal Air Force, and they went, "Yeah, all right then. That's good enough for me. I've done a bit of the old sexsomnia in my time, I'll tell you."
Sexomnia. It's like open secret.
There were quite a few women who caught me unawares, if you know what I mean.
Bro. What?
Like, I can't believe it worked. I mean, it was an incredibly stupid gamble. And he won. It's astounding.
So was he like sleepwalking and he just gripped somebody's jewels? Is that what he's...
He claimed that. That was what happened.
I mean, maybe? Like, I don't know. Does he have a track record of sleepwalking around?
No.
Okay, well.
Maybe if he was drunk enough.
Maybe, I don't...
But then, yet again, what were you doing drunk in the barracks like a fool?
Yeah.
Groping your roommate.
Oh my God.
Nutty stuff.
Being gay in the military is okay.
In the
Yeah, okay.
Navy. Can screw another man in the Navy.
Exactly. So that's done right there.
So a little bit of a history lesson. Have you heard of the Rotherham gang?
No.
Neither had I. Neither had I, my friend.
Rotherham gang.
Hold on, I'm shooting something. I need just like 2 seconds to tell you about the Rotherham gang. They were a
Heard of
gang
the Rothschilds.
like no, they were a gang of 22 Pakistani guys. And from the late 80s to 2013 when they were caught, they trafficked over 1,400 little girls.
Whoa.
Yep. So they
Wait. Was that the gang that the Brits were talking about that was like hushed up and protected for forever? And then, or is that a different gang?
that may be. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's
That could be it.
kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this was in Yorkshire, England.
I think I've heard about this.
I wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, so they spent decades just preying on children, doing all sorts of horrible things. They all got a range of sentences. Some of them got as little as like 4 years, which is insane.
4 years.
And that guy was like, because not because he diddled anyone, but because he helped. And it was like, oh my gosh, give him the same exact sentence. What are you talking about? And the biggest sentence was 40 years,
Mm,
which is crazy low.
okay, I guess.
Like,
I mean, it's better
if
than
you're
4,
doing,
but
if you were, if you're doing that to kids, like, you just deserve to straight up die. Not
kill them.
not get a wussy prison term.
Yeah.
Like, what in the world?
Yeah, I think if it's the same thing that I heard about, it's like they were covering it up for so long because it was deemed like racist to like investigate or prosecute Muslims or whatever it was, like Islamists or whatever.
That's pretty likely.
Yeah, so
I-
it was a
I-
big old cover up.
I would absolutely believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
Burton coming in clutch with the horrible news. Even more horrible news.
So this year, 11 have, despite the long sentences and this happening in the sentencing happening around 2013, 11 of them have already been released on parole
What
for some
the hell?
unknown reason. So literally half the gang back on the streets, boys. And then the rest will be heard in a few months, and I'm sure that they'll get released too. So not only did they, try not to be too harsh on them, gave them a wussy sentence, but now they're like, all right, you can go. Like,
You can leave.
this is a
Fine.
person who has, these are people who have done unforgivable things. There's no amount of therapy or rehabilitation that can like make you function in society again. There just isn't. You've gone past the point of no return. Your mind is forever broken.
Right. I mean,
You're done. Like, and I mean, what sicko would like to live in in a world where any of these people could be redeemed?
yeah. I mean, they have to serve their time too. They have to serve their punishment. Like they're not even doing that. They're just going back to they're just skipping that step and going to rehabilitation. Oh, they need to be integrated back into society after serving like no time in jail. What?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Spent less than a decade for, in my opinion, the worst crime a person can commit. And now they just get to interact with people again. Just be a danger.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
fantastic, perfect, brilliant.
Like I feel like British people should
But they should have died. You should have straight up killed those guys.
yeah, just yeah, pretty much. I think
Because in prison, you're just a burden. And you can't
there's
you
like
can't
no
go
justice being served.
you can't go back into society. So just you get capital punishment. You're done.
Gay, oily men.
Life revoked.
Mm-hmm.
Living privileges revoked.
You like talking to Micah. I'm talking to those other gay people.
Tell them to shut up.
Can they hear me?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm all for death penalty for traffickers and pedophiles and those types.
I mean, if the justice system is not actually enacting justice, then
Yeah, I mean, not long ago, there was a time where people were much more in arms about this kinds of stuff. I mean, think about the 80s. There are two different cases I can think of people just executing pedophiles and just getting away with it because who would dare contest that? Like there was a mom in court who shot the perpetrator in court. Just
in court.
said, nope, I'm not sitting through all this. I want to send her to Jesus, and she faced nothing for that. And then there was another guy where the guy was getting moved between prisons.
Oh yeah, and the guy was on the phone. He was faking. Or
yeah,
no, he was on the phone,
so
and
he waited in the airport. The dad, and he just shot the guy.
Blam.
I've seen the video. It's great stuff. And he didn't face anything for that because, I mean, sure, it's vigilanteism, but who would dare say he was wrong?
Yeah.
But nowadays, so like, but the criminals, the sexual
Thinking about the
deviants.
criminals.
It's like, no. If you're gonna be like that, then we'll never have a polite society. We will just suffer and burn out.
Oh, that is crazy. I don't understand how it's even a country anymore.
Like Florida's got death penalty, and I'll tell you, the numbers for those kinds of crimes are gonna be fantastic in a few years. Fantastic. You're gonna see the results. I promise, because that's what happens. You get made an example of. It's effective.
Dude, that's barbaric, okay? We can't be doing that.
Justice.
You don't want a bloodlust society.
Oh, whatever. You know what?
Just mocking Tommy.
I'm willing to admit it. I've got a bloodlust for pedos and traffickers. And those sorts of
to
things.
see blood.
You listen. I'll kill it myself. Like you don't
I'll do it myself.
Like forget the lethal injection. If you just want to bring them over to my place, I'll do it.
I'll do it.
I'll do
Firing squad.
it. No, I don't even need a firing squad.
Slam.
I'll
You just
do
gonna
it.
punch him to death?
I will have. Well, I'll have a gun, but I'll have no guilt. I'll be humane, but I'll have no guilt on my conscience. I'll do it myself.
No, you gotta 1,001 punches is how you kill him.
That would just hurt me at one point. I don't.
Just
I
hammering
don't
him.
think that would be great.
Give it a minute. He'll croak. Any minute now. You just like Hitman assassinate him. Just like freaking snap his neck.
Dude, that would be great. I love Hitman.
Just freaking.
I've had so many Hitman dreams because I've played it like hours on end. Just so much Hitman.
Sneaking around, killing people, throwing them in dumpsters.
I've played all but one Hitman game. They're fantastic.
Oh.
But yeah, England just absolutely disgusts me. Horrifying.
I don't know how you even
Like
live
that
there anymore.
Like that
dude.
is like I said at the very beginning of this episode, that is the epitome of woke. Where you're so into your politics that you're just gonna let stuff go. Almost, you're gonna let go of reason,
Ideology
logic,
above all else.
love, safety. You will give up so much just to feel morally right. It's disgusting.
So weird.
I would never want to live in England. What a useless and terrible place. No offense to everyone in England who's patriotic for the old England. You know.
Uprise, my British people. Take out your alien overlords
Oh yeah.
in Minecraft.
I may be careful what I can say about no, I think we can legally encourage that since we don't live in England. I think I can
We
say
incite,
build your private militia, take down the government.
can we incite violence on Britain?
I think we can. Maybe I'm wrong.
We're talking about in Minecraft, the server Britain,
Yeah,
by the way.
there's a Minecraft server. It's a recreation
Yeah.
of Britain, and it
Yep.
just and the
Yep.
key is to not go after the monarchy because they're a figurehead. That's
Yeah.
what the conservatives usually jump to, but that's not actually the strategy.
Yeah, you
You
gotta
need to go for
go for the heart.
yeah, you go for the heart. You got to go for people like like you'll want to do Rishi Sunak eventually, get the PM,
Yeah.
but really that's not super effective either. You got to go for the top-down approach, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go for
I don't really.
all the people who overrode the great people of Britain and
Mhm.
got that idiot into office.
Yeah, I don't. There's not really like a specific target. It's more just like an overarching
Right?
dismantlement of the government system and reestablishing, I guess, the old system. But I don't even know what system they had back in the day. It's kind of cursed, kind of whack. They should just take our constitution, implement it there.
Honestly, it seems like Britain in its best of days was when it was its most democratic. So, I
Yeah.
mean, you're right to a certain extent. I mean, I wouldn't want to totally abolish the monarchy or take away the things that make Britain Britain, as much as I dislike the whole royal family song and dance. But
Mm-hmm.
like the prime minister, we saw with both Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, has become such a dictator position that
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. He might as well be the king. Like
Yeah, pretty much.
you're not doing much better.
Yeah.
And so
So-
instead of instead of having a democracy and having the king or queen be a figurehead, instead you've got a dictatorship and the whole system is a figurehead or
It's a ruse.
masquerading as a democracy, but it isn't
Yeah.
in any sense.
They just need a constitution of acknowledging, human rights and
I agree.
and then no more immigration, no more illegals. Deport everyone.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
pretty much solve all of your problems.
Well, big problem is, the people who get elected, like Rishi Sunak, who's
But you'd have so much more checks and
heavily
balances with
biased
that.
about the particular subject. So, like,
Mhm.
yeah, it really was. It really was like England. If you look at the timeline, England really did start to go downhill when, like, they never had freedom of speech protected, but it wasn't really being infringed on that much.
Yeah.
But once it really was, and they
They didn't have
as
that
soon as
safeguard.
they could get arrested by police officers, if the police officers felt they were being offended, it just became this whole slippery slope, and then it was just one
Yeah.
thing after another.
That's where it is right there. There's nothing stopping them. Coming to tyranny.
Yep. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Like, I really, like, man, when I watch the Lotus Eaters, I really appreciate their fortitude and their desire to stay put, and their patriotism, when so many of the English are just not being patriotic at all. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it's like watching your friends on a sinking ship and they refuse to get out.
Yeah. You admire it, you respect it, but you're like, dude, you're gonna go to jail
Because
because
I
your
just,
country is
yeah,
going
I see
going
no.
downhill.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but I see like no possible positive outcome.
Yeah.
Because
It's only gonna get worse.
they can't violently organize. They don't have like any laws that they can work with. Like, they have no freedoms to rely on like we do. They don't really have a rebellious society. They're getting pretty much as much immigration as we are, but on a completely different landmass. I mean, they're a tiny, tiny island. So they're getting completely overrun to the point where their dominant religion, since like the beginning of their existence, is no longer the dominant religion, which is insane. It shows just how much they've been overrun. It's like, how do you get past that?
I don't know. You're just like opening the floodgates. You can't really.
Yeah, there's nothing you
Closes
could
the back.
do. Like, the government has gone from like trying to placate these people
To becoming.
to being terrified of them. And now they're going to get taken over because they didn't do anything.
Yeah. It's like World War Z or something. Crazy.
And it's just,
It's,
it's Rome getting taken over by the
Yeah.
barbarians from the inside. Same thing. The Romans thought those illiterate knuckleheads would be no harm, but by the time they realized there was a problem, there was already too many of them. It's the same thing.
Dude, everything is Rome.
It's all Rome. All roads lead to
Oh my
Rome.
gosh. That's insane. Yeah. I think they should stay there as long as possible, but I do not see
Yeah,
I do not see Britain coming
they
back
should you know
at all.
hold strong, hold true, but know when to cut your losses.
Yeah. But then they won't be a British news source organization. They're gonna be stranded somewhere, probably in America. Maybe.
I mean, they could still report on British news. They'd just be much less connected.
Like, well, Britain is on fire once again. It's now being controlled by a vast amount of Muslims who are enforcing Sharia law. Yeah. No longer Britain.
Right.
Extension.
So stupid.
Ugh.
And that's
I
why I
think-
always talk about like the danger of the religion, because it's like I don't want to see
Yeah.
that. I don't see that happening in America, and we're seeing like the
Yeah.
bones of that with all this Palestine stuff and how willing the young voters are to overlook the religion and overlook the problems they cause. You know, like they go against all of their woke principles, and they're still like, but they're a minority, so
Yeah.
we'll advocate for them.
But they're against Christianity.
And it kind of
course.
feels like, yeah, that too. And it kind of feels like the early days of the downfall of Britain. It's like, man, I don't want that to happen here. No thanks. Nobody.
Yeah, I think there'll be
I will
symptoms,
not.
but I don't think we'll actually get to that point.
I mean,
We just have
thankfully
so many-
we're, like I said, we got freedoms, and we've got a rebellious society and stuff like that
Yeah.
that will help. But it's still kind of spooky, you know? It's like
That's fail-safes. Yeah.
the
It is
the amount of
concerning.
things these idiots will let slide just so that they can feel good about themselves is just a little disconcerting.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully they will indeed breed themselves out. That would be great.
Get out of the gene pool.
It's probable. It's probable.
Freaking losers.
Let's see.
so.
Okay, so we were talking about a woman's role.
Yeah.
And now we're going to get to talk about that a little more. Because about over 25,000 women in Iceland, working women, went on strike. At the same time, they had a day of strike where they go on strike for 24 hours. No going to work. And just so you know, if you didn't know, for those in the audience, Iceland, pretty small country. So this is a significant number of women. This is really a big number of working women. Pretty significant.
strike.
So they went on strike. They, did their fun little protest. Did their stuff.
About what?
So they want. They were leveraging for more pay, basically. Because it's that same feminist idea of they want equal pay.
Oh my gosh.
But really they want more because they work less hours than men generally, and that's the discrepancy. So just like any other feminist movement, they're asking for special treatment. Every time. Special treatment.
Right.
We achieved equality, and they're grasping for more.
Yes, let's incentivize working less.
Yeah,
sense.
fantastic idea. Great for the economy. So yeah, I don't think anyone would reasonably go for that. But hilariously, the economy experienced no setbacks at all. Everything functioned as normal.
That's so funny. What the heck? Really? Nothing.
Yep. Nothing.
There's no.
No problems.
What were they? What were they all accountants? They all freaking salon.
Well, they were all doing, majority of them were doing part-time jobs.
Bruh, that is hilarious. Looks like we don't need women after all, boys. Get in the kitchen. That's great. Maybe they'll realize that they don't need to work.
That would be great. Something else that they found, that journalists found by going around a bunch of different companies, is they found that generally no HR complaints were filed by anybody. Like almost no HR files in the country of Iceland were filed that day with no women on the workforce.
Oh my gosh.
So,
dude, this is like,
that tells you something.
this sounds like a joke or like a meme or something. Most stereotypical
Right.
things. Women stop working. Nothing changes. Women stop working. No complaints at work.
Yeah, no downsides, no complaints. I know it does sound like a meme, but it's real. It's true. It's real life. It
And
happens.
it's yeah, and then it like pans to men stop working, and like it's just the earth is gone. It's cracked in half. Everything's going crazy.
Yep, it's just a dust bowl.
Yeah. Everybody died that one day. Oh my gosh.
Dude.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, hilarious stuff. Great. Some jokes just write themselves. I don't even have to say anything about that. Like, that just speaks for itself. It's
Honestly.
pretty funny. Because it's like, well, if you're gonna work less, you're gonna be less valuable. Like, you do it to yourself.
And less complaints.
You want to make as much as a man, you gotta work as much as a man. Like, that's true
Yeah.
equality.
I've never really got that like wage gap thing, because you can directly compare it to other people in your job, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you get a paycheck, you can ask somebody or like ask management or whatever, like, is everybody getting paid the same amount? They'd be like, yeah. And then that
Yeah, because it's
that's
actually
your answer right there.
illegal to have discrepancies.
Yeah.
And if they do, oh gosh, the IRS is gonna find it and kill them.
Right. So I just don't
And I mean,
understand.
It's been illegal for so long. I don't even know how long. For as long as the IRS has been around, probably, or very close.
Also, another funny argument is that if women got paid less, then every company would just be hiring women. You know?
That's
'Cause they'd have
true.
less-
That's true. They would, though.
Yeah. Because you'd pay less.
Yep,
For
that's how that would
employees.
work.
But you'd, on average, get less competent employees. But, is what it is. You get what you pay for.
Yeah, they'd still be working less.
It would. But there's just so many different ways. It's just doesn't make any sense. But women are women, and they want special privileges for some reason. They
Well,
already have inherent privileges, and they want more.
Well, people have, companies have grifted them into thinking that they deserve special treatment, so that they will buy all kinds of products.
Yeah. This darn capitalist society, man.
I know.
Freaking godless. Society.
Gotta buy that makeup.
Most material, consumerist, dystopian future. I hate it.
Yeah. Well.
It's
So
better than communism, but still.
yeah.
Communism's pretty bad.
So we're just gonna talk about immigration for the rest of this. We got 3 little stories here that are all about immigration, kind of feed into one another as one big tale. 'Cause of course that's been kind of the hot topic. What with Texas really suffering economically and crime-wise, and oh my goodness, so many things. And of course the parts of the border that have Trump's wall are doing really well. So it's kind of making everyone angry and jealous. But anyway, so Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, releases a document outlining 64 instances of the Biden administration deliberately breaking U.S. border security policy. And this is an impeachable offense, by the way. Because this is breaking the law. There are tons of them, and of course the document's down below, and you can read it for yourself. But this is just all stuff you would expect, such as suing Texas for using martial law, creating a docket that gives special treatment to 18 to 20-year-old aliens, and of course dismantling sections of wall already built and paid for by the taxpayers.
Damn.
Just sort of the normal stuff. But of course this is more oh, my brain's not working. It's more infringement on founding documents, where of course we can protect our country, because it's deliberately handicapping the things that border states have tried to do. So nothing really surprising on there, but I mean, pretty staggering number of offenses in just 4 years. I mean, they've been working so hard to.
Wait, so who put this together?
This is Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Oh, Mr. Chad. Christian
Released it.
Chad, man.
Yeah,
Love that
so
guy.
he's getting people together. I mean, I don't think he
Impeach.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
we're getting to that. But first, I'll outline something that Tucker Carlson found, and it's a good bit of journalism, so I suggest you look up the video. The video was banned from YouTube, so I thought it was not particularly wise to put the link in the description for this one. So there's an article about it down there, but the video will take a little digging from yourself if you so wish to view it. But some of Tucker's people went to Chicago, and airports and police stations have become refugee camps which is apparently legal because Chicago has labeled itself a sanctuary city.
Bruh.
And he shows this video of this screened off area of the airport where they're literally hiding hundreds of illegals, trying to screen them off from the public. You know, totally squalid, terrible bells and smells, and even though it's like a public building, they've hired the like private security to keep people out, like people who essentially have no support authority. You know, like trying just guys in suits, usually Hispanic themselves. Just
Like
bossing
blocking
people
from
around,
going
saying you
in.
can't film in here, even though you can, and trying to block it happening.
It
Of
is
course,
insane.
Tucker's people got in anyway and got some good footage.
Some good footage. Huh.
And yeah, and then also police stations. So instead of having a police station full of police in one of the most dangerous cities in Chicago, protecting people like they're supposed to be,
Right.
instead it's just more immigrant housing.
Well, they're trying to
Brilliant.
defund the police, so, you know.
I know, which is
Win-win.
stupid. We're not only going to defund the police and detract police presence, lessen it, but we're also going to fill the place with criminals. Brilliant. There are already people who have broken the law by coming in here and doing all sorts of things they shouldn't do.
Right.
But they're fine. They'll be fine. Upstanding future American citizens, to be sure.
Oh, yeah.
They just want a better
100%.
life when they, you know, when they loot TVs, they just, you know, they need to eat.
Yeah. They need to eat that TV.
You need.
Nutrition.
They choose the big TV because it's so they can feed the children. You know, it's the size of it.
Right.
Right.
It's a family TV.
Right.
The big meal.
So you get it.
Oh my gosh. Dude. I mean, I think Chicago does deserve it, but I
mean, they voted for it.
I don't really like using, well, maybe not using humans as like literal pawns, but I mean, they did decide to come in the country illegally. So I mean, you kind of concede some like comfort, I guess, in that regard. You're just like,
That's true. And everyone's
get what you-
forgetting, you know, even with all like the crime and the what's the word I'm looking for?
rape,
No.
drugs,
No. Well, kind of. Drugs adjacent.
smuggling,
You're almost there.
kidnapping,
The people who do the smuggling.
slaving,
The what do you call them?
cartel.
The cartel. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You know, I've seen every episode of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. You'd think I would remember the cartel. Anyway. Yeah, even with the cartel and everything, you know, Mexico is actually not that bad a place.
Yeah.
It just isn't. Like, compared to especially like African countries or Middle Eastern countries, they're doing fairly well. Like, they've
they're
got
chilling.
really, really bad areas like, you know, Tijuana and other places like that. I mean, Every country's got its seedy areas. Every country's got a Detroit.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, they're nothing compared to America, but they've still got they're not a third world country. They've got a decent economy, and you'll remember not that long ago, people were getting mad because the rent in Mexico is so good, and they've got decent cities to live in, like Mexico City, which is really big. They were getting annoyed that so many white people were moving in. And they're like, stay out,
What's
which
up,
is
people?
ironic.
There's too many white people. Doesn't make any sense.
So it's like everybody's like, oh, they just want a better life and everything. It's like, no. In Mexico,
They're not
they
getting.
had, it's cheap. They had a job, they had a home, and
Yeah, they're not getting persecuted.
but
Like,
they know that in America they'll get all kinds of things handed to them. So instead, what they're gonna do is they're gonna huck their child over the border to try and get a free pass. Like, is that a good or reasonable person?
I think you should take
Are they
the
really
kid.
suffering that much to throw a child over the border?
I think you should take the kid and then sentence the kid's parents to like child abandonment or child negligence or something like that,
I agree.
and send the parent back and just keep the kid or something.
I agree.
Be like, we'll raise them right in America.
Makes
Teach
sense
them
to
the
me.
ways. Patriot.
It's and like even
Patriotism.
I mean even the immigrants from Middle Eastern countries to England are complaining like, oh, I had a job in my country and now I'm nobody.
Yeah, I
Like,
remember that.
even countries worse than Mexico still have it good enough that they can't stand being here when they cross.
I remember that.
Even with free hotel and free food and an allowance, I still bloody complain because it's not the absolute paradise that someone told them it was. So it's like, no, these, some of them are falling on hard times, they're poor maybe, sure, but like to act like they're absolutely suffering and destitute like they live in Africa is absurd.
Yeah.
That's how everyone views it, which is actually kind of insulting to Mexicans. Quite frankly.
They're starving. They're all
It's like, bro, it's
dying.
It's
I
not
think the
that
only
bad.
problem
It's not
Mexico
bad.
has is cartel.
Right.
That's about it.
And they
think
could fix
everything
that
else
if
is
they
fine.
wanted to.
Yeah.
Remember
Dedicated effort.
what country was it?
Uh,
It's
Brazil? No.
no, it's got an F in it.
With
My brain is trying to
But-
say El Salvador, but it's not. It's like that. It's like El something or something rather.
El Huevos.
But anyway, that one country that totally cleared out the
Yeah.
gangs
You just need
in
a
a couple days
yeah,
because they knew where they
Super-
were and they had the balls to do it.
super Giga Chad leader.
Yeah, it's the
Give it
same
F.
thing. It's like you're a country with a whole army. If you want to take down the cartel, you could do it.
Yeah. But the problem is the cartel is like so integrated with the government.
Yeah, I was just about to say, but they're in the cartel's pocket. So it's really the people who have the manpower to take over. And they could do it, but they don't. Instead, they'd rather
Yeah.
throw their child over the border.
Well, if they all coordinated properly, but even then, it's just so difficult to
I know it'd be a
manage
tough
those
battle,
things.
but like, be a man.
Yeah.
Don't be a drag on somebody else's family just because you're having a tough time.
Well,
Like, like,
personally,
like
I
I'm
mean,
poor, and I live next to this gated community of snotty rich people who are terrible, and I'm not
and I
like,
don't steal
oh
anything from
man,
them.
I've a I'm having a hard time paying for my groceries, so I'm gonna go burn their house down.
I'm gonna jump over their fence, go in their house, and start eating stuff out of their fridge because I'm an economic migrant.
Yeah, I'm not just gonna expect things.
Feed me, house me. No, get off my property.
Exactly.
That's funny.
It's so selfish.
That is
And
pretty
I'm
funny.
supposed to have some sort of pity. I mean, I empathize to a certain extent. Gosh, I love America. I know it's great. I know it's better than Mexico, and I'd
Mm-hmm.
much rather be here. But and I know that they make it kind of hard to become a citizen, and they could really hold you up because it's beneficial for them. But still, you got to go through the proper channels. You got to do it right.
Well, I think it would be easier if we didn't have such a crazy illegal migration problem.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like we would probably let in more people
Because
if,
it's a
you
congested
know,
system.
right. So, I'm just making it worse. But I mean, realistically speaking, I put most of the blame on the United States rather than,
Yeah, the incompetency. I mean,
yeah,
we're the ones with the open border.
right.
We
It's
we made
like,
it
come
so
on.
easy.
Yeah. It's like you're kind of the one to blame there. You just made it super easy. But yeah, I
That's
don't.
true.
My heart goes out to the kids involved,
I know,
but
it's
I think
terrible. Imagine getting thrown over a wall.
yeah, that's horrible. They had no choice in that. They're just getting yeeted around,
Rough start to a
getting
life,
abused.
honestly.
It's insane, but it's definitely the responsibility is on the adults in that situation. But then the broader view is, yeah, definitely America is to blame because they're just letting it happen. Like, come on.
Or we could blame Canada.
You could blame Canada.
That
Blame
always works.
Canada. I mean, honestly, could. But yeah, I think, my opinion, I think the U.S. should just go into Mexico and be like, okay, so we're going to help get rid of the cartel for you. All right. We're just going to be in here for 10, 20 years, making sure everything's on the up and up. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if we can be in Afghanistan for freaking however long, we can't go to our backyard.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much intel on the cartel that if we were really militant about it and really intentional, we can make quick work.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just,
hell, if we could kill Osama bin Laden, we could take out anybody.
yeah. Just make a concerted,
Concerted.
concerted effort to target the cartel and murder them. And spend however long we need to in there. And yeah.
Yeah,
Then we take over Mexico. Then we won't have to worry about the immigration problem.
it's true.
See? Be like, you're already in the U.S. That's how you do it right there. 2 birds, 1 stone. Everyone's happy.
True. Although, you know, we do get to blame Canada a little bit because they let the Mexicans walk through their country to get through our northern border.
Oh yeah, they took the boat around and then they. That's so weird. I don't understand that.
I know, it's crazy.
I
Like,
don't know how
I don't
you
know.
have the navigation skills to do that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know who is feeding them propaganda about America. Like, I know
It's
some of
probably
them. I know some of them are just
ourselves.
trafficking stuff, but there's some that just, you know, gosh, they must think we're some sort of golden land, you know, like.
Joe Biden, man. Let them all think they were everything. But we're nothing. I don't know if they even get media from America.
Yeah, I'm not
Probably do.
sure.
I mean, if they got news media from America, they'd probably be like, whoa, bro. That place is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they get, but
They'd be like,
we,
there's so much racism, bro. I can't even go over there. We're going to get hunted down by the KKK.
but our economy's terrible. We can't sustain them at all. Like, it's totally not what they think.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Like, we're great now, but
That
we're
is
in a
weird.
bad place. And we gotta have people, like, documented and actively working for that to work. Like, gosh,
Yeah.
they're welcome, but you can't just be a loafer.
Mm-hmm.
I swear some of
Oh,
them work
man.
so hard not to work.
Yeah. Be productive citizen. Productive worker.
So the last thing kind of ties in is there is an impeachment trial going on. Isn't that great? An impeachment in Congress for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over failure to enforce U.S. immigration laws. And by the name, you can tell that there is no bias at all
No.
whatsoever.
Definitely.
Couldn't possibly be.
No, definitely not.
And the kinds of
There's
excuses
no-
the Democrats are coming up with to try and cover him is just make me want to throw up. So I'm not going to go through that.
Definitely
But there
no
was kind of a
conflict
funny
interest.
moment where the Democratic representative for California, Robert Garcia, he brought out a poster board saying that the guy couldn't have done a better job because the border standards are so high. And so his board has this big picture on it, and it shows jets shooting missiles, an electrified border wall, soldiers, and a moat full of alligators. And it's labeled
Wait,
Trump's border solution.
what? Wait, he wrote that? Mayorkas?
No. Robert Garcia, the representative from California. He was there trying to make a case for Mayorkas.
Oh, so he was like exaggerating
Yeah, so
the
he was saying, "Oh, the idea is so ridiculous because they want
all
jets
this stuff.
and military and electrified border wall and a moat full of alligators," and everybody's like, "That sounds awesome." Like, if that's what Trump wants, I'm
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I
That's what I
was
was thinking.
already
I was
voting
like,
for him. You don't have to sell me on it.
right, that's just more incentive. I would like to see where no, what I think what happens is DeSantis donates all of his alligators to the wall.
Dude, I would totally be for the US maintaining a moat full of gators. That would be hilarious. Dude, that's enough to scare anybody, honestly.
Yeah. No one would go near it.
Like, we think of that as something like silly that people would do in medieval times, but honestly, even like a military with guns and stuff, scary. Nobody wants to go near the moat full of gators. Nobody.
No, definitely not.
I mean, it wouldn't be that expensive. You just, you feed them and stuff, like, and let them do their thing out there. Like, it would be awesome. Hey, electric fence, not a bad idea.
Give more and more ideas.
And I
It's
love
fun.
his presumption of military at the border. Of course there should be people guarding the border. Like, what are you, an idiot? Like, is that really a ridiculous request? That's literally the law. That's literally what we're saying that he failed to do. Like, that's what this is about. And you're
Right.
trying to draw it up as something ridiculous. Like, are you really that stupid?
Like, look at him. He wants security at the border.
Like, you played
That's
yourself,
crazy.
idiot.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, these people are clowns.
Absolute
Clowns.
clowns. It's amazing how many stories we've had tonight about politicians just directly contradicting a law that they've cited. Like, it's unbelievable. Like, you have no brain. You are soup head full of soup.
You have stupid.
Planet of
This
the
is
pudding
the-
brains.
Pudding. I just don't understand. I don't like. They just need to be honest. Like they're being so dishonest. They're like, you know,
It's not
we
even good lies.
we
Politicians
want
used to
border
be clever.
security. We don't want a wall. Why would we want a wall? Walls don't do anything. We want border security, totally. We don't want illegal immigrants. Oh.
Every other country gets to have a border, but us, nah.
No. We're a land of immigrants, man.
We can pay
Everybody's
for
welcome.
Ukraine to defend itself, but God forbid that we have a little bit of that. Can't we just have a little of that fun juice?
Oh my goodness.
Man, I mean, there you go.
There you
The
go.
Biden administration deliberately tried to weaken the border at least 64 times.
64
got-
times.
They've got immigrants holed up in schools, police stations.
Yep.
And airports. And Trump's border solution, or his alleged border solution, according to Robert Garcia, sounds fantastic.
Yep. Think it's good input.
And I hope that Alejandro Mayorkas just gets totally nailed to a wall, totally made an example of. Like, literally
I
the
think he needs to be
Homeland
deported.
Security Secretary.
As a symbol of what we're gonna do in the future, we should deport him. He will be the first to go.
Well, I assume he's a citizen.
No, citizen revoked.
Oh
It's
my
deported.
gosh, dude, that would be such a that would be such a gamer moment.
It'd be so baller if Trump just came in there and just freaking,
That would be
you're deported. I don't care if you're a citizen.
an
Been
incredible
revoked.
screw you.
You helped Mexico. You helped the Spanish people illegally cross. You can join them. You can try to come back in, but I'll have a wall erected. Be 20 foot tall.
You can
With
try.
gators.
Well, with gators.
Fight the gators.
Watch out for those gators.
They're snappy.
Don't let them bite you on the way out.
Freaking Sparta kicks him across on top of the wall. Just kicks him on the other side.
I mean, if we had an ironic punishment division, that's definitely what we would do.
Yes. We need more. More punishments fit the crime. Right back at you.
Yeah, well, we'd have a lot more capital punishment if we lived by that. A lot more than people would like.
What the hell?
Well, I hope he not only gets made an example of, but I hope that Texas continues to point a middle finger at the federal government, because that's what they should do. And it's because that is also just an amazing example to everyone else. Because so many states act like they don't have the power to do that, and they do.
Yep, just
That's why we got
the middle
states'
finger
rights
to
and
the
all that.
feds.
So that we could protect
Right.
ourselves when the federal government says no. Yeah, and I was...
In the world? Tommy linked a website about
Did he?
flamethrowers.
About what?
Like a flamethrower website. What? That's kinda
Oh,
cool.
yeah, he was looking at that.
I did not know this existed. You can order flamethrowers apparently.
Yeah.
And hot babes on said flamethrowers.
Yep.
And that's pretty dope.
Yep.
Oh.
I was incredibly proud that our state was one of the ones
Yeah.
that backed. I wasn't sure. I was kind of 50-50 on it. Because, I mean, we've got a decent governor and all that. But at the same time, our proximity to a certain place
I know.
constantly has us abused, so I wasn't really sure. But
Yeah, we got the Chad governor in.
thankfully, if a civil war did start, we would be on the winning side. So that's nice to know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
My gosh.
They would just get absolutely destroyed by the entire South. It would be hilarious.
Yeah, it's retribution, baby. It's payback time.
It would be a mighty victory.
This will teach you for conquering the South. The South bites back.
They sure do, though.
What? The flamethrower attaches to a AR? Oh my gosh. That is insane.
Wow. That is a lot.
This is like a Call of Duty attachment right here. Why? Oh, it says right here. Why? Because we can.
Oh.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, very succinct.
With the same 25-foot reach and 20 seconds of fuel capacity, this patent-pending under-barrel flamethrower maximizes versatility. Use it handheld, mounted, or even with the backpack or reservoir. Bruh. Is this legal? Guess you can own a flamethrower. Let's see why not.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
A little bit of a fire hazard, but you know.
It's kind of the point of a flamethrower.
Yeah. I don't know if you can legally use it in any way.
I mean, maybe on your own property under certain conditions? Like, I would imagine you'd have to have a license. It just seems like one of those weapons.
You don't license for that.
Kind of like you need an explosives license.
Yeah. Probably.
Could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
You need to be very specific circumstance for that.
Yeah.
Count as a self-defense. Your Honor, I had to torch him until he was crispy. He was coming at me too strongly. I had to do it to him.
That's actually reasonable. Kind of like how when you're being attacked by a gunman, you're supposed to put your whole clip in him just to be safe. It's kind of the same thing. Roast him till he's crispy.
Right.
Until you know the threat is, you can be absolutely sure the threat is neutralized.
When you smell barbecue, that's when you know.
That would be a hell of a defensive weapon, though.
Well, apparently you can attach it to your gun, so you could shoot them and torch them.
Dude, that would just be insane. That's such overkill. Man, would they rue the day they walked onto your property?
Yeah, they would. They would regret that instantly. They'd be engulfed in flames, and full of bullet holes. Oh my gosh.
And that's why it's safer to have weaponry.
That's what Britain needs, right there.
Citizens with flamethrowers, yeah.
Yep. Who needs knives?
Let's stop knife crime pretty quick. If everyone just had a flamethrower on their back.
And also, Britain would be burned down in a couple hours. But
yeah, probably.
I mean, it's already like metaphorically burning down, so
yeah,
wouldn't be much of a difference.
Not really. Excuse me? So what would you do about the immigration crisis?
Why are you gay?
Deport them all.
Just systematically?
Look, I would deport unless your accent sounds British. I would deport you if you don't sound British.
Oh, I meant America. But,
Oh.
I mean, that works too, I guess.
Look, if I were in control of Britain right now, I would deport every single suspected illegal, and anybody who doesn't have a British accent, because you do not belong here.
Oh my gosh.
That's my policy.
Interesting.
I mean, that'd be pretty thorough.
Yeah. Yeah. You could be like, I can imagine you yelling on a podium. You'd be like, I was on vacation here. I was really disappointed when I didn't immediately meet anyone with a funny English accent.
I need the English accent for it to be lore accurate.
I did not feel like this was... This was a authentic trip.
Yeah.
Everyone's a Muslim.
And I want my money back.
That would be
I demand a refund.
Yeah, you
Everyone
take
here's
taxpayers' funds.
Might as well have gone to the Middle East. Freaking same people.
You
Yeah, I
literally
would-
get a stimulus package that's just £1,000.
Yeah. Oh, wait, bro.
You put it
thank
through
you so
Parliament
much,
and
man.
everything. It's just £1,000.
Thank you so much, man. I tell you what. Yeah, for America, I'd make the Great Wall of China, but America, Great Wall of America. We could name it Trump. We could name it Trump. That's fine. Trump's Wall,
Trump's wall.
or some sort of pun.
Yeah,
think of
there's
something.
probably a good one.
Um,
The Trumpicade.
Trumpicade.
Is that good?
Trump. I don't know. But yeah, we'll think of something. But yeah, big old wall. Freaking. Like super thick and tall, right?
Like how you like your men.
Exactly. And then we deport every single person that is a communist or
Oh my gosh.
only if they can't speak English, we have to deport them.
Brutal.
That's 100%.
What if they're mute?
Shoot. If they sign in English, they're in.
It has to be ASL. No other types.
Exactly. And yeah, we just ask everyone for their papers, and if they don't show them, they're going out. They're leaving. Like, no ID, get out,
It's so Aryan of
get
you.
deported. Right.
Papers, please.
Papers, please. But I think you should speak English. I think that's like the most.
I think it's reasonable. If I was moving to a different country, I would learn the language. Not just to
Yeah.
be respectful, but just for like ease of living, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, that's like the
It's amazing that
lowest.
people live here years and years and don't learn English. Like, why would
It's the
you do
lowest
that to
bar ever.
yourself? Crazy
Well, they
person.
make little colonies of Spanish like towns and stuff, and so they don't
Yes,
have
that's
to
true.
interact with people,
Yeah.
who don't speak Spanish or whatever. And so they just exist in those towns, kind of like Chinatown, but Mexican town.
Mexican town.
Little Mexico. Also, if you have like tattoos that's like cartel related, you're gonna get executed on the spot.
I do agree with that one.
Yeah,
It
because
worked for that other country. Worked really well.
like unless you're forced to get the tattoo, then you're just kind of like you just kind of accepted your fate. You're like, yeah, I agree with this crazy cartel, brutal cartel thing. You're just like, oh no, you're dead. Yeah, I do a lot of things. Be pretty crazy.
So you would do a lot of crazy stuff. But what do you think, like within reason, what America should do?
Just don't accept illegals into the country. Like catch and deport instead of catch and release into the country. And I think it is reasonable to put up some sort of wall, like an actual barrier, physical barrier. It's like not that expensive, considering how much we pay for illegals to be here. Like
Yeah. Yeah, the
you would
net
save
gain of
money.
that would be crazy.
Yeah. So I think you need to build the wall first and then you deport. Like do mass deportations. You can't do amnesty. It just does not work.
Yeah, no, there's too many already,
Yeah.
which
And when
is
you do
why it's
amnesty, it
a
just encourages the
crisis.
next generation. It's like,
It's,
oh, I can get over there. Become a citizen.
yeah, I agree. I'm all for a physical border wall. I think anything less. I think not just the border is reasonable, but like anything less is unreasonable in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like a country's got to protect itself. You don't want this light silliness.
We'll put a little fence up.
Yeah, like we can't have the little chain link fence that's in some places. We can't have the places where the wall or the gate doesn't connect, so you can just walk around it. You can't have the gates that are easy to climb because of the way they're designed. Like our border is literally all of those things, and it's pathetic on a comical level.
Big old concrete wall. It needs to be aesthetically pleasing as well, because we're not savages.
True. I agree with that. Not that
Yeah.
anyone's gonna see it a lot. But if it could be like the walls of a castle, that'd be nice.
Exactly.
I just want it to be practical, good places for guards to look out of and taunt French knights. That would be beneficial, I think.
Yeah. I think the medieval designs, which you should be going for, definitely. Little outposts, tower things. You
Yep.
can even have like a drawbridge. Some spaces.
I mean, if you're gonna have a moat, like it all kind of fits.
Yeah.
Works for me.
And you'd create a lot of jobs making that wall.
True. True.
It's a win-win. Ooh, ooh. What if? Oh, that would be crazy. What if you said like, if you any Mexican that helps build the wall for a certain amount of time gets
Gets a green card.
yeah, gets the green card. That would be insane.
Oh man, dude, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny.
They'd be like building out their fellow
It would get built so
Mexicans.
fast. It would be such a great wall. It would be so nice.
Oh my gosh. That's big brain. That's
Yeah.
big brain.
All you have to do is just drive out to your local Home Depot, call out
Very
your truck
ironic.
window.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, give
so
me a
you hear
green
America's
card.
building a wall. I just need a few guys, and there's $50 and a green card in it for you.
Just grab them all around. Dude. It'd be so ironic, I guess. I guess that's the
Yeah.
right word for that.
Ironic and effective.
Just all around great.
Yeah.
But I feel like some of them might sabotage it. Some of them would like
Yeah,
some maybe, like, weak
you
points.
know, and that's why you got to make sure none of them are in charge. You know, you just make sure you got
Yeah.
a good guy overseeing the work. Some nice professional wall inspectors.
be like there's no weak points on this wall.
I bet we could engineer a
Mexican.
pretty tough wall. The toughest
Yeah.
wall. We got the
You could dig-
resources.
You could dig into the ground and like make a freaking wall underground.
That's true. That's true. That would be great. Nice.
The same
Nice
the same height as
foundation.
it above ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be so cool.
They'd be never getting past there. They'd have to like do that slingshot thing with the stick. Where you run and then you jab into the ground and like fling yourself.
Javelin over the wall.
Wing. But if they mess up, they just get caught on barbed wire. Like, oh no! Somebody help me!
Dude, that would be nuts. More razor wire, that's the other thing. Make that hard to
Yes.
climb. Come on, baby.
Lots of razor wire. Maybe some mounted machine guns. Just in case things get spicy. Cartel members show up, friggin' start blasting.
Yep. But, you know, it's definitely going to take some sort of presidential interference to get this all done. Because, like, we can't have just Texas securing the border. Like, that would do a lot for us, obviously, considering their position. But, like, really, like, lawfully, our whole border should be secure. All around.
Yep.
So, like, every state needs to abide by that.
Yeah.
They just have to. It's illegal not to. So we're definitely going to need someone to get in there. Because, you know, Congress won't do it by themselves, sitting around with their thumbs up their butts. They'll need a bit of a
Yeah.
push.
A Trump push.
So we're definitely going to need the right president to come in and do it.
Trump's gonna come in and build a wall this time. He was
I
trying
mean,
to
if
do it
Biden
last
comes
time.
in and steals the election, then we can definitely look forward to a civil war, for sure.
Yeah. It's probably not gonna be good.
That would be the fate.
very, very hectic.
But the polls are showing that Biden's only got 7 states right now.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's
that's rough.
it's barely a contest. He's being absolutely steamrolled by Trump. Absolutely steamrolled.
Dude, what if we had like a unanimous, like every single state just voted for Trump?
Oh, dude, that would be so good. So good. It's not
Or
gonna.
the
It's not
empire
gonna
of
happen.
Trump.
But it would be awesome.
You know how big Trump's ego would get?
Dude,
His head would explode.
You would never be able to calm him down.
He's like, I'm the best, folks. The whole country agrees unanimously. More famous than any other leader.
Nah,
In the
I
world.
think it's gonna be closer than that, or else he would he would get accused of voter fraud.
Oh yeah,
Which
I
be,
would question
which would be
it.
ironic.
I'd be like, wait a second.
Yeah, terribly ironic.
It'd be pretty funny. Yeah, I think we definitely need one-day voting in person IDs only, or else
Yeah.
I am seriously questioning everything.
Dude,
Like,
I
that
love that
stupid
meme
mail-in
going
ballot.
around. Everyone's
What?
sharing it. It says, "Don't let Trump cheat. Demand voter ID in person voting."
Don't let Trump cheat?
Yeah. So it's like a psyop to get
I mean-
them to advocate for voting, because
Oh.
so it was made. The poster was made by a conservative,
Oh, I get it.
and so
yeah,
all the
'cause-
conservatives are sharing it because they're like, oh, that's good. That's clever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, 100%. Whatever liberals have to believe for there to be more secure voting, then
Yeah. Oh,
I'm all for
it
it.
works for me. It works for me. 100%.
Because I just want a fair fight. Like, on.
Absolutely.
I don't want this gay, ambiguous 2-week voting period where you can shove freaking envelopes in mailboxes and do all this gay stuff. Like, go back to normal stuff. And I don't even like the digital system. I hope we go back to paper, where you have to count everything on the
Mhm.
paper.
Mhm.
Because they did that in the other country. I forget which one it was, but they did it successfully. And we were doing that for 100 years, so
Yeah.
stupid
Yeah.
digital counting system. Very easily manipulated.
And it's absolutely no coincidence that Biden was projected to do really badly, and then suddenly mail-in voting absolutely skyrocketed.
He was the most popular president, folks. He had the most votes ever.
Nothing screwy going on there at all. Nothing at all.
The most votes ever, folks.
No problems here. Nothing to see.
Nope. Definitely not.
Nothing scummy. Just a coincidence, really.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah. And everybody chalks it up to pandemic stuff. It's absolutely false.
Oh, gosh.
All right, I voted in that election. I'll tell you. That's not how it
Yeah.
was.
You retards. Yo. Power. Trending gifts. Black. Fist raise.
That's trending right now.
That is a trending GIF. I don't know why or how trending works, but yeah,
It's kind of
concerning.
yeah.
Wait, there's one of a. What the heck? Probably stop spamming this. What? Feb. Dude, these gifts are crazy. Monkey.
Monkey.
It's not fair. Dog.
Monkey.
Hey, look, it's Wednesday. What?
What are you doing, man?
Just looking through the trending. Freaking weird, bro. All right, well, you're out of topics, or
Yep. We are out
Okay.
of time. We are out of time. That is
Ah!
as true as it could ever be. It was a long one. 3 pages of notes. I have not had that kind of list since about the time we started. Like just a little over a year ago. I guess that's just the way with the way the news goes.
Yeah.
It just sort of tapers off in the summer and then slowly ramps back up until the beginning of the year. You get
Some crazy stuff.
all the crazy stuff with all the, I guess criminals make New Year's resolutions as well. I don't know.
Maybe.
I
I'm
can't
gonna do
explain
lots
it.
of burglars. Lots of burglars.
I cannot explain it.
Lots of burgles.
Dude, I hope he takes that sound off. Nobody's gonna know that's a sound. They're just gonna think there's something annoyingly wrong with my computer.
Or maybe something's wrong with their computer. They're watching it on.
I guess
That'd
that
be
would be
even more funny.
kind of funny, yeah.
Do you just think something's wrong with your computer every time that happens?
I told him, I said, don't flood it with stupid sounds because you're gonna waste space for sounds that have good application. Instead, he's like, absolutely going to
FBI, open up!
fill this with the most useless and stupid sounds.
I mean, the FBI thing's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then when you have like super brain fart, you know.
Suppose.
I mean, they're not. I mean, they are. You can use them, but yeah.
Not a lot of wide application, though.
No. You can only have like what, 9 slots or something.
8.
Dang.
Yeah. Well, thank you everyone who watched this. I doubt anyone in the history of the world will watch this whole stream because it was very long. But if you did, gosh, congratulations.
Something memorable.
What a chat. What a bro. So comment something below if you made it to the end.
Like, I don't even know. Deport.
Yeah, just write deport, baby.
Yes. Deport.
Deport
You
everybody,
deport.
everything. Get out.
Or all humans.
Get out of my room. Get out of my country.
living
Get
room.
off my planet. Just
Deport
leave me
them to
alone.
space.
Everybody, leave me alone. You're in my
Deport 'em to
personal
space.
space. Everyone.
Personal space. Personal space is 100,000 miles.
Everyone's too close. It's ridiculous. This is sexual harassment. How dare you?
In my breathing space.
This is the no-no zone.
What?